This is Audible.
Chasing Fate. Copper Creek Shifters, Book 1. Written by Jacki James. Narrated by Kenneth Obie for Under the Stairs Productions. Prologue. 5 years ago. Chase. I knew the second I walked through the door something was wrong. I should have seen it coming. Things had been going way too good for the last 6 months. But with only 2 weeks of graduation, I'd hoped my luck would hold. My father was never home in the middle of the day. He was always busy handling pride business and didn't come home until time for dinner. His position came with a lot of responsibility, but the time it took for him to lead our pride didn't bother him. Being alpha wasn't his job. It was who he was. But today, my mother and father both sat at the kitchen table like they were waiting for my arrival. My mother looked resigned, and my father looked angry as he sat there, rhythmically tapping the top of a red folder. "Sit down," my father said in his most commanding voice. Anyone else would have been compelled to do as he said. As the alpha of our pack, it was hard for most people to resist a direct order from him. However, over the course of the last year, it had become easier and easier for me to resist his commands. I now followed them out of respect for his position, not because he was the stronger alpha. My mother insisted that it was the way it was supposed to work. The first son of the alpha was born to take over when the alpha could no longer lead. So, it made sense that eventually I'd be as strong or stronger. Fate. Everything we did was based on what our people called fate. I'd been raised to be the next alpha of our pride, and even though I was a strong alpha, I was a little scared of the responsibility, and was glad I had time before that would happen. I'd seen how being the leader of this pride weighed on my father, but he considered it an honor to lead the pride. I sat as he commanded. "What is it?" I asked. I was sure I'd done something that was an embarrassment to the position I held as future alpha of the pack, as he liked to remind me every chance he got. I really hoped this wasn't another argument about my going to college. I was going. I'd applied, and because of a government scholarship program designed to educate shifters, I'd qualified for free tuition. Added with my academic scholarships, and I had a free ride. I wasn't turning that down. My plan was to get my degree in criminal justice and then go to the police academy. My father had years left before he was ready to step down as alpha, and I wanted to experience things first. I knew my place was here as alpha. My whole life had been an exercise in preparation for that role. And he insisted there was no need for me to go to school because I'd have more power here as alpha, without needing an education outside of pride law. I didn't agree. The shifter world and the human world were becoming more and more connected, so I truly believed an education would make me a better alpha and benefit the pride. "Chase, you graduate from high school in 2 weeks. It's time you gave up these ridiculous notions about going off to college and begin to fulfill your responsibilities here in the pride. In order to facilitate that, your mother and I have arranged a mating for you with the daughter of the West Basin Pack's alpha. They have access to many natural resources, and that makes an alliance with them a very smart move for us. The ceremony will take place the first full moon after your graduation." "Excuse me?" I asked in astonishment. "Arranged matings ended years ago. That's archaic." I was absolutely stunned. They'd never mentioned anything that gave me a clue they were considering such a thing. "It may seem archaic to you, but your mother and I were an arranged mating, and it has worked out perfectly," he insisted. "Sure it has," I scoffed. "My parents didn't have a happy marriage. What they had was a business partnership. If it weren't for the need to have an heir to be alpha, I doubt they would have ever even touched each other. I was pretty sure my mother considered herself very lucky because her firstborn was a male, and then her responsibility was complete. I had no intention of having a mating that was anything like theirs. Little did they know, I had completely different plans and preferences for when it came to finding a mate. I wanted what our pack's beta, Charisse, had. She'd found her fated mate, and they were incredibly happy. Her mate, Kevin, was the perfect complement to her in every way. That's what I wanted. And if fate never saw fit to give me a mate, then so be it. I wasn't going to settle for some poor girl my father picked because it would make a good alliance. I'm not mating with anyone you pick for me just because you say so, and I for sure have no interest in mating with some female I've never met. And that's the crux of the matter, isn't it? What exactly do you object to? The fact that we arranged a mating? Or the fact that the mate we chose is female? He crossed his arms and sat back with a self-satisfied smile. My breath caught in my throat and my mind raced. There was no way he knew. I was so careful to never say anything or to ever be seen in public doing anything that could be suspect. I'd only had one boyfriend, and he knew I couldn't be out. He was a human, so he didn't understand shifter customs, but he knew enough to know how important secrecy was for me. I have no idea what you're talking about, I bluffed, hoping he was grasping at straws and didn't really know anything. Really? Then what are these? He asked, as he opened a folder, removed a stack of papers, and tossed them in front of me. I glanced down to find transcripts from the chat in an online game I played. I thought the chat was a safe place to talk, so I hadn't been as careful there as I was on my phone. Seriously, Dad? You hacked my computer? I demanded, disbelief sounding in my voice. It had never occurred to me that he'd violate my privacy that way. Of course not. Frederick did. I know nothing about computer hacking. That's why I hired him. So, if I need to know what a member of my pride is up to, I have someone who can get the answers. He had no problem getting into your computer and getting this for me. Thank the fates that he knows how to keep his mouth shut. But, because it was about our family, I'm indebted to him to ensure he keeps this ridiculousness a secret. You know how I hate being indebted to anyone. He sat there, talking about invading my privacy and the privacy of other clan members like this was a normal everyday conversation. His posture was relaxed as he picked up his cup and took a drink. But he wasn't fooling me. His eyes were all predator, and no matter what his body said, there was nothing relaxed about him. Without thinking, I reached out and touched the top page. It was a conversation between my boyfriend, Wesley, and I. It was fairly innocent, but it was obvious from the exchange what our relationship was. This isn't acceptable, Chase. You know that. I don't care who you have sex with or what your preferences are. But you have a responsibility to this pride to mate with a suitable female and father the next generation's alpha. Something you obviously can't do with a male partner. Plus, you have a responsibility to be seen as nothing but strong. An alpha cannot be seen as weak, and fair or not, you know people don't view gay men as, well, manly. That just won't do in your position. And that's what being alpha means. You make sacrifices and choices for the good of the pride without concern for your own wants or needs. No, you'll mate with this girl. And then, if you need to, you can have a discreet relationship on the side with whomever you please. I sat there in shock. He was still talking, but I was no longer listening. A suitable female. Not manly. Weak. A discreet relationship on the side. What the fuck? I stood up from the table. Is that what you've done all these years, Dad? I spat out. Had discreet relationships on the side? I'd heard rumors, but assumed that's what they were. Just gossip. What I do or don't do is of no concern to you. Sit back down. We need to complete the arrangements. I have a contract for you to sign agreeing to the mating. No, I won't. I won't mate with her, and I won't allow you to dictate how I live my life. I'm graduating, going to college, and when I'm done, we can talk about what happens from there. I wasn't sure where the strength to stand up to my father was coming from. You will mate with her. You will not be going to that ridiculous school for a degree that you have no need of. And you will not do anything that causes people to question the power and strength of the alpha of this pack. Are we clear? He roared, infusing every bit of his alpha influence into his little speech. Sadly for him, it didn't affect me. No, I simply stated, staring him in the eyes. You were never supposed to do that because it could be seen as a challenge, but we both knew this wasn't about which of us was the most powerful alpha. It was about my life and whether or not I'd be pushed into a future I didn't want. You'll do as I say or you'll leave this pride. I won't have you taking over as alpha and destroying everything your grandfather and I have built. We're considered the most powerful pride in the eastern region, and it shall remain that way. My mother gasped at his threat of exile, but I knew there'd be no help coming from her. She was an old-fashioned Omega and would never stand up to an alpha, not even for her child. It just wasn't something she'd do. I was stunned. I knew if he'd found out, he'd be furious. That was why I insisted on keeping it a secret. But to tell me I had to leave the pride, I didn't know what to say. The pride was my family. All my life, I'd known that I'd one day be the alpha of this pride, and I'd spent my life knowing that it'd be forever. It was part of my identity, who I was. To threaten to take all that away from me because I wouldn't do what he wanted was unthinkable. Well then, I hope you have options for the next alpha because it won't be me. I'll pack my bags and get out of your territory. I still need to finish school, though, so I hope you'll at least give me those 2 weeks before my exile begins, I told him, standing straight and refusing to be cowed by his glare, hoping he'd cave. This isn't what I want, Chase. You're a very strong alpha, and I've always planned for you to be my successor. You know this. So in honor of that, I'll do more than give you 2 weeks to finish school. I'll give you 2 weeks to think about what you're giving up. This pride, the authority that comes with it, the power and the money, it's all here for you. All you have to do is agree to my terms. We'll discuss this again after your graduation. Until that day, I have nothing else to say to you, he said, as he got up and walked away from the table. Chapter 1. Chase. I pulled up in front of the house for the 3rd time this month. No matter how much training I took or how many times I saw it, I'd never understand domestic violence. How could you hurt the person you were supposed to love and care for? I understood it better with 2 humans because the bond between them wasn't the same as a mating bond. But Billy and Becky were shifters. Just one more piece of evidence that you should wait for your true mate because I refused to believe a shifter would be willing or able to physically harm their mate. I took a deep breath and got out of the car as a suitcase came hurling out the door. Get out, you stupid bitch. I could hear Billy yelling from inside the house. If you think I'm going to keep paying your bills and feeding your fat ass while you bitch and moan and tell everyone I treat you bad, you're wrong. It's not my fault you can't follow simple directions. I told you no onions in the stew, now didn't I? But what was in there? Fucking onions. I was supposed to have Nix and the guys over to eat and play poker, but now I don't have anything to feed them. No, Billy, please. I don't have anywhere to go. I gave up my place and my job to move in here and take care of you. I'll do better. Honest, I will. I heard Becky begging. It was a shame. She was a sweet girl, really young, and she'd had a rough life. When I'd first met her, she was working at the local motel cleaning rooms as well as renting a room there. I don't have anywhere to go, he mocked in a high-pitched voice. Maybe you should have thought of that before you got distracted and ruined my chance to impress Nix. Fucking squirrel brain. What was I thinking bringing you here? I went up to the door to try to talk to them before Billy continued. Billy? Becky? Is everything okay here? It was the normal domestic call question, but obviously things weren't okay here at all. I could see her standing behind him. She looked exhausted and beaten down. Not physically, though, which meant I couldn't take him in. Personally, I thought emotional abuse was just as bad as physical abuse, but the law didn't support that position. I had a call that you two were going at it again. Fucking nosy-ass neighbors, Billy spat out. They should mind their own business. Don't worry about us, Sheriff. Things are fine around here, he said like I was an idiot. Well, you see, Billy, this is the third time I've had to come out this month, so I'm not so sure that things are okay, I said, nodding towards Becky's stuff tossed all over the yard. I was tired of trying to reason with assholes. I loved my job for the most part. I never regretted my decision to go into law enforcement or to take the job as sheriff of this small West Texas county. But still, shit like this got to me. On previous calls, I'd made sure she was okay, and then because I had no legal recourse, went on my way. But something about the way she looked tonight got to me. I felt sure if she had any options, she wouldn't be here with him. But, as abusers do, he'd systematically removed her choices until he was all she had left. Becky, can I talk with you for a minute? Out in my car. Hold on a fucking minute. Don't you be trying to get her to say anything against me. I never laid a hand on her, not once. I don't care what the neighbors say. I ain't never hit her. I sighed and rolled my head from side to side. Damn, I wanted to hit him, or arrest him, or kill him, my lion grumbled. We can't kill him, I thought back. My lion huffed in disagreement. Becky, I said, indicating the front seat of my car. She hung her head but walked to the car. You, I pointed at Billy, pick up her shit and get it all put back in the suitcase, or I will arrest you for littering. You can't arrest me for littering on my own property, he insisted. Sure I can. I can't make it stick, but I can make sure you spend the night in jail. Now pick it up. I turned and stalked to my car. He had no idea how lucky he was I was in control of my lion, because he really wanted to shift and put an end to this once and for all. I slid in the front seat behind the steering wheel and turned to look at Becky. She was so young, barely more than a child. Life just wasn't fucking fair sometimes. Becky, do you want to be here with him? I can't make you leave, but if you don't want to be here, I can help you get away. She started to cry. No, I don't want to be with him, but I don't have anywhere to go. I don't have a scurry. My mom and my siblings moved on and I stayed. Things weren't so bad until he got mixed up with that motorcycle gang, and now he's just mean. All he talks about is how we need to join a pack and we could take over Copper Creek. Why would anyone want to take over Copper Creek? There ain't nothing here. That makes no sense. Is this Nix he was talking about part of the motorcycle gang? I hadn't heard any rumors about any cabals who were interested in Copper Creek. That was one of the things that made it so attractive to me. The humans who lived here were shifter-friendly, and the shifters mostly kept to themselves. I'd have to put out some feelers and see what I could find out, but that was a problem for another day. Right now, I had a terrified squirrel to help. Yeah, he's the leader of the gang. They were coming here tonight to drink and play cards. Billy told me Nix didn't eat onions, but I always put onions in the stew and I forgot. She sobbed again. I could shift and sleep in the woods, but I can only do that for so long. Billy convinced me to quit with no notice so the motel won't hire me back. I feel so stupid. So if you had a place to go, would you want to leave then? I asked her. She nodded but continued to cry. Well, it just so happens that I need a housekeeper. It would be a live-in position. Right now, it's just me, my cousin Dakota, and the twins, Hazard and Grim. She cringed. Horrible names, I know, but they're actually nice guys. They spend a lot of time out in the canyon on their dirt bikes and in their animal forms. They're wolves, and the pack they came from was pretty bad.
Are y'all a pack?
She asked. No, we haven't registered as one. That was a constant source of contention between me and Dakota, and I hated that. When my father gave me no choice but to leave, Dakota went with me and had been by my side ever since, but I knew he longed to be part of a pride. I'd told him to go home, that I didn't want him to feel obligated to stay with me, but he'd insisted he'd made his choice and didn't regret it.
Do you not want to be registered?
She asked. I sighed. I don't know. We've talked about it. Officially, we'd register as a clan since our animals are different breeds. I shrugged. We can worry about that later. For now, do you want the job?
No one will try to eat me, will they?
No, I chuckled. No one will try to eat you. They're good guys. But if you have any problems, you come to me and I'll handle it.
Okay, Alpha. Then I do. I really do,
she said, smiling for the first time. I'm not your alpha. To be alpha, we'd have to have a clan, I pointed out. Now, let's go get your stuff and go back to my house and get you settled. I could hear Dakota now, laughing his ass off. He always laughed and teased me for bringing home strays, as he called them. But I couldn't leave her here when I could help her. Chapter 2. Paxton.
This was an adventure, I told myself as I drove across the flat, barren terrain. I knew most people thought I was crazy for giving up a position at a prestigious restaurant to open a bakery in a tiny town in Texas. But I couldn't stay in St. Louis any longer. It wasn't so much the breakup with Stefan, although that was part of it. It was more the city itself. I felt suffocated. The tall buildings and the traffic and all the people. I'd lived in the city my whole life, but I knew it was time for a change. Stefan bought out my half of the restaurant we owned together, and I was able to sell my condo for a decent profit. I took that money and started looking for my next thing. I searched for bakeries for sale, figuring it would be easier to take over an existing shop than start from scratch, and I'd always dreamed of owning one. I started out looking in more urban areas, but as soon as I saw the pictures from that small town in West Texas, I felt drawn there. It wasn't really what I was looking for at all, but I went ahead and contacted the owner. After a series of live chats and a virtual tour done by the real estate agent, I was driving across the country to start over. I loved the setup of the bakery, but what really sold me on it was the apartment upstairs. So not only did I get a business, but I got a place to live with money left over. I stopped on the Texas border at a little station to get gas and directions. I wandered around getting snacks and trying to get a feel for the area. I walked up and placed my basket on the counter and smiled at the young lady behind it. "Hey there," she said with a smile. "You find everything you needed?" "I did, thank you very much." "Oh, wow, you're not from around these parts, are you?" She grinned. "No, I'm not," I smiled. "What gave me away?" "Oh, a couple things, but mostly your accent. You don't sound like a Texas boy, that's for sure." "I didn't grow up here, but I'm moving. That's what I'm doing here. I'm on my way to Copper Creek. I bought a bakery there." She looked at me for a minute like she was trying to decide something. Then she said, "Are you, one of them?" "One of them?" I asked, trying to decide what she meant exactly. It could be one of a couple things. For example, did she mean one of those homosexuals? Times had changed a lot since my grandfather's days, back when they had to fight tooth and nail to be allowed to adopt my father. But no matter how much things changed, some people still held on to old prejudices. But she was most likely asking if I was a shifter. I was sure there'd come a time when the world would get over its fear of shifters and realize they were people just like everyone else. But we weren't there yet. "A shifter? Are you one of them?" I'm not. But why would you ask that? She seemed really nice, but I didn't want to hang around and chat if she was a bigot. I'd had enough of that in the city. I didn't move this far to listen to the same crap here. I didn't mean anything by it. You don't seem like you would be is all. Everyone knows that a lot of shifters live in Copper Creek. I mean, a lot of people do too, but it's known to be shifter-friendly. Oh, well, I didn't know that. It isn't registered as a shifter town, I pointed out. That's because there isn't an organized group there. In order to register as a shifter town, you have to have some kind of structure to the shifter community. In Copper Creek, they just kind of all live there and do their own thing. But it's a great little town, and they have a hunky sheriff, she said as she fanned herself. You seem to know a lot about Copper Creek. Are you from there? I asked her. Oh, no. I used to date a bear shifter from over there, though, so I've spent a bit of time there. Things didn't work out with us, but I really liked the town. It's cute. A bear shifter, huh? I bet that was fun, I teased. Oh, it was all kinds of fun while it lasted, she said, laughing. Well, I better get going if I want to make it there by dark, but thanks for the chat. I walked out to my car and got back on the road thinking about what she'd said. I really didn't mind if there were a lot of shifters in town. I knew some humans were still leery of them, but in my experience, they weren't that different than the rest of us. Having grown up in the city, my first experience with shifters wasn't until culinary school, since most of them preferred to live outside the city because it was too confining for their animals. They seemed okay. I liked some and didn't others, pretty much just like with any other people. No, the fact that it was a shifter town didn't bother me at all. On the contrary, from what I'd heard about shifters, they like to eat, so it should be good for business. What had me feeling more and more anxious the closer I got to Copper Creek was the knowledge that I'd walked away from all of my friends and family and a very successful restaurant in the city to start a bakery in a small town where I knew no one. Seriously, who the hell does something that crazy? I could hear my mother in my head. Oh my God, Paxton. It's just a breakup. Pull yourself together. You have a successful restaurant and a nice condo. You were never in his league. You had to know eventually he'd find someone else. Now you need to stop acting like a drama queen and do what's best for your future. You should suck it up and run that restaurant with him. I'd walked in on him fucking his sous chef in his office. And that was Mom's advice. Well, fuck that shit. I was getting near the town when I noticed a bar up ahead on the left. Or maybe in this part of the country you called it a honky-tonk, I thought, and then laughed at myself until I got closer and saw the bikers parked out front. They were dressed in leathers and had bandanas tied around their heads. They were a rough-looking crowd, and they stared at me as I drove by. It gave me a chill, and I was glad I didn't have to stop for anything. Nope, that wasn't a honky-tonk at all. That was a bar. A few more miles down the road, I passed a sign that said, "Welcome to Copper Creek." I smiled at the warm feeling the sign gave me. Driving into town felt just as right as those bikers had felt wrong. This was home now. I drove down Main Street and took it all in. It wasn't dark yet, but twilight was settling in and the lights that lined the street had come on. Hanging baskets of flowers hung from a hook near the top of each light pole, and there were flower planters up near the buildings that lined the street. Each shop was well kept, and most had nice window displays. It made me wish I'd arrived early enough to check the shops out. The town was so cute. It looked like the people here really cared about it, and that made me feel a little better. The instructions I got from the real estate agent said if I pulled to the back of the shop, there was a carport and a set of stairs that led to the apartment from the outside. But there was also a set of stairs inside the shop to the apartment. The smart thing to do would be to park out back, but I really wanted to see the shop. Don't get me wrong, the apartment was a big benefit. It was the full second floor over the bakery, so it was a really good size. But I was here for my bakery. I pulled up in front and sat there looking at it. It was fucking adorable. There was a pink and purple striped awning over the top, and the cutest little bistro table sitting in the windows. I was sure they were meant to sit out on the sidewalk, but had been moved in when the bakery closed. The artist I'd hired put the new window decal up, In a pretty font, it said, "Sweetie Pies," done to match the awning that was already there. She'd put yummy-looking pies and cakes as well, and it looked fantastic. I knew when she sent me the proof she'd captured what I wanted, but seeing it up on the window was perfect. I grabbed my suitcase and my computer bag from the back seat, the box that was in the front, and prepared to enter my bakery for the first time. I was nervous and hoped it was all I believed it was, but mostly, I was excited. I juggled my stuff and tried fitting the key in the lock, but that wasn't working. I set the stuff down on the sidewalk and finally managed to get the door unlocked. I was trying to grab my stuff, but I could hear the beeping of the alarm. I needed to get over there, remember the code, and get my stuff in off the sidewalk. I grabbed the computer bag and dragged the suitcase through the door, dropped them on the floor, and hurried to the alarm. What was it? It was the previous owner's granddaughter's birthday. I tried a couple combinations I thought were it, but when that didn't work, I pulled out my phone and started looking for the email with the code. The longer it took, the more nervous I got. I was sure I'd run out of time, and it had alerted the alarm company. Damn it! I was still fumbling with it when I heard the deepest, sexiest voice I'd ever heard say,
"Try 510.
I yelped, whipping around, and holy shit! That sexy voice came from the sexiest man I'd ever seen. Tall, gorgeous, broad-shouldered, and of course, wearing a sheriff's uniform. I quickly put in the code and the beeping stopped. "How did you know the code to my bakery?" I asked.
"Your bakery," he said with a nod. "I take it you're the new owner then."
"Yes, sorry. Paxton Summers," I said, reaching out to shake hands. Chapter 3. Chase.
I was about to leave the station for the evening when a car pulled up in front of the bakery across the street. We'd all been waiting for the new owner to show up. The whole town had been sorry to see Mr. Myers leave. Not only did he make the best scones, but he was also one of the genuinely nicest men in town. He had grown up here and then raised his kids here, but, as so many do, they'd moved off to Dallas once they were grown. With no family left here, no one was surprised when he and his wife announced they were selling the bakery and moving to a beach somewhere to enjoy retirement. We didn't blame him, but that had left us with no bakery. While most of the residents were excited to see the new name go up, I was reserving judgment until I met the new owner, since I heard he was from St. Louis. I wasn't sure how long a guy used to the city would stick around our small town. I watched as a slight, blonde-haired man got out of the car and, reaching into the back seat, dragged out a suitcase almost as big as he was. Then he grabbed a messenger-style bag and slung it over his shoulder. Going back to the front, he reached in and pulled out a box. I should have run across to help him, but I was having so much fun watching him try to juggle it all, I stood there and watched. He shifted his things from side to side and lugged them up to the door. He took forever to get the key in the lock, and finally, with a frustrated huff, he set all his stuff down and managed to get the door open. He pulled in the giant suitcase and then let the door swing closed behind him. However, the box he had set on the sidewalk blocked the door. At that point, I decided I'd watched long enough and jogged across the street to help. I swooped up the box and walked inside to find him standing in front of the alarm, cussing like a sailor. I hadn't been able to tell much about how he looked from across the street, but up close, he was something else. He was short, maybe 5.5 feet tall, but compact. He was wearing a pair of tight-fitting jeans, a blue t-shirt, and from the back I could tell he was muscular. But the main thing I noticed was his scent. He smelled fucking amazing. Like sugar cookies and vanilla. My cat purred and pushed me hard to touch him. What the fuck was that about? Take it easy. We can't just walk up to people we don't know and touch them. And why are you purring? You don't even know him. Try 510, I said. He yelped and swung around to face me, and I was straight up gobsmacked. He had the bluest eyes and the most perfect lips. By fates, he was the most stunning creature I'd ever seen. I swear I stopped breathing for a minute. My cat pushed harder for me to get close to him. "Stop it. We don't know him," he growled in protest, insisting that we did know him.
"How do you know the code for my bakery?"
he asked, jerking me back to the present. "Your bakery," I said, nodding my head like an idiot. "I guess you're the new owner then." He confirmed he was, and then Pax, that's what he said people called him, reached out his hand to shake, and I stared at it for a minute. I wanted to grab his hand and pull him to me. I wanted to bury my head in the crook of his neck and smell him.
"Well, okay,"
he said, dropping his hand and shifting from foot to foot nervously, and I realized I'd left him standing there with his hand outstretched until he thought I didn't want to shake it. What a frickin' idiot. "Oh, sorry." I reached out my hand to him, and he looked at me for a second, probably trying to decide what was wrong with me. He reached out his hand, and the second our skin touched, my cat rolled over on its back, showing its stomach. "What are you doing?" An alpha never showed his stomach. I didn't know what was wrong with my cat, but now was not the time for him to be losing his mind. I concentrated on closing a door on that part of my mind where my lion lived. He was always there, always a part of my consciousness, but sometimes, like now, he acted a fool, and I had to close the door. However, he wasn't having it. Not this time. "I'm Chase, the local sheriff," I said, stating the obvious since I was in my uniform. I glanced down, and I was still holding his hand, and my cat purred at the contact. "Sorry," I said, dropping it, and my cat didn't like that at all and growled at me. "I don't know what's up with you, but you better figure it out. And, you'll probably want to change the alarm code. Half the town knows it. That was Mr. Myers' granddaughter's birthday." At that, he smiled, and it lit up his whole face and made his eyes sparkle.
"I knew he said it was her birthday, but I couldn't remember what it was. Thank you for coming to my rescue."
"Anytime, darling. I'm right across the street if you need anything at all," I said, tipping my hat. I needed to get out of here for a minute so I could think. "I'll go and let you finish what you were doing." I turned to go, and at that, my cat threw a straight-up hissy fit, growling and hissing like he didn't want to leave. I decided to ignore him and kept walking when he finally quit acting like a 2-year-old and told me what was wrong. "Mine, mate. Mine, mate." And that stopped me in my tracks. I turned back around and stared at the adorable human watching me leave. Human. Fuck me. I'd been waiting my whole life for my mate, even as my parents insisted fated mates were the thing of fairy tales and that I should settle for a good match. I waited. I was sure the old tales of one perfect partner, a soulmate, were real. I had doubts that I'd ever find him once I left the Pride, but I still held on to the hope he was out there for me if I just waited. But never in all my imaginings of what my mate would be like did I ever entertain the notion he might be a human. How would that even work? Did humans understand the mating bond? Did they feel the same pull to their mates? I needed to find out before I did anything that might scare him away. "We'll come back," I assured him. "We aren't leaving him for good, just for now." My lion protested, and I felt the urge to give in to him and take my mate, but the human side of me knew better. That wasn't going to fly in this situation. "Trust me, Wesa. We'll come back for him. We don't want to scare him away." He chuffed and pouted, but didn't put up a fight.
"Did you need something?"
he asked. "No. Sorry. I realize I didn't tell you how glad we are you're here. The town has been missing Mr. Myers' donuts, and we're all really looking forward to you opening."
"Oh,"
he grinned.
"I'm so glad. I admit, I'm a little worried with the town being so small and all, but I'm excited too.
I'm sure it'll be great. We're small, but we try really hard to support our local businesses. Like I said, if you need anything, the sheriff's office is right across the street. I pulled out my wallet and grabbed one of my business cards. Flipping it over, I wrote my cell number on the back. If you ever need me and I'm off duty, you can reach me at this number. With that, I turned and left.
Chapter 4. Paxton. I watched as Chase went out the door and had to fight the urge to go after him, which made no sense whatsoever. He was nice, and sure, he was hot, but I had no reason to stop him from going. I looked down at the card he gave me. Who does that? Gives a complete stranger their cell phone number. I shook my head to clear my thoughts. I didn't have time for silly notions about the local sheriff. I had a bakery to open. Gregory Myers, the bakery's previous owner, had been very proud of his bakery. As ready as he was to retire, he didn't want all his hard work to be for nothing. I think the fact I was going to keep it a bakery and didn't plan to change much helped him feel better about the decision. It was a turnkey business, which was what I needed and meant I could open up quickly. The first thing I wanted to see was the kitchen. Going through the swinging doors that led to the kitchen made me smile. I'd always wanted a place with those doors. Luckily, the kitchen was everything I'd been told it was. The equipment wasn't brand new, but in excellent shape. A perfectly designed workspace to ensure easy workflow. A huge walk-in cooler and ovens for days. I smiled as I looked around. If I had custom designed my ideal kitchen, it would look a lot like this. It was obvious it had been kept clean, but weeks of just sitting meant everything was dusty. I needed to hire someone to come in and give it a good cleaning. I could do it myself, but it would save me so much time to hire someone to get it done. That was the problem with being a stranger in town, though. I had no idea who to call. But that was a problem for tomorrow. Today, I was exhausted from the drive, and now that I'd seen the bakery, I was ready for some sleep. Mr. Myers had kept the apartment upstairs for his children when they came into town, and it was fully furnished. I had furniture of my own in storage back home, but it really helped to be able to settle in right away without having to wait for my stuff. I grabbed my suitcase and headed upstairs. As perfect as the bakery was for me, the apartment was, well, not. I laughed as I put my suitcase down on the couch and looked around. Actually, the fact the apartment was far from perfect made me feel better about everything. A person could only take so much perfection before they started wondering if any of it was real. It would do until I got my stuff delivered, but it was so not me. It had a comfortable bed, though, and that was what mattered most today. I didn't even unpack my suitcase. I stripped to my boxers and crawled into bed, grateful for Mrs. Myers' insistence on having fresh sheets waiting for me. Sleep came quickly, and before I knew it, I was waking up to sunlight streaming through the window. I dreamed about a handsome sheriff and the sexy way he tipped his hat to me. Texas style. I stretched and smiled to myself. A new life. A fresh start. So many possibilities before me. I hadn't been this excited about the future since graduating from culinary school. I quickly grabbed my clothes and hopped in the shower. Today was all about inventory and figuring out where I stood. So I tossed on a pair of sweatpants and a t-shirt, grabbed my tablet, and went down to the bakery. I started making a list of all the things I needed to have done when I heard a tapping on the front door. I thought about ignoring it, but reminded myself that small towns were different from the city, and I wouldn't make any friends in the community that way. I went to the door and unlocked it to find a small young woman with a big smile moving from foot to foot like she just couldn't stand still. "I'm sorry. I'm not open yet," I told her, genuinely sorry. There was something about her that seemed sweet and yet vulnerable at the same time. "Oh, I'm not here to buy anything. Sheriff Coleman sent me. He said you might need someone to clean the bakery before you opened, and I should come help you," she said, talking so fast I barely followed her. "Really? I was just making a list of everything to do, and hiring someone to clean the bakery and the apartment was one of the first things on my list. Sheriff Coleman must have been reading my mind. How much do you charge? I wasn't planning on charging you. I was doing it as a favor for the sheriff, you know? He's a good man, and I owe him. He asked me to come, so here I am. She grinned and shrugged her shoulders like it made all the sense in the world for her to do what he said just because he said it. It really didn't make much sense to me, unless... Oh. Are you and the sheriff, well, are you a couple? And wouldn't that just figure? If the tall, dark-haired, handsome man who'd filled my dreams last night was not only straight, but in a relationship. What? Me and Sheriff Coleman? Oh, heavens, no, she said with a laugh. I'm not at all the sheriff's type. He leans more toward cute blonde bakery owners, if you get my drift. Oh, really? I didn't realize, I said, going for casual, but I didn't fool Becky. She giggled and said, Yeah, really. And I have a feeling your type runs along the lines of a tall, strong, dark-haired sheriff. I felt my face heat and knew I was blushing. One of the things about my light complexion was it was impossible to hide a blush. I cleared my throat and changed the subject. I was so not ready to talk about how attractive I found the sheriff with a stranger. Now, about the bakery. I do need someone to clean it, but I won't hear of you doing it for free, so let's talk price. We negotiated a bit and finally agreed on a price, although it was the first time ever as the one paying, I negotiated for a higher fee. She said she could start tomorrow, and after setting a time, she went on her way. Chapter 5. Chase.
I needed to speak with someone who knew about mates. Growing up the way I did, it wasn't something that was talked about except to make fun. My father believed marriages should be as unemotional as any other business transaction, so the idea of a fated mate wasn't something he was willing to entertain. I'd lost touch with almost everyone from my pride when my father exiled me. But while Charisse was loyal to my father, we'd kept in touch over the years. I needed someone who could tell me about mating with a human, and while her mate was a mountain lion like us, I was hoping she'd point me in the right direction. I dug out my phone and dialed the number I still knew by memory. I just hoped she still had the same number. The phone rang a few times and then went to voicemail. I was disappointed, but it was Charisse's message, so there was that anyway. I left her a short message to call me back. My whole body hurt. I stretched and rolled my head from side to side in an attempt to work out the kinks. I hadn't planned on staying in town last night, but I didn't have the energy to fight my cat on it. He didn't want to leave our mate, and I knew we couldn't stay there, so the couch in my office across the street was our compromise. But I couldn't sleep there long term, so I needed answers. I was trying to think of who else I could call when my phone rang. I glanced at my phone, and Charisse's name flashed on the screen. Hey, Char, how you doing?
Doing good. Sorry I couldn't answer. I was with your father. What's up, Cacharo?
I couldn't help but laugh. I haven't been a cub in a long time, Charisse.
True enough, but you were barely more than one the last time I saw you,
she said. The fondness in her voice made my heart tighten, and a longing to be a part of what I'd left behind slammed into me. I took a deep breath and let it out slowly, releasing the longing with my breath. That life was no longer for me. I have a question, but I need your assurance that you won't tell my father. I hate to put you in this position, but I don't know who else to ask.
Chase, as long as whatever you tell me doesn't pose a threat to my pride, then whatever you say is between us. You know I didn't agree with your father's choice to send you away. I was looking forward to being your beta someday.
I need to know about mates and the mating bond. There weren't many true mated pairs in our pride, so I don't know much about how it all works, and I'm not sure who to ask. My mother had believed in the old traditions and told me stories, but nothing that helps me now. I don't want to go to the council because I'm not sure I want them knowing my business, I told her as I paced around my small office.
Oh, Cacharo, did you find a mate? I prayed that you would. For as long as I can remember, you've believed in the Ancient One's teachings about mates, and I knew because of that, you'd find yours.
I don't know. I mean, maybe. I don't know enough about it. Everything I know is from the old tales my mother told me. Fairy tales designed to make young people believe in fanciful things like mates, according to my father. I need someone who can explain how they work.
Well, I have a mate, so what do you need to know? And I'll do my best,
she said. I don't think you're going to have the answers I need, Char. My situation is unique. The man my line insists is our mate is a human, I said. Do you know anyone I could talk to?
See, that is different. You should go talk to the old woman who runs the herb shop over at Crystal Springs. She's a very wise woman from the Kiowa tribe and knows all about shifters. They say she's a seer. I bet she could tell you how it works if your mate is a human. I've never heard of it, but that doesn't mean it doesn't happen. We're pretty isolated out here, as you know, and because shifters haven't been openly known about for all that many years, it isn't something that would have been talked about. But what I can tell you is, if your lion says it's him, then it's him. Our animals are much more in tune with the old ways and are more spiritual than we are. He'd know if you found your mate. Don't doubt your lion, Cachorro.
Thanks, Char. I guess I'm headed to Crystal Springs today. How are things there? I wanted to know. A part of my heart would always consider the Concho pride to be mine.
Same as always, the pride is getting smaller as more and more young ones leave to go to the more urban areas. Your father is looking into ways to form alliances with other cabals to try and strengthen his hold on the Western Province. He regrets his decision to send you away, but his pride won't let him reach out to you. You know how he is.
And Mama? I asked.
She's still here. She hates that you're gone, but she's weak, Cachorro. She doesn't know how to do any different. Her parents raised her to follow her alpha's lead, whether he was right or wrong, and your father was raised to believe power was the most important thing. It's good that you're gone. Staying in this environment would not have been good for you. You're a strong alpha and a good man. You're the kind of alpha this world needs.
Why do you stay, Char? You know how he is, but you still stay there as second in command. I don't understand how you do it.
This is my family and where I belong. If I left, there'd be no one standing between your father and the rest of the pride. No one to try to keep him from making life miserable for all of them. I don't fault you for leaving. Your place isn't here. I knew that early on, although I'd hoped I was wrong. But this is where I'm supposed to be. I'm able to do good here. Now, you go get your information so you can claim your mate. And stay in touch. You don't have to need something to call me.
Chapter 6. Paxton.
I spent the rest of the morning doing inventory on the bakery and making a list of what all I needed. Normally, I'd order my supplies to be delivered, but the delivery company only made deliveries to Copper Creek once a week, and unfortunately for me, that day was yesterday. Unless I wanted to wait a week, this time I was going to have to go into the city and pick them up. I'd just finished placing the order when I heard a knock on the front door. I wasn't at all surprised to see Sheriff Coleman standing on the other side. Honestly, for some reason, I'd expected him to come by earlier. "Sheriff," I said, opening the door, "how are you this morning?"
Well, actually, it isn't really morning at this point. It's almost noon. I thought I'd see if you wanted to grab some lunch.
He had stubble today. Like, maybe he didn't shave this morning. And it took all I had in me to resist reaching out and feeling it. And his eyes. Man, it would be easy to get lost in those eyes.
Paxton?
"Oh, sorry," I said. He had asked something. Something about lunch. Got lost in thought for a minute there. Sorry about that. Lunch? Yeah, that would be good. I just placed a big supply order I have to pick up tomorrow, so I'm done for now. Food sounds perfect.
Great. How do you feel about diner food?
Diner food? I asked, not sure how to respond.
Yeah, there's an old-style diner up the street that's kind of a town treasure. It's been in the same family since it opened, and their burgers are to die for. Nothing fancy, just good old-fashioned home cooking.
Well, in my experience, fancy is overrated. I used to be the pastry chef in an expensive restaurant, and I'd take a good old-fashioned burger any day. Let's go. I smiled at him, and the smile I got back made my heart speed up. We walked down the street, and he told me a little about each shop and its owner. We passed people on our way, and everyone spoke to the sheriff. He greeted each one by name and introduced me. I'd never lived in a small town, and was a little amazed at how everyone seemed to know each other. Coming from a big city, I was used to walking hurriedly from place to place with my head down and not seeing a soul I knew. The short walk a couple of blocks up the street took us twice as long as I expected, but it was fun. We arrived at the diner, and it was charming, like everything else in the town. Simply named Copper Creek Diner. From the outside, I could see the old-fashioned booths and decor. We pushed open the door, and a string of bells hanging on the inside handle chimed, alerting the staff we'd entered. "Sheriff," the woman behind the counter greeted cheerfully. "How you doing?"
"I'm good, Mary Belle. How are you?"
he asked as he directed me over to an empty booth. She followed us over with a big grin and said, "Well, I'm fine as frog's hair, sugar. Who do we have here?"
"This is Paxton Summers. He bought the bakery from Mr. Myers."
"Oh, fantastic!" she exclaimed. "Do you make pies, honey? Because our pie case has been empty ever since Mr. Myers retired. He made all the pies for the diner, and, well, I tried, but a baker I'm not, and neither is Phil."
"Phil is Mary Belle's husband, and he makes the best burgers in the state, as well as a meatloaf that's to die for. Tell me this is Meatloaf Day, Mary Belle, and make my day," he said with a grin. "Sorry, hon. Today's chili day. Although we do have plenty of corn chips and cheese if you want me to put it together for you. I know you love a good Frito pie." She stood there with a pad and pen waiting. "Oh, Paxton, I'm so sorry. How rude of me. Let me grab you a menu. I forgot that not everyone has the darn thing memorized." "No, that's okay. The sheriff here mentioned burgers, and I'm sold. I don't need a menu. Just a good burger and some French fries will be perfect. And yes, I do make pies, so how about if I drop back by later today so we don't bore the good sheriff while we talk business? And we can figure out how to fill your pie case over there?" I smiled at her, thrilled that she'd asked me. I was loving the small town vibe and felt more positive about my choice with each person I met. "Sounds great to me. Now, let me go get y'all something to eat. We can't have a couple of strong men like you wasting away to nothing," she said as she hurried off to the kitchen. She was really nice, but so far everyone I've met has been. I'm really happy with my choice to move here, although there are some things about being in a small town that will take some adjustments. "Good. I'm glad you like it so far. It's a great little town, and the people here care about each other. I know I've never regretted moving here. What kind of adjustments do you see having to make?"
he asked me, and he really seemed interested in my answer. I couldn't help but compare his genuine interest in my thoughts to Stefan's eye-rolling feigned tolerance. Yep, I was feeling pretty good about this town. Little things like I needed to order supplies to get started and found out the supply company only comes to town once a week, so I have to make a trip over to Copper Springs to pick them up myself because I missed the window. I'll have to be very meticulous about my planning and ordering since I can't get next-day orders.
"Will they fit in your car?"
he asked. "I'm not sure. I'm hoping so, but it'll be tight. I was thinking of doing an open house for the businesses on Main Street. Nothing big, just bite-sized samples so people could see what I sell, but I won't be able to if everything won't fit."
Well, my cousin and I are heading over to Copper Springs tomorrow to take care of some stuff. I could pick it up for you if you want me to. I'll be taking my truck, so your order should fit fine.
Oh, Chase, I couldn't ask you to do that. Although, honestly, it would make my life so much easier. If he picked up my order, I could get everything else ready for the open house, and it would save me so much time.
Really? It wouldn't be any trouble at all. Coda, that's my cousin, and I are going to have lunch with an old family friend. Then we'll be headed right back. Let me do this for you,
he said with sincerity, as if I'd be doing him a favor by letting him do this for me. If you're sure, it would be a big help to me if you could, I said. I'll give you the supplier's information when we get back to my shop.
Chapter 7. Chase. When Paxton agreed to let me pick up his supplies, my line practically purred. Apparently doing things for our mate made him very happy. I thought about that for a minute. Our mate. It seemed crazy, but it felt right. Honestly, I had to admit, if Pax was our mate, I wasn't the least bit disappointed. He was breathtaking. I had a list of what I wanted in a man, and he basically checked all my boxes. Shorter than me? Check. Beautiful eyes? Check. Smart? Check. Caring? Check. Independent? Check. We talked while we waited for our food. I learned about his family. He was an only child, and his mother was a single parent who was less than maternal. His father wasn't a part of his life, but he'd had more than one stepfather. His mother seemed to think the best way to support herself and her child was to find a man who would take care of her. He and everyone else had realized he was gay at a young age, and his mother didn't really care one way or another. I wasn't sure how I felt about that. My mother had been maternal, but had let my father send me away. I wasn't sure what was worse, having a mother who didn't really care, or having a mother who cared conditionally. I guess neither one of us had hit the jackpot in the parent department. We finished up our lunch and walked back to his shop. He kept stealing glances at me on the way back, and I could tell he was interested. However, that didn't mean he knew I was his mate.
Becky seems really nice. Thanks for sending her to my shop.
I knew it had been sitting empty for a while, so it was bound to need a good cleaning. I figured you had other things to worry about. I tried to read his expression. I hoped I hadn't overstepped. It made sense at the time, but now I realized it might appear a little strange for someone you just met that day to send someone over to clean for you. It was natural for me to anticipate his needs and meet them, but of course, he didn't know that. I didn't even know how much he knew about shifters in general, much less about mates.
I do. I was actually thinking I'd need to get someone, but I had no idea who to call, so it was really nice. Thanks.
Good. All I wanted was to help. Becky hasn't been with me long, but she does a good job. Cleaning and organizing is kind of her thing. I wondered how much to say. The fact Becky was a shifter wasn't a secret at all, but I didn't know if Pax knew.
Well, I'm glad it's her thing because it sure isn't mine. I just want to bake,
he said with a laugh. It's something that comes naturally to squirrel shifters. They need to organize and put everything where it belongs. They're also notoriously easily distracted, so it's a little bit of a dichotomy. I chuckled, remembering the first day after Becky came to live with us. You should have seen her face the first time she saw my house. It had only been me, my cousin Dakota, and the twins living there for a while. None of us are particularly great at housekeeping. Not that we were complete slobs or anything. We managed to keep it reasonably clean, but organized it was not. She sighed a lot. I grinned as he laughed.
She seems really, energetic.
She is that, and a real find. Our house is so organized, you'd think no one actually lived there, and I still don't know how she did it. Everything was so chaotic while she was working, and then it was just perfect.
You know, We had a squirrel shifter in my class at culinary school, and she was the same way. While she was working, her workstation was a disaster. But when she finished, what she made was always wonderful, and her station was cleaner than any of ours. I never understood how she did it,
he said as we got back to his bakery.
I'm going to make a pot of coffee. You want a cup?
I'd love a cup. Coffee did sound good, but the idea of spending time with him sounded even better.
You said your cousin and the twins? Tell me about them,
he said as he prepared the coffee pot. I debated how much information was too much all at once, but his easy acceptance of Becky as a squirrel shifter made me think it was okay to go ahead and tell him everything. Well, the twins are wolf shifters. Grim and Hazard are their names, which is really funny once you get to know them. They're really great guys. They came from an abusive pack and are a little people-shy. They tend to spend a lot of time out in the canyons in their wolf forms. When I found them, they were in pretty bad shape. They'd had a run-in with a rough group of shifters, and I told them they could stay with me until they got on their feet. That was, I don't know, maybe 3 years ago. They can't leave now. I got attached to the scroungy dogs.
Scroungy dogs, huh?
He grinned.
Sounds a little like a family. Or in your case, a pack, I guess.
No, we aren't a pack. To be a pack, you have to have an alpha in place and register with the Shifter Council. We're more like a ragtag group that somehow became a family of sorts. I took a drink of my coffee, but could feel the question he wanted to ask in the air between us. I wanted to tell him, but I wanted to make sure he was ready to know before I did. Squirrel shifters were one thing. They were cute and fluffy and harmless. I wasn't cute, or fluffy, or harmless. I was a mountain lion. I was dangerous, and the last thing I wanted to do was scare him away. I felt my lion lay down and curl up to make himself smaller, like he could somehow seem less threatening to our mate that way.
What about your cousin? What did you say his name was? Dakota?
Yeah, he goes by Coda. He's awesome. I can't wait for you to meet him. We've been best friends since we were cubs.
Cubs? So you're what? A bear?
He was so easy to talk to, I'd forgotten to watch what I said. I looked at him to gauge his reaction. He didn't seem at all surprised or alarmed, just slightly curious. And not in the shifter bunny kind of way. Those were the worst. Humans who came to town hoping to sleep with a shifter so they could check that off their bad boy or bad girl checklist. No, he looked genuinely interested. No, not bears, mountain lions. I stopped and waited to give him time to react. He tilted his head to one side and looked at me, studying my face.
Yeah,
he finally said, nodding his head.
I can see it. Mountain lions, cougars, and pumas, they're all basically the same thing, right?
Basically, yes, I confirmed.
Beautiful cats. Strong, too,
he said as his gaze lowered down over my shoulders to my chest and down my arms. He cleared his throat and blushed when he realized what he'd done. I tried not to react, but inside, my lion was a happy cat. He thinks I'm beautiful, he preened. He's never seen you. He was talking about mountain lions in general. I rolled my eyes. My strong alpha lion had turned into a drama queen. I ignored what he said and continued with my story. So, my father was the alpha of our pride.
Hold on. I didn't think mountain lions were actually lions. I thought they were solitary creatures and didn't live in prides,
he said. Actually, mountain lions don't, but shifters do. Remember, we're also half human, so our need for community pushes us to form groups. We call them cabals. Different types of animals have different names for their cabals. Prides, packs, scurries, sloth, parliaments, and so on. We also mate for life, which is different from mountain lions. We believe that fate has a mate for each of us, and once we find them, we're bound to them forever. I'm not sure when, but at some point, I'd reached over and placed my hand over his. I should probably pull back, but he didn't seem to mind, and my lion was very happy with the contact. But anyway, my father was the alpha, and I was supposed to take his place until he decided that a gay alpha wasn't going to work, so he kicked me out. I shrugged and tried to make it sound like it was no big deal, but I obviously failed because he slid over next to me and laid his hand on mine.
Chase, that's horrible. You not only lost your parents, but your family and your future.
I laced our fingers together, and as I looked into his eyes, I could see that he got it. He understood what all I'd lost. I didn't know how, but somehow he did.
Before I came here to Copper Creek, I was a pastry chef in a fancy restaurant. My ex and I opened it together. I'd worked hard for the last few years building that place up. We'd had friends and success, and I'd been written up in more than one food magazine as an up-and-coming pastry chef. Life was exactly the way I thought I always wanted it. Then, one day, I walked in and found him fucking his sous chef in his office. It was like my whole world stopped. He bought me out of our condo and the restaurant, and I left. It wasn't just the relationship I lost, because, in hindsight, it was never that great anyway. It was my future. Everything I'd planned on and worked for was gone in an instant. I wasn't sure who I was or what I wanted anymore. It was like, one minute, the future was clear and bright and everything I'd wanted. And the next, it was blank.
Exactly. I'd known since I was a small boy that I was born to be the alpha of the Concho Pride. Then, all of a sudden, I had no future, no pride, no plan. The day I left, I was feeling so alone. I had a full ride to college, so I had a place to go in the fall, but I was unsure of everything. I had 2.5 months before I could move into the dorms and no idea where I was headed. I walked out to my car, and there was Coda, bags packed and ready to go. I asked him what he thought he was doing, and he said, "Coming with me." He had planned out this epic summer road trip adventure for us, camping in national parks and seeing the country. I'd never been so grateful for anyone in my life. We roomed together throughout college, and when I came here, he came too.
I'm glad you had him,
Paxton said, leaning over and kissing my cheek.
Now, if I'm going to take Maribel pies tomorrow, I need to run down to the grocery store and get some basic supplies and start baking. I'm sure you have sheriffy things to do as well. I've already kept you well past your lunch break.
I glanced at my watch, and to my surprise, hours had passed since I walked over to take him to lunch. Yeah, I didn't realize how late it was. I better get going and finish up some paperwork so I can go home. You have my number if you need me. I stood, and before I had time to talk myself out of it, I pulled him up and into a hug. He felt wonderful against my body. I had tended to keep it friendly, and I mostly managed, only giving in slightly to my lion's need to rub my face in his hair so he'd smell like us. I let him go and gave him a quick kiss, a gentle touch of my lips to his, but nothing had ever felt better. Thanks for listening. I'll see you tomorrow.
Chapter 8. Pax. I sat there for a minute after Chase left, thinking about everything I'd learned today. It was a lot to take in. I honestly wasn't surprised to find out he was a shifter. There was something about the way he moved. The way he carried himself seemed more than human. I was surprised to find out he was a mountain lion. I'm not sure why. Once he told me, I could totally see it. There was confidence in his stride, and he moved so quietly. It was a little like being stalked. Not that I minded a little harmless stalking, I thought, laughing to myself, especially if that stalking came with more kisses. I touched my lips where he lightly grazed them with his and could still feel the tingle. I didn't know much about shifters, but I knew that whatever was going on with me and Chase wasn't normal. Well, not normal for me anyway. It was like him kissing me goodbye was perfectly natural, something he did every day. I'd only known him a couple days, so how could that be? Shifters had existed for a long time, but had only made themselves known to the world when my grandfather was young. In that time, there had been many stories written about shifters, both good and bad. stories that portrayed them as monsters as well as superheroes. I'd also heard about shifters having fated mates, but I wasn't a shifter. Not that I didn't know people who hooked up with shifters, I did. There was even a subset of the population that only hooked up with shifters. I'd always thought the stories about a shifter finding out his mate was a human, losing control of his beast, kidnapping him, and whisking him off to his evil shifter lair to keep him for himself forever was more anti-shifter propaganda. But now, I wondered if there was possibly any truth to the story. Not that I thought Chase had an evil lair, but the shifter mate being a human part. I remembered the way he looked at me when he told me that he believed shifters had fated mates. The way he reached for my hand without even realizing it as he told me about them. He was extremely attentive, almost possessive, and I'd felt a strong connection to him immediately upon meeting him. But that led to questions of, how did mates work? Was I being ridiculous and jumping the gun to think that a strong shifter like Chase would even consider me for a mate? If mates were fated, did Chase have any say? If he didn't have any say in it, was he disappointed in who his mate was? Did I even want to be with someone who had no choice? Considering the fact that we had to coexist, humans were poorly educated where shifters were concerned. We knew the basics, such as it wasn't like werewolves from the old legends where you could be bitten and turn into one. You had to be born a shifter. We knew there was some kind of magic involved, and that was why they were able to shift so quickly. As a child, I'd been obsessed with how it all worked. How they changed into the animal, if the human was still there, and how the human kept their clothes on. It had always seemed to me they should bust out of them until someone explained to me that it was magic, not physics, that allowed it to happen. I was realizing now, though, that wasn't anywhere near all I needed to know. I grabbed my wallet to go to the local market and get what I needed to make a couple of pies for Maribel. Having them in her diner would be really great for my business, so I wanted to impress her. The market was close, so I decided to walk. As I walked by the small shops, it occurred to me that I didn't have to be in a hurry. I had plenty of time, so I could stop in and meet some of my neighbors. I went into an antique store first. I'd always loved antiques, and this place was fantastic. Books and lamps lined the back wall. To the left, there were dishes and knickknacks of all kinds. The front, on the right-hand side, was filled with the most amazing furniture. There was a mix of antiques in their original conditions and pieces that had obviously been refinished. I wandered through that part, admiring the craftiness of the person who'd redone the furniture.
"Hello there,"
a voice said from somewhere near the back. I couldn't see them, but they sounded friendly. "Hello," I called back as a large man came through a door that led to the back of the shop. He had a red shop rag in his hands and was cleaning something that looked like blue paint off of them as he walked toward me. "Oh, I didn't mean to interrupt your work. My name is Paxton Summer. I just bought the bakery a couple shops down and I stopped in to say hi."
"Oh, well, nice to meet you. My name is Crone, Edward Crone, but most people just call me Crone. Are you opening soon? I sure have missed Mr. Miser's donut since he left, and there isn't a single place in town to buy a wedding cake. My neighbor Tony's daughter is getting married in a couple of months, and she's been fretting something awful about where she's going to get the cake. I told her the wedding ain't for 2 months, so she had plenty of time, and she looked at me like I was crazy. So obviously it's more urgent, it seems to me."
He reached out his hand to shake, and then noticed he still had blue paint on it. He quickly dropped his hand and apologized. "No need to apologize. Just don't be surprised if I do the same thing when you come into the bakery, but with flour instead of paint," I said with a laugh. "So, did you refinish all this furniture yourself?"
"I did. Some people like to keep the antiques original, and I do as long as they're in good enough shape, but the ones that need a bit of an overhaul deserve to look their best, so someone will buy them, even if that does lower the value."
"I absolutely agree. Your stuff is beautiful. I'm staying in the apartment over the bakery right now, but once I get settled into a house, I'll for sure be in to buy some things."
"Sounds great. I need to get back to the dress I was working on before it dries. You can look around, and if you need anything, let me know. Otherwise, it was nice to meet you, Paxton."
I wandered around looking at various old items. Some I thought were fairly valuable, and others were borderline junk. I walked past a jewelry case and spotted a very unique bracelet. It was lying upside down, so I couldn't see the top, but it had old snaps on the back and it looked worn. I felt oddly drawn to it for some reason and wanted to see more. "Hey, Crone, I want to take a look at a bracelet in your case. Can you come up when you reach a good stopping point?" I called back.
"You just go on around the counter and grab it yourself, Paxton," he called back. "I'll be up in a sec."
I shook my head, amazed at the idea that a shop owner would allow a virtual stranger to walk behind the counter like that. But I guess that was the difference between small towns and the city. I walked around the counter and slid it open, reaching in. I picked up the bracelet and pulled it out. I felt the same sense of connection to the bracelet that I had felt to Chase, so I wasn't surprised in the least when I turned it over to find a large paw print stamped in the leather. There was no price tag, but I knew it didn't matter. I had to have the bracelet. It felt old but solid as I wrapped it around my wrist and snapped it in place. It fit perfectly, like it was made to be on my wrist. I was standing there looking at the bracelet when I heard Crone clear his throat.
"That's a very special bracelet. Want to hear the story?"
I wasn't sure if he was crafting a story to be able to up the price or if what I was about to hear was true, but I wanted to hear it either way. I nodded yes and ran my finger over the paw print.
"So, the story goes that there was a group of settlers heading west, and as they went through the canyons here, they ran into some weather and had to hunker down for a few days. While they were waiting to move on, the daughter of the family met and fell instantly in love with what people thought was a Comanche chief who lived out in the canyons. Of course, now we know it wasn't no Comanche. It was a mountain lion shifter. There have been mountain lion shifters in these parts for generations, you know."
I doubted he really wanted an answer, so I just nodded and he continued.
"So she ran off into the canyons with a mountain lion and no one could find her. Eventually, the family gave up and moved on, but they put out a reward for anyone who could find her and bring her to them in California. Years passed, and everyone forgot about the young girl until one day, a ne'er-do-well named Zachariah came into town saying he'd seen her out in the canyons. Now, this was before people knew about shifters, you know, and they believed she'd been taken captive by the Comanches. Anyway, this young man, he sent a telegram all the way to California and asked if the reward is still good. He gets a telegram back saying yes, it was still good, so he goes after the girl, who was a woman by now. According to his version of the story, he slipped up on them during the night and grabbed the girl, rescuing her from her captors. Her version was a little different. According to her, he waited until her husband went off to hunt and kidnapped her. Why, she didn't want no rescuing at all. She was wearing nothing but sleep clothes and that bracelet when he brought her to town. She was kicking and fighting and screaming like a banshee, calling out for her husband. Most people thought he ought to leave her because he wasn't all that well-liked. But rescuing women from the Comanches, whether they wanted rescuing or not, was just what people did back then. Anyway, he brought her to the local sheriff to hold until the family could get here. She kept insisting that she didn't want to be rescued and to let her go back to her pride. That's what she called it, a pride, not a tribe. Once she calmed down, they took her over to the local boarding house so she could bathe. The woman who owned the boarding house gave her some clean clothes and took her dirty ones to wash. The woman said the girl didn't want to take off the bracelet, but she assured her she'd keep it safe for her. She finally relented and gave it over. The rest of the story is a little less clear. Supposedly, the people in the boarding house heard noises. Some kind of animal walking around the house, a woman screaming. That's what they say a cougar sounds like, you know, a woman screaming.
He looked at me questioningly. "No," I said, enthralled. "I didn't know that." He nodded his head as if confirming what he said and then continued.
So the man who'd taken the woman decided to go out and investigate. They heard a man scream and a growl that was so loud and fierce it shook the whole house. Next, a window shattered and everyone ran to the bathing room to find it empty. She'd escaped out the window. They grabbed their guns and headed out back to see what all the ruckus was about. All they found was Zachariah's mauled body and a bunch of paw prints that looked like that one there on that bracelet she left behind. Nobody ever saw her again, and for sure 'twa'n't nobody going to look for her.
So it belonged to the wife of a mountain lion shifter then? I asked.
Not just a mountain lion shifter, the alpha of the pride. Since he came for her that way, she was undoubtedly his mate, not just his wife. You'd have to be a fool to take a mountain lion's mate. That would be suicide.
I looked down at my wrist and the bracelet that I was sure belonged there. Mate of an alpha mountain lion shifter, huh? I said quietly.
You already smell like him, you know,
he asked, shocking me. I what? I asked. Surely he didn't mean what I thought he meant.
Like the sheriff. I can smell him on you. Not in a you smell bad kind of way, but in you have a smell like you're wearing his clothes or something kind of way. That happens with mates, you know. You'll take on his smell so people will know you're his.
Oh, okay. How much for the bracelet? I asked, not sure what to say. How could some guy I just met know that Chase and I were mates when I wasn't even sure that was what was going on? All from a smell? That made no sense to me at all.
No charge. I think you have more claim to it than I do.
He smiled. No, I couldn't just take it.
How about a couple of free donuts on opening day then?
He asked. How about free donuts for a month after I open? Once again, I was negotiating to pay more. What was with these people?
Deal.
Chapter 9. Chase.
I pulled into the driveway of my house and felt my soul settle. I'd been so wound up trying to decide what to do about Paxton and how to deal with a human mate, I hadn't taken time to just be. It had taken some negotiation with my lion before he was okay with me getting this far away from Paxton. But once he understood that we were going back, once we had a plan for how to make him ours, he calmed. I was pretty sure the calm would be short-lived, but I was going to enjoy it while it lasted. I grabbed my duffel out of the front seat and headed inside. I heard voices coming from the kitchen and smiled as I realized how much I'd missed these guys over the last few days. Grim and Hazard frequently went off on their own out into the canyon, but they rarely stayed gone more than a day or two. With them being gone and then me not coming home, it had been almost a week since I'd seen them. Coda, on the other hand, had been gone for work for almost a week, and I was really glad to have him back. I needed to talk to everyone about Paxton and let them know what was going on. I knew they'd be thrilled for me to have found my mate, but I wasn't sure how they'd feel about him being a human. I stood in the doorway for a minute and watched them. Grim was quiet as usual, and Hazard was harassing Becky in a good-natured way. Coda was laughing at them and occasionally throwing out a barb of his own, usually directed at Haz. "Hey guys, what's up?" I asked as I walked over to see what was cooking on the stove.
"What's up?" he says,
Becky said, rolling her eyes.
"I'm pretty sure you're the one with the story to tell."
Maybe, but maybe I wanted to ease into that. You know, kind of slip it into conversation instead of being put on the spot.
"This is big news, you big galoot. I found my mate is the kind of information you call a family meeting for, not the kind of thing you slip into conversation."
She gasped and covered her mouth. See, I didn't have to call a family meeting or anything. I just had to wait for you to tell them. Now, what's for dinner? I looked up to find Grim and Haz open-mouthed and staring at me. Coda was grinning from ear to ear.
"Really, Chase? How did you find him? What's he like? Where is he asked, looking around like I was hiding a mate in the corner behind a potted plant or something. He isn't here. It's complicated, I said with a sigh and sat down on a bar stool next to Grim. No one expected to find their mate only for their mate to have no idea what that meant. He's human. I held my breath and waited, wondering what the reaction would be. So? Haz asked from over in the corner. He didn't talk much. He had a rough time of things before he came here. His father had sold him to an alpha of another cabal to be used as his plaything. The alpha was supposedly cruel, and while he preferred young males, intended to marry a female so he could have an heir and to make himself look strong as an alpha. In other words, he was living the life my father had wanted for me. Alpha of a pride, wife at home, man on the side. Just thinking about it made me sick. Haz had refused and had been beaten severely. Grim had helped him escape, which made them both persona non grata in their old pack. I thought back to the first time I'd met the twins. I'd made a rare trip into the city to go to a gay club that night. I'd parked my truck in the lot a couple of blocks down and walked toward the club. I'd passed an entrance to an alley and could hear voices and smell their fear. I'd known I should just keep walking. Whatever was going on down there was none of my business. But then I heard a voice yell, "He doesn't want to go with you. I won't let you take him." And I knew I couldn't walk on by. I'd looked down the dark alley, and once my cat-like eyes had a chance to adjust, I could see 3 large wolves lurking over a smaller wolf. He was standing over a figure huddled on the ground. I'd assumed the smaller wolf was the one who'd spoken, and had then shifted to protect his friend. I didn't know for sure what was going on, but my instincts had told me the 3 larger wolves meant the other 2 harm, and I'd felt the urge to protect the 2 smaller ones. If they hadn't been so focused on the smaller 2, the 3 larger wolves would have already scented me. So I'd needed to move quickly. I'd closed my eyes, picturing my lion. He was already pacing, ready to jump in and protect the 2 young men. I'd taken a deep breath and let the spirit of the cat move through me. I'd felt the power of the mountain lion sweep over me. And then I was no longer a man. I was animal. I'd stretched, loving the feel of my lion. Power rushed through me as I'd slowly moved toward them. I'd known the second the 3 large wolves had realized that not only were they not alone in the alley with the young men, but they were no longer the predator. They'd become the prey. I'd licked my lips in anticipation, then let out a growl that had caused them to take a few steps back. I'd moved between the 2 groups. I'd snarled a warning at the wolves to get out of there, giving them a chance to save themselves. 2 of them had gotten the message, but one of them had stupidly held his ground. I'd growled at him and moved forward. He'd growled back and lowered his haunches, preparing to launch himself at me. Damn it. I hadn't gone there that night for a fight, but it had been a long time since my lion had had a good fight, and part of me had been thrilled he hadn't backed down. I'd braced for the attack, my body vibrating with anticipation. He jumped and I'd snarled, swiping my paw at him, making contact and knocking him away. He'd slid across the ground and came to a stop about 10 feet away. He'd stood back up, howled, and rushed back at me, teeth bared. I'd leaped at him and took him down. We tumbled across the alley, biting and clawing as we rolled. He'd gotten in a couple of good bites, but nothing too damaging before I'd extended my claws and swiped at him, flaying his side open. He backed away from me, eyes never leaving me as I slowly moved toward him. He dropped the front of his body to the ground and tilted his head to the side, showing me his neck. Well, shit. That hadn't lasted long. I'd shifted back, ordered the 2 cowardly wolves to come out of hiding, and then commanded all of them to shift. They'd been a ragtag-looking bunch. The 2 on their feet looking terrified, and the injured one curled up in a ball on the ground. Take your friend to your home, and don't let me see you again, I'd told them. As soon as they were out of sight,
I turned to the two younger men. The wolf had stood, prepared to fight me, to protect his friend if necessary. I'd moved toward them, and he growled. He wouldn't have stood a chance against those three larger wolves, and he hadn't stood a chance against me. But I'd had to commend him for his bravery. He'd been prepared to protect his friend, even if it meant his death. You can stand down, Wolf. I won't hurt you or your friend. Why don't you shift and tell me what that was about?
It's okay, Grim. He's a good guy. I can smell it,
the other young man had said, sitting up and cradling his arm to his middle. His lip had been bleeding, and I'd seen the beginnings of new bruises starting. But I'd also seen that he was already covered in older bruises that had barely healed. I'd smiled at him, and he'd started to smile back, but then he'd winced as the tilt of his lip had pulled at the cut. The wolf had whined and licked his friend, then shifted. Once I'd seen both men, I'd realized they weren't friends, but were related. Brothers, probably. Maybe even twins. Either way, they've both been beautiful. He'd hurried to his brother and begun to apologize.
I'm so sorry, Haz. I wasn't paying attention. I got distracted.
He'd practically sobbed.
It's okay, Grim. You saved me. That's what matters.
Well, I didn't really save you,
he'd said, nodding toward me.
Of course you did. If you hadn't been here, they would have taken me, no question.
I'd taken the boys back to my house and fed them while they'd told me how their parents had sold Hazard, and how when he'd refused to go, he'd been beaten. Grim had gotten them both out of there, and they'd been doing odd jobs and traveling ever since. Those three wolves had been from the pack that had bought Hazard. They'd tracked him there somehow. Coda and I had given them shelter, food, clothes, and a place to call home. They were our brothers now, and I was so grateful I didn't walk on by the alley that day. I shook my head, bringing my thoughts back to the present. Because Hazard didn't say much, when he did talk, we tended to listen. My mate was human, and, as Haz had said, so. Hazard, you're a genius.
Me? What did I say? I mean, so your mate's a human. So what? Humans aren't half bad. Well, some humans anyway. Not those idiots on the news all the time. You know, the Association for the Segregation of Shifters people. They're assholes. But most of the humans around here are okay. The point is, if fate says he's your mate, then go get him.
He shrugged and looked around the table at everyone as they stared back at him.
Well, am I right?
He asked. Yeah, Haz, you're right, I said. So, Coda, I need to go to Copper Springs tomorrow and pick up a load of supplies for Paxton. That's his name, Paxton Summers. I thought maybe you could go with me. Char gave me the name of someone over there who might know how things work with shifter-human matings, and I want to go talk to her.
You called Char?
I nodded, and he grinned.
Good. How's she doing?
I told him what all she'd said and caught him up with what was going on in the Concho Pride. So what do you say? Want to come along?
Oh, yeah. I wouldn't miss this for the world.
Chapter 10. Paxton. Early the next morning, Becky showed up ready to clean the bakery. We chatted for a few minutes in which she probably told me how amazing a guy Chase was 6 times. I told her I needed to organize the kitchen as she cleaned, and we sketched out a rough plan. We got to work and fell into a really nice natural rhythm. I emptied the shelves and placed everything on the table in the center. She washed everything, and as it was ready to go back, she placed it on the table by the wall. I wiped down the shelves and then labeled each one with what would go where. I loved labels. Once I had everything organized, I started putting things back. I asked Becky a few questions about shifters and how being in a group worked. Each group of shifters is called a cabal, she explained. Each cabal has its own setup, but all have an alpha, or a person in charge.
Different shifter breeds have different names for their cabals, like lions are called prides and wolves have packs.
What do squirrels have? I asked, as I put away the last of the baking dishes.
Most squirrels have a scurry, she said, and I could hear the sadness in her voice.
What happened? I asked.
You don't have to tell me, but if you want to talk about it, I'm more than happy to listen. It's my fault, she said with a resigned sigh. I got mixed up with the wrong crowd and refused to be a part of the scurry. I stayed in town and didn't go home. My scurry's business is financial planning. You know us squirrels are really good at storing things away for a rainy day. But anyway, I got distracted by a man, of course. She rolled her eyes. So my family owned land outside of town, a pretty decent bit, but they decided they wanted to sell and move on. I didn't want to go. They told me I had to. Ugly words were said by everyone, and I stayed. They moved on without me. I could probably go now, but I'd never live it down. They aren't exactly forgiving. I mean, they'd take me in, but they'd also make me feel like they were doing me a favor, you know?
I nodded that yes, I did indeed know, and she continued.
So, of course, things didn't work out with the asshole, and I was stranded here with no place to go. Chase took me in, and I love working for him. The guys are a hoot, and they don't scare me too much.
They don't scare you too much?
What do you mean? Well, they're wolves and mountain lions, and I'm a squirrel. I'm kind of their prey, you know? But Grim always tells me to relax, 'cause squirrels taste like shit anyway, she said with a laugh.
Oh, well, I'm glad you aren't worried about your family eating you, I said.
Yeah, that would pretty much suck. I noticed you almost called Chase Alpha twice but caught yourself. What's with that?
I couldn't help but ask. I was trying to figure out the dynamics of this pseudo-family.
Well, he is. He just won't admit it. He takes care of us. He protects us. He rescued me and Grim and Hazard. He has some mental block that makes him think he won't be a good alpha.
That makes no sense. I'm not a shifter, and even I can see what a great alpha he'd be.
Coda says it stems from how they left their old pride, but we all wish he'd decide he wants to be an official clan and register and everything. There are a lot of shifters here in town who have been waiting for him to be ready.
We finished up the kitchen as we talked, and by the time we were done, almost half the day was gone. I need to run the pies down to the diner before the lunch rush. How about if I bring back lunch, and we can take a break when I get back? I suggested.
Sounds great. I'll get to work on the front while you're gone.
I grabbed the 2 pies I'd made last night, one an apple pie and one a chocolate cream pie, and headed down to the diner. I arrived and Maribel greeted me like an old friend, and oddly enough, it felt like she was. I was coming to love this town and its people much quicker than I would have expected. I wondered if that had to do with the mate thing. This was Chase's home, so it felt like my home. I decided I wasn't going to learn anything without asking, so I invited Maribel to sit down in a back booth and eat pie with me. She got us coffee, grabbed us plates and silverware, and we dug in. I have a couple of questions to ask you if you don't mind, I said, taking a bite of apple pie. Oh, man, this one turned out great, I said, savoring the explosion of flavors in my mouth. She took a bite and hummed in agreement.
There's something in there that I haven't tasted in apple pies before, but it's wonderful. What is it?
I'll tell you, but you have to keep it a secret, I said, leaning in conspiratorially. It's mace.
Mace? Really?
She took another bite and then nodded her head.
Okay, yeah. I never would have thought to do it, but it's delicious. Now, what are your questions?
I'm kind of embarrassed to have to ask you these questions, but I don't know who else to ask.
Sweetie, you don't need to be embarrassed at all. You're a human after all. You weren't raised knowing how shifters work. So if you don't ask, how are you supposed to know?
I smiled at her and shook my head. How did you know my questions were about shifters?
Sugar, there wasn't a soul in this diner yesterday who could miss the looks you and our sexy sheriff were sharing. Not to mention the pheromones that were rolling off the 2 of you in waves. Trust me, any shifter who caught a whiff of you two could tell what was up. I blushed. I didn't realize that about the smell, I mean. Nothing to be ashamed of. You don't need to apologize for wanting what you want. I don't know how things work with a human and shifter. I realized how that sounded and rolled my eyes. I know how they work physically, I mean. I assume I know how they work. It should be just like with anyone else, right? I took a deep breath and let it out. What I mean is, how does a relationship work between a shifter and a human? I think he believes I'm his mate, and if I'm his mate, what does that mean exactly? Does that mean he has to be with me whether he wants to or not? Because if that's what it means, I'll pack up and leave right now before it goes that far. I don't want to be with someone who had no choice. And if I'm his mate and I leave, what will that mean? Does that mean he can't find another mate? Or if I go, can he just... Sugar, she said calmly, stopping my word spewing. Let's start with whether or not he has a choice. Sugar, we all always have a choice. But here's the thing. He does want you. Have you seen the way he looks at you? Like you're the most precious thing he's ever seen. Do you know why? I shook my head no. Because you're perfect for him. That's what happens with true fated mates. Fate doesn't get it wrong, sweetie. If he wasn't going to like you or want you, fate wouldn't have sent you to him. Did you like him immediately? Like, in a way that made no sense like him? Like, you didn't want him to leave even if all he did was stay close enough so you could feel his presence? Yeah, it was weird. That first night when I saw him, I wanted to curl up in his lap and let him wrap himself around me. But I thought that was stupid because I didn't even know him. But you see, that's where you're wrong. Your head didn't know him, but your soul does. Have you ever heard the old Greek myth about soulmates? The ancient Greeks believed that humans originally had 4 arms and legs, basically 2 people in one being. But people did as people do and got arrogant and power-hungry, so the gods split the people into 2. And now we're born missing half of ourselves and spend our whole lives searching for that other half. Now, I don't know if the Greeks had it exactly right or not, but what I do know is your soul has been searching for your whole life, and while it may take you a while, your soul recognized his and belonged to him right from the start. It did, didn't it? I agreed, knowing she was right. I'd never really believed in love at first sight. I always thought you needed time to get to know the person, but somehow, without hardly knowing a thing about Chase, I knew I belonged to him and he belonged to me. But how does the mating thing work? Is there like a ceremony or something? Is it like a marriage or what? Does it work the same with a shifter and human as with 2 shifters? Do you even know any shifters who mated with humans? Will that even work? Maribel shook her head and laughed. You got your worry knob turned up on high now, don't you? Yes, I know a shifter who mated with a human. My mama and daddy. My daddy is a human, and my mama is a bear shifter. But they knew they belonged together the first time they laid eyes on each other. There are a lot of benefits, you know. They don't live here no more. They moved off to hill country. But my daddy, he's almost 80, and he looks no older than Phil over there and as fit as a fiddle. You see, shifters live longer than humans, and when you mate with a shifter, you get a little of that yourself. Aging seems to kind of stall at around 40 or so and then slows to a crawl. So a shifter and a human can have a baby then? I asked, intrigued by the whole thing. Well, here I'm proof that my mama and daddy could, but not you and the sheriff. Shifters are different, but not that different, she said, laughing. I didn't mean us, I laughed. I just meant in general. Now, as far as how it happens, that's a question better asked to your sheriff. But just know it don't happen in no public ceremony. Oh, I said as I felt my face flush. I understand. Yeah, sugar, I see you do.
Chapter 11. Chase.
We got an early start the next morning, leaving before dawn. I wanted to get over to Copper Springs, meet with the seer, get packs of supplies, and get back home. We hadn't been on the road long before Coda brought up something I knew I was going to have to think about, but had been trying to ignore.
So, if your line's right and Paxton is your mate...
A growl escaped my throat at the suggestion that there was even a chance he wasn't.
Okay,
he said, putting up his hands in surrender.
Sorry, big guy. Since Paxton is your mate, you need to think about what comes next. Do you really think that he'll be safe as an Alpha Shifter's mate, but not part of a clan? Alpha of an organized cabal or not, Chase, all someone has to do is get within 25 feet of you, and it's obvious you're an Alpha.
I know. I just don't know. I'm not sure it's a good idea. Now my line was restless, worrying if Paxton was safe because we left him. Calm down, Wesa. He's safe. He's at home and waiting for us to bring him his supplies. We haven't claimed him yet, so no one will even know to target him. He's safe. He settled a little at the reminder that we were doing this as a favor for our mate. I have to claim him as my mate first, I told Coda. So let's see what the seer has to say, and then we'll decide what happens next.
Sounds good. So, he's a baker, huh? I hope he's good. It'd be nice to have someone to make sweets. I wonder if I can get my mother to send me her Italian cream cake recipe.
Coda, I didn't find my mate just so he could bake you cakes.
Hey, you'll be getting plenty of benefits from having a mate.
He wagged his eyebrows suggestively.
Don't see any reason the rest of us can't get some too.
I shook my head at him. He was ridiculous sometimes. Have you spoken to your mother lately? I asked.
It's been a couple weeks, but things seem to be going okay. Same old, same old. Why? Did Charisse give you the impression something was wrong?
He asked, immediately on alert. No, nothing like that. She said my father was concerned because more and more young people were leaving the Pride, and he was trying to form alliances with some other prides. That isn't news, though. We knew that. I just always think it's so weird that your parents were okay with you leaving like that. I always worry they'll decide they should have cut you off as well.
My parents ain't like yours, Chase. They understand why I left, and they support my decision. We're good. You don't have to worry about me,
Coda assured me. I'd never understood why his parents let him leave with me. He was set to be a strong beta in the Concho Pride. He'd have had respect and loyalty from those under him. Instead, he'd left with me. He'd worked hard and got a degree in private security management, and he ran a small security company installing home systems in the area and consulting for larger firms in the cities. He'd made a small fortune doing it, but money wasn't the point. Making money was something shifters excelled at, but I worried. He seemed perfectly happy with what he was doing, but I knew he was destined for much bigger things. He was born to be a Pax Beta. Part of me wanted that for him, and part of me was terrified he'd go. He can't go, my lion insisted. He's our beta. I sighed, knowing he was right. Unfortunately, I didn't see any way of making it official without putting him and everyone else in danger. We turned down a small dirt road and followed it to the end where an old farmhouse sat. I'd never met Delphia in person. I'd heard of her, though. She was a well-known and trusted seer. No one knew how old she was or where she came from, but she had knowledge of the Ancient Ones and had consulted with the Shifter Council on more than one occasion in the past. As we got out of the car, a tiny woman with long hair came out of the front door carrying a tray with some kind of drink and 3 glasses. She set the tray down on a wicker table and turned to greet us.
Well, look who we have here. It's the Copper Creek Alpha who isn't Alpha, and his beta in waiting. I was expecting you.
Ms. Delphia, it's nice to meet you, I said, walking up the steps of the porch. We didn't mean to put you out. I hope you didn't go to any trouble.
No, it's just a little lemonade, no trouble at all. I'm glad to see you came. It's good you aren't as stubborn as your father. He doesn't think he needs to seek the wisdom of the wise ones."
I chuckled. He believes he's wise enough without any assistance.
"Yes, he does. He's wrong, though, or he wouldn't have allowed such a powerful alpha to leave. If he'd consulted me, I could have told him the folly of his decision. You, however, are the wise one, because you know when you need counsel. Now, how can I help you?"
She asked, pouring 3 glasses and handing each of us one. "My lion believes he's found his mate," I began.
"Yes, the baker,"
she said with a nod. "He's human," I pointed out.
"So?"
she said with a shrug, and Coda tried unsuccessfully to stifle a laugh.
"Your mate being a human is the least of your worries, young Alpha. You have bad things coming from the east and the west. The shifter world on one side and the human on the other. You can't protect what's yours unless you claim it and take your rightful place. You have more of your people behind you than you know, and more enemies than you're aware of."
"I'm not sure what you mean, and I don't know what to do," I said. "I came here to understand the situation with Pax, not to get some vague premonition. I wanted her to tell me what to do about my mate."
"You will understand what I mean when the time is right. But you do know what to do. You've always known. It's time to put away silly ideas about whether or not you should be an alpha and accept that it was never up to you. Fate has set a path for you. You were born an alpha just as you were born two-spirited. It's who you are. They're both a part of who you were created to be."
"I really came to see you because I don't know much about fated mates, and Paxton being a human complicates things," I insisted.
"You don't know much about fated mates because your people have started to pull away from the ancient ways. But your mountain lion hasn't. He's much more in tune with the ancient ways. And he knows the truth of mates. You'll have to help him understand the human side of your mate, but as far as the actual mating goes, he knows what to do. Trust your animal, Chase, and you'll be fine. Also, talk to your mate. He knows more than you think. He's smart and knows what questions to ask."
"You think Paxton knows about mates?" I asked. I hadn't gotten the feeling from him that he knew much about shifters at all, much less about mates. I wasn't sure if the trip we'd made to see Delphia was a day well spent or if we'd even learned anything at all. She took both our glasses and placed them on the tray. Then she stood and picked it up.
"It was good to see you, Chase. I'm glad you came for a visit."
She smiled at me and shook her head. Then she went in the house and closed the door behind her. I think we've been dismissed," Coda said. "You know, I think we have."
Chapter 12. Paxton. Before I left the diner, Maribel and I made arrangements for me to provide their pies. Then I grabbed lunch for me and Becky and headed back to the bakery. I was distracted as I walked down the sidewalk thinking about everything I'd learned over the last couple of days, pulling bits and pieces of information and putting it together like a puzzle. The more pieces I put in place, the clearer the picture became, and I was convinced Chase and I were mates. But the question was, if that was true, then as a shifter he would have realized that right away. So why didn't he say something? Was I not what he wanted in a mate? Which led to the question of, did I want a mate? And if so, was Chase what I'd want? I laughed. What about Chase wouldn't be what I'd want? He was handsome, sexy, and sweet. I could tell how much he cared for the family he'd created here and how much he cared about the town. I should have been freaked out by the possibility of forever with a man I barely knew. But I wasn't. Well,
Not much, anyway. I felt a sense of rightness about this idea of mates unlike any I'd felt before. I was lost in my thoughts when a chill went through me. The kind my grandmother used to say meant someone walked over your grave. I looked around and saw a group of bikers across the street. They looked like the same ones I'd seen at the biker bar outside of town. I sped up a little, but I could feel their eyes on me as I walked by. The menace rolled off them in waves and made me very uncomfortable. Scared even. I was relieved when the door to the bakery came in sight. I slipped in and locked the door behind me. I turned around and watched through the glass door as they climbed onto their bikes. The engines roared to life and they slowly drove by, glaring at me as they passed. "Becky, come here quick," I shouted. I didn't want to scare her. I was probably overreacting, but I wanted to see if she knew them. "What is it?" she asked, hurrying to the front. "Those guys on the bikes. Do you know who they are?" I asked, pointing down the road where I could still see them. "Yeah, I do. Those are the pieces of crap my ex got mixed up with. They're bad news. They were spouting a bunch of bull about how the shifters in town needed to join with them and they'd take over Copper Creek. Got him all worked up and acting like he was something special, thinking he was going to be some big deal. Did they bother you, Pax? You need to tell Chase if they did. He won't like it at all if they were hassling you." "No, they didn't bother me. Just gave me the creeps. Let's eat lunch." I took our food to one of the tables and Becky grabbed us both a drink. We sat down to eat and I looked around. "Wow, Becky, you got a lot done while I was gone. The front looks amazing. I think I'll actually be able to have the open house on schedule. The whole town is excited, so I think you'll do well. Depending on what time Chase gets back with my supplies, I may be able to get most of the prep work done tonight, and then bake everything in the morning. I'm so excited." "Well, if you need any help, you let me know," Becky said. "I will, thank you. I'll need to hire someone full-time pretty soon, but I'm not ready to do that yet. I need some time to get to know the town and the people first, but for now, I need to get the kitchen ready to start as soon as Chase returns. How much longer do you think you'll be here today?" "Oh, maybe another hour. I got most of the cleaning done, and now I need to put the finishing touches on. You go get your kitchen ready, and I'll let you know before I leave." I went through the swinging doors to the kitchen and pulled out my recipes. I decided what to start on first and got everything in place. I couldn't wait to start baking. Nothing in life relaxed me like baking, but I couldn't get started till Chase arrived with my stuff. I went to the small office in the back and started up the computer. Pulling up my publishing software, I made signs to put up for the open house and printed them. Then I made little placeholder cards with the names and prices of the items I planned to have on opening day and printed those. Finally, I made a cool sign with the bakery logo on it that Mary Belle could put on the pie case at the diner. I was trying to decide if I wanted to start another project or not when I heard someone knocking on the back door. I hopped up and went to the door and opened it to find Chase standing there with a grin on his face.
"Delivery."
I shouldn't touch him, I told myself. Just because I'd decided we were destined to be together forever didn't mean he was on the same page. But when he moved toward me and reached for me, I didn't hesitate. I stepped into his arms and kissed him. It started out as a gentle hello kiss, but quickly morphed into something more when he pulled me closer. I tangled my fingers in his hair and nipped at his lip. He growled low and sexy and licked at my lips with his tongue. I opened my mouth to him and he slid his tongue inside. Our tongues tangled and explored. He dropped one hand to my ass and jerked my body tight against his. I could feel his hard length against me. It was intoxicating to know he wanted me that badly. I'm not sure how far we would have taken it right there in my bakery's kitchen with the back door wide open, because the throat cleared, bringing us both to our senses. Ahem. Guys, I can tell you two are glad to see each other, but maybe we should get the truck unloaded so your perishables aren't sitting out in the sun, a voice said from behind Chase. I dropped my head to his chest, mortified. I'd never been so embarrassed in my life, or as close to losing control. Not that I wanted to take it back. That was the hottest kiss of my life.
"I guess I should introduce you to my cousin,"
Chase said softly. I shook my head no and buried my face in the crook of his arm. He used his finger to lift my chin and smiled.
It's okay. You don't have to be embarrassed. He's been listening to me talk about you all day, so believe me, he isn't at all surprised by what he just saw.
You told him about me? What did you say? I asked curiously.
That I've met the most amazing man on the planet, and I'm so taken with him I can't think.
Really? I asked hopefully.
Yes, really. Now, let's get the truck unloaded so you can get to baking.
He turned to go out to the truck. Chase, I said quietly.
Yes,
he said, stopping and turning back to look at me. The feeling is mutual. I smiled.
Yeah?
He asked, sounding pleased. Yeah. Now, let's unload that truck. We got to work and brought in all the supplies. Do you need help getting everything put away? Becky asked. No, I got it. Thank you for all your help. I never would have gotten everything ready in time without you. It was my pleasure. But since you don't need me anymore, I have things to do at the house. Coda's going to run me home. If you need me to help with anything else, you let me know. I've enjoyed getting to know you, Paxton. She and Coda left, and I turned to look at my kitchen. I couldn't help but smile at the counters covered in baking ingredients. I'm really doing this, I said. I'm really having an open house in my bakery, where I can do things my way. Bake what I want and be open when I want and hire who I want.
Yes, you are. And it's going to be a success. Tate, my deputy, was in the diner when I got back to town, and I stopped by to see if everything was okay. Maribel couldn't stop raving about how good your pies were. I think she has half the town ready to buy a slice as soon as you start making them for her to sell.
I didn't know you had a deputy, I said, as I started to put things away. I'd wondered how he'd managed to police the whole town on his own, but I guess it made sense that he had deputies.
Just one. Tate is smart as a whip. He's young, and this is his first job, but he's eager, and he loves Copper Creek.
Is he a shifter? I asked. I was shocked at the number of shifters there were in town for there not to be an organized group. Or, what did Chase call it? A cabal.
He is. He's a lynx shifter. I think he'll stick around. He likes it here. He was part of a clouder growing up, but he wasn't happy there. They didn't kick him out like my family did, but when they found out he was gay, they made it clear he'd never have opportunities for any kinds of positions of authority in the clouder. He's a natural-born beta like Coda, so he would have been miserable there.
Wow. So both of the town's law enforcement officers are gay. That's kind of unusual, I said. I finished putting away the supplies and started assembling the ingredients for the first item I was baking. Chase took a seat on the stool across the table and watched me.
Not really. I dated his best friend for a while, and that's how he heard about the job and knew he'd be welcome here. What are you making?
Mini scones. I'm going to try to keep everything bite-sized for the open house. You dated his best friend, huh? I felt an irrational surge of jealousy at the thought of Chase with someone else, which was ridiculous since I hadn't just dated Stefan. I'd lived and run a business with him.
Yeah,
he said casually.
A few years ago. We're still friends, but I knew he wasn't my mate, so it couldn't go any further. I was determined to wait until fate sent me my mate to get into a kind of serious relationship.
How did you know he wasn't your mate? I asked. What I really wanted to ask was if he really believed that I was his, and if so, how he knew. He stood and walked around the counter. He turned me to face him, and I stood there like an idiot with a spoon covered in scone ingredients all over it in my hand. He took the spoon away from me and put it in the bowl, pausing to look at the bracelet on my wrist.
What's this?
He asked as he inspected the bracelet. It's a bracelet. I got it at the antique store. The shop owner told me an old legend about the bracelet, and I had to have it. I reached for the strap of leather around my wrist, caressing the imprint of the paw print as I told him about it. It once belonged to a mountain lion shifter's mate, I said, challenging him to tell me I was his.
Really? It looks right on your wrist, like it belongs there.
You'll have to tell me the story sometime, he said as he studied my face. I knew he was trying to decide if he should say it or not. Finally, a look of determination passed over his face.
Have you ever heard someone say they couldn't tell you what love feels like, but that you know it when you feel it? When the real thing hits, you realize all crushes you had in the past were just that, crushes?
I nodded my head.
Well, it's kind of like that. You can't really explain the immediate attraction, the uncomfortable feeling when you aren't near that person, the feeling that you've known them forever, even though you just met them. There's no way to explain without sounding like a fool.
He brushed something, flour probably, off my cheek and smiled at me. I thought I should say something. Let him know that I knew exactly what he meant, or ask him something. But our eyes met, and I was lost in the swirling colors of brown and gold. Such beautiful eyes.
Pax, I just know.
He gently kissed me, and the light touch of his lips to mine was electric.
Don't you? Can't you feel the connection we have?
He asked. Like our souls know each other and have been searching for our entire lives.
Exactly,
he said. And then he turned us so that my lower back was pressed against the counter, and he devoured my mouth. I wrapped one hand around his waist and pulled him harder against me. With the other hand, I gripped his shirt, holding on like I was afraid he'd try to get away. He moaned the sexiest sound I'd ever heard into my mouth, and my cock hardened even more. I released the grip I had on his shirt and started working on its buttons. I wanted it off. I wanted skin, and I wanted it now. I never felt desire like this. It was overwhelming and delicious. He trailed kisses down my jaw to my neck, and tremors of desire rolled through my body. Chase, I groaned. Please, I need you now. I managed to get his shirt off and slid my hands over his bare chest. It was strong and hard and nowhere near enough. My body craved his. I wanted him so badly I ached. I pulled back from him and, grabbing the bottom of my t-shirt, whipped it over my head and pulled his bare chest to mine. The contact eased the ache but increased the desire. Our hands touched and traced and learned the feel of each other as our mouths learned the taste.
Be sure, Pax. You have about 30 seconds to change your mind before I lose control, and I want you to be sure. I won't bite you. I know we aren't ready for that yet, although my lion disagrees, but I will take you, and it won't be gentle. And once I've had you, I won't let you go. Do you understand?
I reached for the button on his jeans and popped it open. I understand, Chase. I want you so much I hurt. I feel like my whole body is on fire, and the only thing that will put it out is you inside of me. I knew he was strong and magnificent, and I knew that up until now he had been holding back with me. I won't break, Chase. I'm strong, and I can handle you. Do you hear me? I was made for you. You don't have to hold back. While a part of me was terrified of what giving myself to him like this might mean, a more determined part knew this was what I'd been waiting for my whole life. I couldn't explain how in just a few days I'd gone from recovering from a horrible heartbreak to desperate for this man to be the center of my world. But here I was, and I wanted all of him. I felt the change in his touch when he let go of that hard-fought control, and a growl tore through his throat as he pushed my pants down and spun me around and bent me over the table. He used one hand to hold me down as he ran the other finger down the crack of my ass between my cheeks. I moaned as his finger brushed my hole, and he chuckled.
You're a needy thing, aren't you?
He released me, using the hand that had held me down to trail down my back and over my ass, but I didn't dare move. Terrified if I did, he'd stop. And if he stopped, I'd die. The need I felt was palpable. He leaned over me, his mouth near my ear.
You look so perfect like this, bent over for me, desperate and ready. You're ready, aren't you, Pax? Ready for me to take you. It won't be easy. I want to take you hard so you feel me for days. I want to paint your insides with my cum and mark you as mine.
A needy moan escaped my throat, and I pushed my ass back at him, needing him to do exactly that.
Shifters can't get human diseases, you know, so there won't be any barriers between us. Just me inside you so deep, you'll think I'm splitting you in two.
I reached blindly over to my baking supplies until I grabbed a bottle of coconut oil I'd planned to use to grease the baking pan. But right now, I needed it to serve a different purpose. I thrust it back at Chase. Now, Chase, please now. I want to feel you inside me. I want you to come inside me, and I want to feel you for days. Please, I begged. He slid an oil-covered finger inside of me and groaned. More, I insisted. I need more.
This isn't what I intended for our first time, but I promise to take my time next time,
he said, as he lined up his cock with my hole and slid in, hard and deep. I gripped the edge of the table and held on. He gripped both my hips with his hands and began to piston in and out of my body. He was right. It felt like I was being split in two. It hurt in the most amazing way. The combination of pleasure and pain was almost overwhelming. I was sure his hands would leave bruises, but I welcomed the marks. I couldn't help but cry out as he slammed into me. Thankfully, my cries only seemed to spur him on. The pleasure was overwhelming. The strength of his thrusts stole my ability to think and filled me with a sense of belonging like nothing I'd ever felt. Mine, he chanted over and over in time with his thrusts. Mine, mine, mine. He reached up with one hand and, twining his fingers in my hair tight enough to hurt, growled, "Tell me, Paxton. Tell me who you belong to." The possession in his voice was like a catalyst, and the strongest orgasm I'd ever experienced moved through my body like an earthquake. And as the shockwaves racked my body, I sobbed. "Yours, Chase. I'm yours. Only yours." His body stiffened, his movement stuttered, and he growled from deep in his throat as he came, filling me with his cum. I looked back over my shoulder at him, and our eyes met. He took a deep breath as he ran his hand up and down my spine. I could see the change in his posture as he got himself back under control. "Fuck," he growled from low in his throat. His displeasure was obvious, and for a second, I worried he regretted this, until he reached beneath me and swept me up in his arms while grumbling to himself.
"In the damn kitchen. Stupid-ass lion. Couldn't even wait for a fucking bed."
He hurried to the stairs that led up to the apartment. "Wait, I can't just leave that mess," I insisted. "Put me down," I said as firmly as I could. He continued up the stairs and swung open the door to the apartment, ignoring my protests. When we got near the bed, he lowered me to the floor, and when he let go, it was like the floor shifted, and I swayed a little. He chuckled.
"That's what I thought,"
he said, sounding pleased with himself as he ushered me into the bed.
"Nap first, kitchen second. I'll help you clean it up in a little bit."
"But Chase, I came down there. I can't leave it. There are health codes and shit."
"I'm pretty sure nothing we did down there is in code. It'll be okay for a few minutes, and then a little bleach and a good scrubbing will fix it."
He kissed me gently and crawled into bed next to me.
"I'm really sorry, though. I had no intention of taking you in the bakery kitchen."
"Don't you dare apologize. That was the hottest thing that's ever happened to me."
"Really?"
he asked, still sounding unsure. "Yes, really. Will it always be like that? So out of control, I mean." 'Cause it wasn't only you who lost their mind down there, I said.
I'm not sure. I think it might get even more so. There are a lot of things about being mates that we still need to talk about, and a lot that we'll have to figure out together.
You said you wouldn't bite me this time, but that's how we complete the bond, right? You'll have to bite me? I said, not able to keep the fear out of my voice. That sounded painful to me.
Yes, but we don't have to do that right away. It'll make my lion crazy, but he can chill until you're ready. I want to make sure you understand what being mated means before we take the final step.
I'm not walking away, Chase. I do want to understand what it means first, but I need you to know that I'm all in here. This thing between us, it's the rightest thing I've ever experienced. While I never expected to have a mate, I don't think most humans do. I couldn't have picked a more perfect one for me.
Well, I spent my life dreaming about what my mate would be like, and you're perfect in every way,
he said.
Now, let's take a nap, then shower, then we can get down there and put your kitchen back to rights.
Chapter 13. Chase.
I had a hard time falling asleep. I was worried I'd pushed Pax too hard, too fast. I took him in the kitchen of his bakery, for heaven's sakes. Who did that? He wanted us, my lion insisted. We didn't hurt him. He's our mate. I thought about that for a minute. He did want us. Our mate was happy. That's good for our mate to be happy. Again true. I looked over at him. He had rolled out of my arms, scooted back toward me until his back and his ass were pressed along my side, and then he'd curled up in a little ball and went to sleep. I left him there and went downstairs to clean up the mess we'd made. I knew he was worried about it, and I didn't want him to have to deal with it. I was pretty sure our little kitchen adventure had already thrown him behind schedule. I picked up our clothing from the floor where we'd dropped them, chuckling. My mate had been in a little bit of a hurry. Okay, well, I was too, but I expected that from myself. My lion had been riding me hard for days now to take Pax and make him ours. I hadn't expected it from him, though. I had to admit it was a pleasant surprise. I put my clothes back on and ran a sink of hot water. I added bleach, and then I cleaned up our mess. I made sure it was spotless and not a sign of our activity remained. I was still on my hands and knees finishing up when I heard steps coming down the stairs.
Chase?
Pax said, sounding worried. He looked around for me, and I stood up so he could see me.
Oh, there you are. I was worried when I woke up and you weren't there.
I looked at my precious man as he stood at the bottom of the stairs, eyes blurry and hair rumpled from sleep. He had on a cute pair of pajama bottoms that was covered in cupcakes. Damn, he was adorable. Sorry, baby. I couldn't rest knowing you were worried about the mess we made, so I came down to clean it up. It's good as new, I said, indicating the clean floor and table. I assumed you couldn't use the scone stuff you'd started mixing, but I didn't want to throw it away just in case, so it's sitting over by the sink. I watched him carefully for any sign of regret or doubt. His eyes softened, and he gave me one of his blinding smiles.
Thank you. I was worried. I can honestly say I've never had sex on my prep table before, he laughed. And no, I can't use the scone mixture, but it was worth it. I can easily start over. He walked by where I stood, giving me a little kiss on the way, and tossed out the batter in the bowl. I need to go upstairs and get cleaned up really quickly, and then I'll get back to work. I just came down to check on you.
Is there anything I can do to help? I asked, looking around helplessly. I knew nothing about scones, or kitchens, or, well, anything baking related.
Well, there is one thing you can do if you have time. I need someone to hand out the flyers I made about the open house tomorrow. I was going to hand them out this afternoon, but someone distracted me.
I breathed a sigh of relief. Good. Flyers I can do. I'll go hand those out, and then check in with the station. If you need anything, I'll be right across the street. I set out along the street, chatting with everyone and inviting them to the open house. I handed out flyers and told everyone to be sure and stop by so we could welcome Paxton to the neighborhood. But word traveled fast in a small town, and all anyone wanted to talk about was what was going on between me and Pax. I wanted to shout to the world that he was mine, but I figured I should clear that with him first. You're an idiot. Our mate likes us. He will want everyone to know he's ours, my lion grumbled when I didn't stake my claim. Just slow down. Soon we'll complete the mating bond and everyone will know. Until then, it's none of their business, I assured him. I was sure I was right until I heard a voice from behind me.
So, Sheriff, those flyers for the new bakery?
I turned to see Nix Jackson leaning against the wall of the flower shop. He'd been a pain in my ass since the day he and his crew started hanging out at the bar at the edge of town. It was a group of mostly wolves that were always causing trouble. Nothing major I could lock them up for, just intimidating folks and trying to act like big shots. They'd incorporated a few other local shifters, and I was just waiting for someone to do something bad enough for me to take action. It is.
He's a real pretty thing, ain't he? I noticed him right off when he got to town,
he prodded. I knew he was trying to get a rise out of me, and I should be the bigger man, but he was talking about my mate. A growl formed deep in my throat, and I felt my teeth grow sharp and elongate in my mouth. You'll stay away from Paxton, I ordered. He raised one eyebrow.
Oh, really? So tell me, Alpha who isn't. Are you going to make me?
Without even thinking, I grabbed him by the front of his shirt and lifted him off the ground, slamming him into the wall behind him. Yes, I will, you piece of shit. You'll stay away from my mate. He snarled, showing me his fangs.
You aren't the only Alpha in this town now, Sheriff,
he spat out. He reached out and grabbed a flyer out of my hand.
Oh, look, an open house, open to the public. I'm the public. I think I have a hankering for a donut.
I gave him one more slam into the wall and then dropped him. You stay the fuck away from Paxton, Nix. I'm not playing with you. I'll kill you.
You can try,
he said, and turned and strutted away. Damn it. What was I supposed to do now? I didn't know what Nix was up to, but it wasn't anything good. And now he had Paxton in his sights. This is what I'd worried about. Because I was a strong alpha, being with me painted a target on everyone I cared for. I had to find out what Nix was up to, but in the meantime, I had to keep Paxton safe. I couldn't do that on my own. It was time for a family meeting. I called Coda and filled him in. He agreed to contact Hazard and Grimm and let them know to be home and to get with Becky and make sure she knew we'd all be there for dinner.
Paxton too?
He asked. Paxton too. I can't leave him alone now that Nix has threatened him. My lion won't have it.
Understood. You go take care of your mate. I'll take care of all this.
Thanks, Coda. You're the best, I said, meaning it. He really was. I headed to the shop. I went to the back and found Paxton elbow-deep in dough and surrounded by trays and trays of pastries.
Hey,
he said, his face lighting up.
You're back already. I was wondering if I should make a few different flavors of cupcakes. The same ones I'd used for wedding and birthday cakes so people can see what kind of stuff I make.
Even as worried as I was, I couldn't help but smile at his enthusiasm. That's probably a good idea. There isn't anywhere around here to get a wedding cake.
So we have to get married? I mean, if we're mates, do we still have to do a regular wedding?
Do you want to have a wedding? I asked, trying to look calm while inside my lion was doing a happy dance at the idea that our mate wanted to be with us. He shrugged.
Not really, unless you do. if we do the whole you biting me mating bond thing, it's forever, right? So that's more permanent than some ceremony where we sign a piece of paper, right?
Right. But you're human, and that's your tradition. If you want to honor it, I'm perfectly fine with doing so.
Nah, I told you about my mom, right?
I nodded.
She kind of ruined the whole thing for me. She only married for money because she didn't want to have to work. In my family's traditions, there's nothing special or sacred about a marriage ceremony. She'd be disappointed because I was marrying a small-town sheriff,
he said, and then he looked horror-stricken as he realized how that sounded.
Not that there's anything wrong with being a small-town sheriff,
he rushed on.
I think it's great. Really great. I mean, I can't see you doing anything different, and I always felt weird about my mom marrying these men because they're rich, so if you were rich, I wouldn't be interested anyway, so...
Paxton, I said, loud enough to get his attention. First of all, you told me about your mom, so I knew what you meant. I wasn't offended. Second, I hope you don't mean what you said about not being interested if I were rich.
What? Why? What do you mean? I seriously doubt the town of Copper Creek pays their sheriff enough to qualify as rich.
I laughed. No, not by a long shot. But I had an inheritance from my grandparents, and other than building my house, I've invested the rest, and I've done really well. Like, really well.
Okay, I messed that all up,
Paxton said with a resigned sigh.
What I should have said was simply that I don't care if you have money or if you don't. I don't care if we have a wedding ceremony or not. All I care about is you.
I walked over to him and gave him a kiss. Very well said. And same here. You have anything made I can taste? I need a snack, and I'm dying to taste something you made.
I just took the first batch of scones out right before you came in. Want a couple? Let me make you some coffee to go with them.
He hopped up and went to the front to start a pot. How much longer do you have to bake today to be on schedule for the open house? I asked when he came back in.
A couple more hours. I scheduled the open house for the afternoon, so I'll have all morning to prepare. Why? What's up?
I ran into Nick's while I was handing out flyers, and he said some things that made me think we needed to call a family meeting. I wanted you to be there. Plus, I wanted you to meet the guys. I was trying to make it sound like a casual thing, but something in my voice must have given me away. The one thing I'd always been afraid of was that people would think I was too weak to protect my own. If Nix thought that, he was mistaken. I wasn't playing around when I said I'd kill him. I hoped he knew how serious I was.
Nix,
Paxton said.
He's the leader of that motorcycle gang of wolves, right?
How do you know who he is? Has he bothered you? I asked, feeling panic starting to creep up my spine.
No, he hasn't bothered me. Just gave me a bad feeling the other day. He was staring at me when I walked down the street earlier. It was weird. When I got back, I asked Becky about them and she told me who they were.
He's trouble. I'm just not sure exactly what kind yet.
Well, he looked like trouble to me, so I'd agree. Want me to bring some kind of dessert for dinner?
He asked. Well, I'm not going to say no, but you better check with Becky first and make sure she hasn't prepared something. I have some paperwork to do, so if you don't mind, I'm going to run across the street and grab it and work on it out front. Just make sure the back door is locked, okay? I spent the next couple hours doing paperwork that I'd been putting off, research on the computer, and stealing kisses from Paxton. If I hadn't been so worried about the Nix situation, I would have said it was a perfect afternoon.
Chapter 14. Paxton. I finished up my prep work, made a chocolate cake for dessert, packed an overnight bag, and followed Chase to his house. I don't know exactly what I was expecting, but it wasn't the massive, sprawling home that we pulled up to. It was a Pueblo revival-style home. It was done in the perfect color to blend in with the landscape, and it was gorgeous, and large enough to house a small army.
I pulled up in front of the garage next to Chase, and the door in front of me opened, and he waved me inside. I pulled in to find a large area with multiple parking spots. It was more like a parking garage than an actual garage, but I chose an empty spot and pulled in. I climbed out of the car and waited for Chase to park. Looking around, I noticed there were multiple motorcycles in various states of repair and build on the far side of the garage. I felt Chase walk up behind me and lean back against him, sighing as his arms wrapped around me. "Someone has a thing for motorcycles, I see," I said, pointing to where they all sat.
"Yeah, that would be Grimm and Hazard. It's kind of their thing. They have an actual shop we set up for them in town where they do most of their work because I don't like strangers coming to the house, but they keep some projects here so they can work on them at home."
"I've never been on one. In the city, those things are death traps, but I can see the appeal of riding one out here in the canyon."
"Yeah, mountain bikes are their thing. They've built a couple bikes for competition, but mostly they prefer recreational builds. Now for the Grand Tour. The door on the far end down by where you parked opens into the house's back hallway. The one here in the middle opens into the courtyard, and this one here opens into the kitchen. The house is a huge square with a closed-in courtyard in the center. We refer to the side sections as the north, south, east, and west sides just because that's easier. The north section is the front of the house. It's made up of the common areas, the kitchen, the dining room, and the living area. The west side is the bedrooms, each with its own sitting area and bathroom. Then the back, or south part, is my space. I have a sitting area, a bedroom, and a master bath. We're in the east section right now, and it's the garage, as you can see, and a home gym right through there."
He pointed back behind us on the far wall.
"There's a hallway that runs all the way around the north and west sides with glass walls that allows you to see into the courtyard."
He took my hand and led me through the middle door into the courtyard. It had a stone floor and had been decorated with huge pots full of beautiful green plants. On the southern wall, there was a huge fireplace with comfortable outdoor furniture positioned around it. There was an amazing fountain in the center and various covered areas with chairs underneath them. The hallway ran around the perimeter, and with floor-to-ceiling windows, you could see the beautiful light fixtures and artwork that lined the hallway. "Chase, this is amazing. I've never seen anything like it." I seriously hadn't. This wasn't a house so much as a one-building compound.
"So, you like it?"
he asked. I could tell my answer mattered to him, but before I could respond, he continued.
"Because we can change anything you don't. We can paint or rearrange. Whatever you want, I can do. Once we complete the mate bond, it's important to me that you're comfortable here. It'll be your home too, and I want you to make it feel like yours."
"Chase, it's warm and inviting. I can't imagine changing anything. But this is a lot of house for just you. The twins and Becky weren't with you when you built it, were they?" I asked. This seemed like a crazy home for a single guy on his own.
"No, but I went to a World Shifter Council meeting with my dad once in Italy when I was about 12 or so. We stayed in a villa there that had a secure courtyard, and I loved it. I decided right then that model was my dream house. Then, when I inherited my grandparents' money, I knew if I didn't build it then, I'd never have it. So I bought the land. It's not a huge spread, around 500 acres, and built the house. Now I have the house I wanted, and we have room to shift and run."
"Makes sense to me," I said as we walked across the courtyard to the kitchen. And it did make perfect sense to me. He hadn't built himself a home. He'd built his clan a home whether he realized it or not. This was a house meant to provide communal living for a large group of people. I absolutely loved it, and the idea of sharing living space with his clan. I just had to convince him he had one. We went on into the kitchen where everyone was gathered. Becky was bustling around finishing up dinner preparations. 2 young men sat at the bar, and another sat at the table talking with Coda. It was easy to tell the 2 at the bar were brothers, but if Chase hadn't told me, I wouldn't have guessed they were twins. They were so different. The one who introduced himself as Hazard was small and pretty. The other one, Grimm, was much larger, And while he wasn't a bad-looking guy at all, he wasn't pretty like his brother. Coda tipped his head at me in greeting, and the young man at the table stood and came over to where we stood. "Tate," he said, reaching out his hand to shake. "It's really nice to meet you." "Well, Tate, it's nice to meet you as well. Chase has told me nothing but good things about you." I could visibly see the change as he straightened his stance. It was obvious praise from Chase meant a lot to this young man. "Good," he said, grinning. "Everything okay, Sheriff? I'm happy to eat some of Becky's food, and that chocolate cake looks amazing, but I'm thinking you didn't ask me out here just for dinner." So he was smart, too. That made me feel better. I knew Copper Creek was a small town, but still, law enforcement was dangerous no matter where you were. Add to that the fact Chase was about to be alpha of this clan. He just didn't know it yet. And I was glad he had good people watching his back.
"You're always welcome for dinner, Tate, but you're right. We have some business to discuss after we eat. But let's enjoy our food first. I'm dying to get my hands on that chocolate cake. Y'all should have tasted the scones earlier. They were amazing."
I felt myself blush. Guess Tate wasn't the only one. It seemed praise from Chase meant a lot to me, too. Becky announced the food was ready, and everyone hopped up to help get everything to the table. Well, everyone but Chase. He stood off to the side watching. It was like he was standing there to make sure the guys all pulled their weight. Once it was obvious each person was pitching in, he went to the table and sat down, patting the chair next to him, indicating that was where I should sit. As soon as we were all seated, the food was passed around, plates were filled, and easy conversation floated around the table. Every so often, someone would ask Chase for his opinion. Simple things like when Grim asked him if he thought he should get a deposit on a bike before he started work on it, since the guy was a repeat customer and had been slow to pay, or when Tate asked him if he knew anything about a house in town he'd been looking to possibly buy. They all did it. Each of them sought out his advice and looked to him for guidance. If this man thought he wasn't an alpha, he was fooling himself. When we finished up dinner, Becky got up and started to clear the table, and I noticed Chase made eye contact with Haz and Grim. They immediately stood up and started helping. I couldn't help but chuckle as I got up and went to help. When the cleanup was finished, we decided to have dessert out in the courtyard. Everyone got a piece of cake and poured themselves a cup of coffee. I didn't see Chase, so I grabbed some for him, and then we headed outside. He was over near the giant fireplace where he'd started a fire. It's amazing out here. I love this courtyard. I took a seat by Chase on the couch and handed him his cake and coffee.
"Thanks, baby. I could have gone and got my own once the fire was going, but I appreciate it,"
he said, giving me a quick kiss and settling back to eat his cake. He sat there quietly until everyone was seated. Then he explained what was up.
"I think we have a problem,"
he said, telling them about his encounter with Nix in town.
"This guy was incredibly bold with his implied threat to Pax. I'm not sure what his agenda is, but it's obvious he has one."
"If what Billy said was true, I think he wants to take over Copper Creek as alpha. There was something about a drug and human trafficking route coming up from the Gulf for distribution to the West Coast. I'm not sure why Copper Creek, though," Becky said. Chase, I think this Nix guy is maybe the guy my parents sold me to. I never saw him. They just talked about him. Said his name was Nixon Marks. He was planning to take over a pack to the east, but something went wrong. I heard that now he has his eyes on the Basin Pride, that he was cutting a deal with their alpha for his daughter. Scarlet, you know the one." Chase put up his hand, stopping him.
"Yeah, I know who Scarlet is. I never met her in person, though. I hate that for her, but if Nix is the one who bought you, why is he planning to mate with a woman?"
Rumor has it that he doesn't really care one way or another as long as it's sex. Knowing he was going to have to mate with a female, he wanted a plaything he could keep on the side. Hazard was shivering, and I didn't think it was from the cold. Grim wrapped his arms around his brother. "Don't worry, Haz. You're safe here with us. We won't let him take you. Will we, Chase?" Grim pleaded.
"Absolutely not, Haz. You're family, and no one fucks with my family,"
Chase stated simply. But he bought me, so he thinks he has a right to me. That's what those thugs said who came to take me that night. They said Nixon owned me and I had no right to run.
And you saw how well that played out for them, didn't you?
Chase reminded him. Hazard took a deep breath and exhaled slowly, nodding his head.
We have your back. You'll be just fine. We need to figure out what he wants with Copper Creek.
I sat there and listened as they speculated about what Nix's endgame was. When I felt the presence of something over my head, "Chase?" I said, pointing up as we watched a huge white owl circling his way down to where we sat. I was distracted by the owl and didn't even see Coda and Tate move, but as I followed the owl down to the ground, I realized Coda was standing on guard in front of me, and Tate was in the same position in front of Hazard. Grim looked ready to shift at any second, and at first, Becky was nowhere to be seen, and then I heard the nervous chatter of a squirrel coming from Chase's pocket. I glanced back at where the owl had landed and saw a thin, willowy young man with dark skin and snow-white hair. He wore skinny jeans, a band t-shirt, and the gauges in his ears and dark eyeliner completed his look. He put his hands up in surrender. "My name is Demas. I'm looking for your Alpha," he said. No one spoke, but they turned and looked at Chase. He sat there saying nothing with a squirrel peeking out of his pocket. I sighed and shook my head. "He's right here," I said, pointing at Chase, giving him a look that dared him to say I was wrong. He stared back at me for a minute and then finally said,
"My name is Chase Coleman. I'm the sheriff. How can I help you?"
The young man looked a little confused for a moment, but with the alpha waves even I could feel wafting off Chase, he had no reason to question my statement. "Sir, I'm passing through the area and I heard some troubling things in the canyon to the north where there are a bunch of wolves camping. I thought you should know, sir," he said nervously. "I asked in the cafe and a woman named Maribel told me where to find you."
"Well, why don't you have a seat and tell us about it?" Chase said. "Tate, why don't you grab him one of those chairs over there?"
"I'll get it," Hazard surprised us all by saying as he hopped up and ran to get him a chair. Grim looked stunned, and Chase shrugged and gave me a "I have no idea" look. Haz hurried back over with a chair and Demas sat down. "Do you need anything to drink, Demas?" I asked. I figured since Becky was no help right now, someone should ask him. "No, thank you kindly," he said sweetly. "So, what did you hear that has you so concerned, Demas?" Tate asked. "I was perched in a tree above one of the caves when I heard those wolves planning how they were going to take over Copper Creek. They said they need it because it's strategically placed between the West Basin Pride and Concho Pride and the South Plains Pack. They said once they have control of this area, they can mobilize the shifters in the area. Once they've established their pack, they can move to take control of the land the others have. They said from there, it would be smooth sailing to demand a higher fee to move the merch. I have no idea what they were talking about exactly, but it didn't sound good." "Did they say how they plan to take control of Copper Creek?" Coda asked. "No, but I'm going back to see if I find out anything else. I waited until they'd gone to sleep to head over here, so there probably isn't anything else to learn tonight. I'm going to go find a place to sleep. Then I'll try to stick close to them tomorrow to see if I can learn anything."
"You don't have to do that, Demas," Chase said. "I don't want you to put yourself in danger. The information you've given us has been really helpful."
"If I can help, I want to. Worst case, they'll see me and I'll fly off. I won't get close enough to be in danger." Chase studied him for a moment. I could tell what he was thinking, and he was trying to decide if it was a smart thing to do or not. I saw the minute he made up his mind, and I was pleased. I liked the little owl shifter.
"If you need a place to sleep, we have extra rooms. Coda can show you where if you want."
"If I could have a place to sleep tonight, that would be nice," he said. "I have to admit, it would be great to sleep as a human in a bed for a change instead of as an owl in a makeshift nest."
"Coda, if you will get Demas settled, we'll go to the study and see if we can make a plan," Chase said. "Tate, you come too."
"Chase, can I speak with you really quick while he gets everyone settled?" I asked. I'd been watching this ridiculous clan that wasn't all evening, and someone needed to fix it. I figured if I was going to be the mate of the alpha around here, I had no interest in being well, I had no idea what the mate of the alpha was called, but whatever it was, I wasn't going to be it of a pretend clan. If we were doing it, we were doing it right.
Chapter 15. Chase.
This day maybe held a record for the longest one in history. We'd gone to Copper Springs to talk to the seer, picked up Paxton's supplies, had sex in the bakery kitchen, ate dinner as a family, and inherited a spy that looked barely old enough to vote. Now, Paxton wanted to talk. I'd be lying if I didn't admit I was worried. This was a lot for me to take in, and I was a shifter and had been raised to deal with shit like this. He was human. I wondered if the idea of being mated to me and this being a part of his life from now on was too much. I made myself smile at him and said, "Sure, let's go back to my suite." I led him to my door and opened it. I hadn't shown him my space earlier out of fear if I had had him alone with a bed I wouldn't be able to let him out until morning. He wandered aimlessly for a second, looking at my room, picking things up, inspecting them, and putting them back down. I watched him and let him compose his thoughts, until finally he moved to the sofa in the sitting room and motioned for me to join him.
Okay, I need to say something here, but I'm not sure how you're going to take it,
he said, and my heart dropped to the bottom of my stomach. Shit. It was too much for him. He'd decided he didn't want to be my mate. My lion was pacing. He could feel my anxiety, but wasn't sure why. As far as he was concerned, our mate was in our space and we should be happy, probably having sex, not freaking out.
Chase,
Pax said, concern in his voice.
Hey, you look sick. Are you okay?
I nodded my head.
Listen, it's been a crazy day, and you have a lot to deal with this Nix guy, but I think we need to talk.
I sat there, frozen, not sure what to say. I'd known things were going too smoothly. He'd taken the mate thing too well. But now that he understood what it meant, it was only natural that he'd be having second thoughts.
And your family is great. I don't know what I'm supposed to call myself, though. I mean, you're the alpha, and Coda and Tate are the betas. So, what is the mate of the alpha called? I feel like I should have some kind of title or something.
Whoa, what did I miss? I'd let myself get lost in my fear for a minute there, and I missed something. Now we were talking about alpha mate titles. Stop for a minute. You lost me. What are we talking about? He moved toward me, swinging one leg over my lap so that he was straddling me. When he slid down into my lap, his hard length slid down mine and I groaned. "See? Our mate is here. We're fine," my lion purred. I reached behind him, grabbing his ass and pulled him tighter against me and kissed his neck, licking the hollow there where I'd bite him, sealing our bond.
Chase,
he hummed, tilting his head to the side to give me better access.
This isn't fair. We were negotiating,
he complained, rocking his hips against me. Negotiating? I asked.
Yes.
He kissed me. I didn't know what we were negotiating about, but whatever it was, whatever he wanted, he could have it if he just didn't stop kissing me.
We were negotiating the terms of your surrender,
he said with a laugh as I pulled back. My what? I asked seriously.
I thought that would get your attention. I've decided I want to be your mate, but on one condition. This one condition is non-negotiable, though. I want you to pull all your guys together and register as a clan with you as the alpha and me as the... what would I be? That's what I was trying to figure out.
Alpha mate. It means that you'd have as much authority as I would. If I'm gone, you speaking would be the same as me speaking.
Okay. I want you to register as a clan with you as the alpha and me as the alpha mate. Is that what your mother was? That doesn't sound like what you said her role was.
No, my father married an Omega. As an Alpha, if you don't wait for your fated mate, you can choose whoever you want. It used to be that Omegas were taught they were subservient, that they didn't have a voice. It was arranged by my grandfather because he believed an Alpha needed an obedient mate, not a partner. By choosing an Omega for my father, he ensured that he wouldn't have someone who he could rely on to help make decisions, but instead, someone who'd follow orders. That, my beautiful mate, isn't who you are. You'd be a strong Alpha mate and a wonderful partner for me.
Alpha mate. I like it. How do you go about making this ragtag bunch of clan? 'Cause you have a great group here, Chase. You have 2 strong betas, a couple of sweet Omegas in Becky and Haz. I'm not sure where Grim falls in there, probably because I don't understand enough about how it works, and now I think you've just adopted an owl shifter. I have no idea where he fits in, but I know he does. Chase, look at this house. This is what you built it for. This isn't a home for a single guy or even a married guy with kids. This is a clan house. It has communal areas, suites for individual members, and you have enough land for clan members to build their own homes if they need to. You've been subconsciously building this place for your clan, a clan that welcomes people and wouldn't devalue a member because of who they are.
I thought about what he said. Had I been preparing to be a clan? I didn't think so. I just wanted to have a place where Coda and I were comfortable. You're an idiot, my lion said, never one to mince words. I don't know, Pax. It isn't that I don't want to have a clan. It's more than that. What if I pull them together in a clan and then outsiders think because I'm gay I'm weak and I put them in danger, put you in danger?
No one who ever met you could possibly think you're weak,
he insisted. I started to speak, but he stopped me.
No, don't tell me your father did, because that's bullshit. He didn't think you were weak. He was just so caught up in what people would think about him, he wasn't seeing you clearly.
It wasn't just my father, I said quietly, pulling up the memory that had led to my leaving the Concho Pride for good. Pax twisted so that he was sitting sideways in my lap and curled into me, and I wrapped my arms around him. Don't ask me why holding him brought me comfort, or how he knew it would, but it did. I took a deep breath and began. The Wednesday before my graduation, so a few days before I had to make a decision, there was a meeting of the Shifter Council. They met once a month, and each region had one cabal that was considered to be the main cabal in the area. This was determined by a number of factors, but primarily by the strength of the Alpha. Naturally, the one in our region was held on our pride land in the council building my grandfather had built for that purpose. This would be the last council meeting I'd attend before I left for college, and I was looking forward to it. I'd always enjoyed these meetings. Shifters from all over came and filled the meeting hall. Some were just there to listen, some to air grievances, but all to make sure they were kept in the loop. Each cabal sent a small delegation to the meeting, but only the Alpha or the Alpha's designated representative was allowed to have a say in the proceedings, and even then, how much weight their opinion held depended on the strength of the Alpha. Before my argument with my father, I'd planned to come home for the meetings, but now I wasn't sure. I still believed that when it came down to it, my father would see reason. He'd spent my whole life grooming me to take his place. Surely, he wouldn't throw that all away because of some old-fashioned idea about how gay men were viewed, you know? I asked. Pax didn't say anything, but he squeezed me tighter and gave me the strength I needed to go on. The meeting began, and the flood of power in the room was intoxicating. There were a few major issues like land encroachment and poaching, and a couple smaller items that were of no consequence, and the meeting adjourned. Everyone moved out to the common area to eat and socialize like they did after every meeting. One of the members of the catering staff caught my eye, and based on the looks he sent my way, he was interested. The catering company came from a neighboring mountain lion pride, actually from the one my father had tried to align with by mating me off. Anyway, we flirted throughout the night, and when he gave me a wicked smile and nodded toward the exit and back, I knew I shouldn't go, but he was cute, and my boyfriend and I had broken up when my father found out about us, so I figured, why not? I headed down the hallway to go out and find him when I heard voices coming from one of the back rooms. It really is a shame about Alpha Coleman's son. I know. I can't believe it. He showed so much promise. True. I was actually envious of him to have a son who showed so much power so young. We all thought the Concho Pride was set to lead into the next generation, but who knows now? Can't have the person representing us at the High Council making people think we're weak. No, we can't. The Southern Consociation has been looking for an opening. They would jump at a chance to take over. He is strong, though, someone tossed out. You can feel it. He is, but I'm not sure raw power is enough. If he doesn't have the respect of all the cabals, it could cause a division and leave us vulnerable. Plus, his whole pride's life would be one challenge after another. No one would want to deal with that. With the cute waiter forgotten, I turned and went back the way I came. All I could think was, is that really what people believe? I'd thought my father was just old-fashioned and that he was wrong, but after hearing that, I'd had to face the fact that maybe he wasn't the one who was wrong after all. So the Saturday after graduation, I packed my stuff, left, and never looked back. I stopped and looked down into my beautiful mate's face. He had tears in his eyes, and he threw his arms around me and buried his face in my neck. Oh, Chase, baby. He was wrong. He was so wrong. But what if he wasn't? What if by forming a clan, I put everyone I love in danger? Chase, weren't you listening to what Demas said? The people you love are already in danger. The best way to keep them safe is by them banding together with you as their alpha. I know it. I thought about what Ms. Delphia had said earlier. You can't protect what's yours unless you claim it and take your rightful place. Was she and Paxton right? Was it time for me to accept that fate had a plan for me and take my rightful place as alpha of the Copper Creek clan? Finally, my lion said, and then he released a terrifying scream that sounded a lot like a battle cry. Chapter 16. Paxton. Chase was so expressive it was easy to see what he was thinking. I watched as he moved from sadness and fear to resolution and finally determination. You really think we can make a clan that will be strong enough to survive? He finally asked. No, not survive. Thrive. You know I don't know much about shifter cabals, but I do know you. Look at how you've protected this town and the shifters that have come to count on you. Did you see the way Hazard expected that you would protect him? No questions. He trusted in what you said. Plus, you have Coda, and I have a feeling he's a force to be reckoned with. You're right about Coda. He's deadly. Don't let his laid-back nature fool you. If you need someone at your back, he's the man you want, he said. I kind of got that feeling. There are other shifters in town as well. Do you think they'd want to join, or do you think they'd prefer to be on their own? I asked. I don't know. Some probably would. But I think most of the shifters here in Copper Creek will choose to stay unassociated. Not all alphas are concerned with what's best for the clan, and many of the shifters in town came here to get away from a bad situation. I think they'd be hesitant to align with us. Well, it doesn't really matter. If we're in for a fight, and it's just 7 of us, that'll be fine. I don't want to see you taking on Nix on your own. Chase spun me around and kissed me. Just the 7 of us, huh? Well, tell me, puny human, what are you going to do to aid in this endeavor? He teased. I'm going to love you.
Think that will help?" He took my face in his hands and looked in my eyes.
"Paxton, baby, that's everything, so it'll help immensely."
He let one hand drift down and slide up under my shirt. My nerve endings lit up just from his touch, and want flooded my body. "Will it always be like this?" I asked as he lowered his mouth to my neck.
"Like what?"
he murmured. "This crazy want. It's like my body is on fire. I need you inside me again," I insisted. He licked that spot in the hollow of my neck that he seemed to favor. "Is that where you'll do it? Bite me, I mean," I said, and then a moan escaped as I felt his teeth graze the same spot.
"Yes, right there. I'll sink my teeth into you, and it'll hurt, but it'll also feel good in a way you can't fathom. My saliva will mix with your blood, and the bond will be complete,"
he said, pausing every few words to lick or lightly bite me. Now would be good," I said, forgetting about clan and planning and the people who waited for us downstairs. He growled from deep in his chest, and for a second, I thought maybe he was going to do it when there was a knock at the door.
"Shit,"
Chase said, pressing his forehead to mine. "Hey, Chase," Coda called through the door. "Sorry to disturb you guys, but Tate just got a call and is going to have to go soon."
"Give us a sec. We'll be right there. Tell him if it's an emergency to go ahead, but if not, hang around for a minute."
Chase called back. "You got it." We heard his footsteps move away from the door.
"Damn, darling. You're something else, you know that? I've spent years trying to convince myself I wasn't meant to have a clan and a mate. But for some reason, fate had determined I wasn't worthy of those things, only to realize that all this time, it was maneuvering me to the right place for the right time,"
Chase said.
"We'll pick this back up later. For now, let's go see if we can organize a clan."
We went to the study where everyone was waiting for us. Becky had decided to stop hiding and was there making sure everyone was comfortable. I couldn't help but be a little envious. It'd be nice to be able to make yourself little and hide when things got scary or uncomfortable. Tate was still there, so I assumed the call wasn't urgent. When we entered, everyone turned to look at Chase, waiting for him to tell them what direction to take. He looked at me, and I squeezed his hand. I knew he was nervous, not because of these people. There was no doubt they would be on board, but because once he took this step, there was no going back. His days of insisting he wasn't anyone's alpha would be over.
"So,"
he started. I nodded reassuringly and squeezed his hand.
"Paxton and I were talking, and he seems to think if he's going to be my mate, he wants to go all in. He doesn't think being the mate of the local sheriff is good enough for him."
Everyone glanced nervously between each other, and I almost laughed. It seemed my mate had a bit of a flair for the dramatic on occasion.
"He says he'd rather be the alpha mate of a clan alpha, and he won't mate with me unless I can give him a clan. So, what do you say? Should we make it official and create a clan?"
"Aren't we already a clan?" Hazard asked. "What?" he asked when everyone turned to stare at him. "I mean, maybe we don't have a name, but we're sure as hell a better clan than that disaster we left behind. Right, Grim?"
"Right you are, brother. But I love the idea of making it official. Let's do it."
"Well, I'm in," Tate said. "Me too," Becky said. "We should ask Demas," Hazard suggested. "We don't really know him," Tate pointed out. "I know, but we should ask him," Hazard insisted. "We should." "Alpha?" Tate asked, looking to Chase.
"We can figure that out tomorrow. We don't even know if he has a parliament or if he wants to join a clan."
Everyone had agreed except Coda, and I knew that him being on board with this was what mattered most to Chase. It never occurred to me that he might not want the clan to be official. He was looking at the floor and hadn't said a word.
"Coda?"
Chase said, looking at his best friend and closest ally. When Coda looked up, he had what looked like tears in his eyes. He took a deep breath and visibly swallowed. Releasing the breath, he said, "I'm in. You know I'm in." Then he grabbed me and pulled me into a hug. "Thank you," he rasped in my ear. "Thank you." Then he pulled back and gave Chase a tremulous smile. "Alpha, I'd be proud to stand by your side as a member of your clan." Chase grabbed him, pulling him into a hug.
"As my beta and second in command, Coda, not as a member of my clan. Yes?"
"Yes," Coda said.
"Okay, that's the plan then. We'll need to file some paperwork with the council, and I guess we should put the word out in case any of the other shifters in town want to join us. I don't expect many will. I think a lot of them came to Copper Creek to get away from organized cabals. But we want to make sure anyone who does want in knows about it. Coda, Tate, let's get together tomorrow and come up with a plan. In the meantime, I'm taking my mate to bed. Y'all see if you can get some rest."
We left the others in the study and walked across the courtyard to Chase's room. Once we were inside, I turned to face Chase. If I was going to do this thing with him, this mate thing, there was one more thing I needed to see. "I think I need to see your mountain lion," I said. "I need to see him and know that he wants me to be his mate as much as you do. He's a part of you, Chase. He has to be disappointed that your mate is a human." He pulled me into his arms and held me against him.
"Oh, Paxton, he's thrilled that you're our mate. Honestly, but if you want to see him, I can shift. Do you want to do it here, or do you want to go outside?"
"Outside? Would it be better for you if we were outside?" I asked.
"No, it doesn't matter to me at all. I just thought it might be less frightening to be outside, rather than trapped in a small room with a very large cat."
"Should I be frightened?" I asked. I honestly didn't believe Chase would hurt me, and his mountain lion was a part of him, so it didn't make sense to me that I should be afraid.
"No, baby. He wouldn't hurt you any more than I would. I just wasn't sure how you felt about it and wanted to give you the choice."
"I'd rather see him in here then, if it doesn't make any difference to you."
"Okay, if that's your preference. I call him Wesa. It's something I picked up when I was a cub. It's an old Cherokee word that means cat. He can't wait to meet you. Are you ready?"
I nodded yes and walked over to the bed and sat on the edge, waiting. I didn't want to be afraid of Chase's lion. It was an important part of him. I knew that, but I'd never seen a real-life mountain lion before. I took a deep breath and waited. Chase took a deep breath, and there was a shimmer in the air. It reminded me of a heat haze wafting out of an oven. And then Chase was gone, and a massive mountain lion stood in his place. He stood there, looking at me, waiting for me to do something. His body was sleek and powerful looking, and his paws were massive. I wanted to touch his fur and see if it was as soft as it looked, but I wasn't sure if I should go to him or wait for him to come to me. Then I realized that he'd probably understand what I said if I asked him. "Can I touch you?" I asked, not moving, just waiting for his reaction. I was sitting with my hands on my thighs trying to make sure I didn't look threatening, which is really laughable considering the fact that I'm around 5.5 feet tall and weigh little to nothing. He moved slowly toward me until he reached the bed where I sat. He pushed his head under my arm and laid it on my leg, looking up at me with the most beautiful eyes I'd ever seen. I gently rubbed the nape of his neck. "You're beautiful," I told him. "I'm going to move so I can reach you better." I slid to the floor, which put us eye to eye. He rubbed his face against mine, and I smiled at how gentle he was. I stroked his fur, and he purred. It was like a house cat, but louder and deeper. "Amazing," I whispered. I bet when I've had a bad day, curling up with you would be about the best thing ever. He moved behind me, pushing his way between me and the bed, rubbing against me. What are you doing? I laughed. Are you trying to make sure I smell like you? He licked the side of my face, leaving it wet and sloppy. The move reminded me of a dog, but his tongue was rough like sandpaper. I reached up and wiped my face. That was entirely unnecessary, I said, and he did it again. We sat there like that for a few minutes, just getting comfortable with each other. I couldn't believe I was sitting on the floor of this massive house with a mountain lion. It was surreal, and the best thing that had ever happened to me. That's when it really hit me. This is the life Chase was offering me. One with a huge house on an expansive piece of land, and not just any house, but one filled with people who loved him and accepted me with no questions asked. A life filled with love and one very large mountain lion who could be fierce and deadly, but who was gentle as a kitten when he was with me. Suddenly, I needed Chase. I needed to be in his arms. I loved his lion. I felt a sense of peace with him that was unlike anything I'd ever felt. But right now, peace wasn't what I craved. Chase, I need you, I said urgently. I couldn't have told him what was wrong if he asked, but he didn't. Once again, there was a shimmer in the air, and the mountain lion was gone, and Chase sat in his place. He reached for me, and I crawled into his lap, wrapped my legs around him, and held on tight. I need you, Chase. Right now. I tilted my hips, rubbing my hard cock against his, and he groaned.
Let's get up on the bed,
he said, as he grabbed my ass and directed the rocking motion of my hips. No, right here, right now, I insisted. Just like this. I slid off him and stood. Don't move, I ordered. No. I take that back. Pants off. But other than that, don't move. Lube? I asked, the urgency obvious in my voice.
Bedside table. Other side,
he said, as he slipped his pants down over his hips. I groaned at the sight of him. He pushed his pants over his thighs, and his hard dick stood at attention waiting for me. Of course it's on the other side, I grumbled, as I moved around the bed to get the lube from the drawer. I was burning up with need. Even earlier, when he took me in the kitchen, I didn't feel like this. It was like every nerve in my body was tingling, and I was aware of everything about him. His smell, woodsy and masculine. His taste, spicy and so uniquely Chase. The rough touch of his hands, full of calluses from hard work, and the strength that radiated from him in waves. I wanted him with a desperation I couldn't describe if I had to. And he was mine. Chapter 17. Chase.
I watched as Pax moved around the bed to get the lube from the bedside table. I knew he was feeling the call to mate the same as I was.
Our mate liked me,
my lion said, pleased with himself. No, Wesa, he didn't like you. He loved you. I grinned as he hurried back around to where I sat. How come I'm the only one naked here? I teased.
Because one of us had to get the lube,
he said as his pants dropped to the floor. Damn, my mate was beautiful, and he smelled amazing, like sugar and vanilla. The first time I smelled it, I wasn't sure how much was him and how much was the bakery. Now I knew. It was all him. He moved to me and slid down in my lap. Is there a reason why we're still on the floor? I asked, not sure why we couldn't be on the bed.
Because I wanted to be?
He said, but it sounded like a question instead of an answer, and I laughed. Whatever you want, baby, I assured him with a groan as his naked body pressed into mine. He kissed and looked at my neck, I reached between us, taking both our cocks in one, and pumped a few times. The feeling of his hard length rubbing against mine was intoxicating. I used the pre-cum that leaked from both our cocks as lubrication and sped up my strokes. He moaned and rocked against me in time with my strokes. He moved his kisses from my neck to my mouth, and our tongues tangled and explored. My movements became more urgent as I neared my climax, but he pulled back. "No, I need you inside me. Please, Chase." I picked up the bottle of lube from where he had dropped it beside us, opened the lid, and poured it into my hand. "Paxton, I want you to look at me." He looked into my eyes, and the pure wanton desire I saw in his almost undid me. "Just like that, baby. Don't look away." I slicked up my cock and reached behind him, trailing my lube-slicked finger down his crack and over his tight hole. He shivered, but he didn't break eye contact. "You're so tight, Pax. So tight and needy," I said as I slid one finger inside him. He moaned and took in a shaky breath. "You like that, don't you? Feeling my finger inside you, preparing you to take my cock." He nodded and pushed back against my finger, releasing another moan. "I love the sound you make. Those little moans make me want to bury myself deep inside you and live there. Is that what you want, Pax? My cock buried so deep inside that you can't tell where you end and I begin?" I asked as I crooked my finger and rubbed the bundle of nerves inside him.
"Oh, God, yes. Yes, please,"
he babbled, and I chuckled. "Yes, please what, Pax? What do you want?"
"You inside me now, deep inside me. Please, Chase, I need you to make me yours."
"Oh, you're mine, Paxton Summers. Make no mistake about it," I said, as I surged inside him, sliding home. He gripped my shoulders so tightly I was sure it would leave bruises on a human.
"Yes, yes,"
he shouted as he began to move, riding me hard and fast. I let him continue for a bit, enjoying the feel of his body moving against mine. But it wasn't enough. I grabbed his hips, holding him in place, and pistoned into him hard and fast. He cried out, gripping my shoulders even harder as he held on.
"Deeper, Chase. Oh, fuck yes. More,"
he shouted as I increased the power behind my thrusts. He collapsed against me as he continued to urge me to use his hole with both words and his body. I felt my teeth grow longer and sharper, and I knew I wasn't going to be able to hold back this time as my lion chanted, "Mate," and "Mine," over and over in my head. I sucked on the hollow of his neck where I wanted so badly to bite. I let him feel my teeth as I lightly grazed them up his neck and back down again. He tilted his neck to the side, giving me access.
"Please, Chase, do it now. I need you to bite me. I need you to make me yours,"
he begged, and that was all the encouragement my lion needed as I bit down on his neck. It was like electricity ran through us from me into him and back again. I tasted his blood as he cried out in ecstasy. I felt his hot cum shooting on my abdomen between us. With my jaws still clamped firmly on his neck, my climax slammed through me. It was unlike anything I'd ever felt before, like a tidal wave washing over me, and then back out to sea again. As the aftershocks continued to roll through me, I licked at the wound on his neck. I felt him sob against me, and that brought me back to my senses. "Baby, are you okay? I'm sorry." I'd lost control over myself and my lion. I had no idea if I'd hurt him or if he even really wanted me to bite him. He tightened his hold on me and buried his face in my neck. I felt him take a deep breath.
I'm wonderful," he let out with a sob. "It was just overwhelming, you know? I don't even know how to tell you how it felt. It was like I needed you to bite me, like I couldn't live another minute unless you did. Then you did, and it hurt. It was almost a blinding pain. But that pain was followed by the most intense pleasure rushing through my entire body. I know I came, but it wasn't like a normal orgasm. It was like a whole body orgasm. I've never felt anything like it."
He reached up and touched his neck where I'd bitten him.
"It doesn't hurt at all. That's weird."
"So, you're okay?" I asked, and he nodded yes, and I let out a sigh of relief. "So, can we get up on the bed now?" He laughed and climbed off my lap.
"How about a shower first and then bed?"
Chapter 18. Paxton. I woke up the next morning wrapped in Chase's arms, and I could have stayed there forever. I felt different, but I wasn't sure exactly how. Like there was a current of electricity or maybe energy I'd never felt before. Like I was more alive today than I was yesterday. I felt more connected to the earth, but also connected to something larger and less tangible. And for sure more connected to Chase. The others were almost abstract, like a fleeting feeling I could tell was there, but I couldn't grab a hold of. The connection I felt to Chase was more solid, almost like I could have grabbed a hold of it if I needed to. He stirred beside me, and I grinned when he let out a cat-like purr. I snuggled up and he tightened his grip on me.
"Morning, darling,"
he said in a gravelly voice. "You're purring," I laughed.
"I'm happy."
He shrugged and nipped my ear. "Oh no, don't you start that. I have an open house to prepare for, so no time for funny business."
"Funny business? I don't remember anything funny about last night. Sexy as all get out, yes. But funny? Nah, not funny at all,"
he said as he licked at the spot where he'd bit me.
"Does it hurt?"
"No, not at all, actually. It itches a little, but doesn't hurt."
"It's going to leave a mark, one that tells everyone who you belong to. Is that going to bother you?"
"What?" I asked. "People knowing that I'm yours? No, that doesn't bother me at all." And oddly enough, it didn't. I actually loved the idea of being marked as Chase's. It was a little like a wedding ring, but more permanent.
"No, they'd be able to smell that you're mine. I mean that it'll leave a mark. I should probably apologize for marring your perfect skin, but I'm not gonna lie. I love seeing my mark on you."
"My skin wasn't perfect," I said, rolling my eyes. "And no, that doesn't bother me either. Now, I need to get started at the bakery, so I'm ready for the open house." I climbed out of bed and got dressed while he laid there watching me.
"I love waking up with you, but it'd be better if we didn't have any place to go and could spend the rest of the day in bed."
"It would, but I have bakery stuff and you have clan stuff. Don't you have some kind of paperwork to file or something?"
"I do, and I should probably put in an appearance and pretend I'm like maybe the sheriff or something."
He laughed as he got up and walked naked to his closet to get clothes. It was odd. Now that I'd seen and touched his lion, I could see it in the way his muscles moved and the build of his body in his human form. There was a predatory way that he moved that made him seem sexy and dangerous that was all mountain lion. "I'm going to get out of here before I decide to say screw the open house and drag you back to bed," I told him as I watched him put his clothes on. Who knew putting clothes on could be almost as sexy as taking them off? He walked toward me as he buttoned his shirt and pulled me up into his arms for a toe-curling kiss.
"I could probably be convinced, but we do both have a lot to do today," he said. "Let's go see if Becky has coffee ready, and then we can head to town."
a cup of coffee, some chocolate cake, and about an hour later, I pulled up in front of the bakery. It had taken longer to get out of the house than I'd expected because everyone was excited and talking about the process to become a clan. They went on and on about how great my cake was, although it really was just an ordinary chocolate cake. And all agreed my bakery was going to be a huge success. By the time we finally got out of there, cake was gone, and I was pressed for time. Becky agreed to come to town to help me get everything ready, and to my surprise, Demas offered as well. It seemed he loved to bake and was excited about helping. We spent the next few hours in a flurry of activity getting everything ready. I was really pleased with the progress we'd made, and Demas was a great help. I was thinking that if he decided to stay and join the clan, I'd offer him a job. Midday, Chase popped in to see how we were doing and to bring me lunch.
"Everyone I've talked to in town is planning to come by tonight,"
he said as we sat and ate.
"Mostly because they want to see what the new bakery is going to offer, but some of it is curiosity about my mate, especially as the word spreads about the clan. I'm honestly shocked at the number of shifters who are interested."
"I'm not," I told him. "Maybe it's a case of a fresh set of eyes being able to see things you might miss, but I could tell these people were waiting for you. They wanted you to be their alpha. They like you, Chase, but more than that, they respect you." "Paxton," Demas said quietly from the door, "if you're done with me for now, I want to shift and go see what Nix and them are up to. They usually sleep until mid-morning, so I figured they're just now up and moving around." "Sure, Demas. You were a huge help to me today. Thank you." He blushed but had a smile on his face, and I could tell he appreciated the compliment. "I just wanted to help." "Well, you did. Will you be back here for the open house?" I hoped he wasn't going to take off. For some reason, I felt protective of him. I didn't get the feeling many people had appreciated him or had his back in his life so far, and I thought we would be good for him. He'd agreed he'd return and took off out the back. I turned to Chase, who was also watching Demas leave. "You're going to ask him to stay and join the clan, aren't you?"
"I'm planning on it, but he seems pretty independent, so I don't know if he'll be willing or not,"
Chase said.
"But we can ask."
We finished up lunch and I got back to work. I heard a knock on the door. I thought it was odd that whoever it was came to the back, but I figured it was a neighboring store owner popping in to see what was going on. I sent Becky to open the door, and I knew it was trouble when I heard her gasp. I looked up to find a petrified Becky, and who I was sure was Nick standing at the back door. "Come back over here, Becky," I insisted. I had no idea how I'd defend her if I had to, but I wasn't letting him know that. "Aw, how sweet. The mate of the alpha who wasn't thinks he can keep the little squirrel safe," he said in a sarcastic tone. "He isn't the alpha who wasn't, damn it. He's an alpha, and you need to remember that." "I'll tell you who needs to remember what. Your mate needs to remember that he isn't the only alpha around here. And I've already decided Copper Creek is mine. If he knows what's good for him, he'll stay out of my way and forget this stupid idea he has about forming his own little clan." "You wouldn't stand a chance against him. He loves this town, and he loves these people, and he'll kill you before he lets you have them," I insisted, and I knew I was right. All of Chase's fears about not being strong enough were in his head. Truthfully, he was so much more powerful than this guy. Even I could feel the difference. "A week ago, I might have been worried, but not now. Everyone, even alphas, have weaknesses. I just hadn't been able to find Chase's. I was biding my time, watching him, and waiting for my chance to take him out. But I wasn't finding any. Until, what do you know? But a weak little human comes to town and gives me just the leverage I need." He walked over to where we stood, close enough to touch me if he reached out. He smiled, a fake friendly smile, and said, "See how easy it was for me to get in here? This is such a friendly little town.
All I had to do was knock on the door, and here I am." He shrugged, but then his demeanor changed, and he was all predator. "Tell your alpha that I've seen what happens to alphas when their fated mates die. It's horrible, really. It's like they lose all will to live, and for sure all will to fight. I'd hate to see that happen here. I mean, I was really looking forward to tasting your Italian cream cake. According to the article I read in that magazine that features you last year, it's the best one of the food critics had ever had." He turned and walked out. "Oh my God, Pax. He just threatened to kill you, didn't he? I swear that's what he did, was threaten to kill you," Becky said. I could tell by her voice she was on the edge of panic, but I didn't think I'd be much help to her because I wasn't in any better shape. I took a steadying breath and nodded my head. "Yeah, Becky, I'm pretty sure that's what he did." "You need to call Chase Paxton. He needs to get here, and you have to tell him exactly what Nick said." "No need to call him," I said as I heard the front door bust open, and Chase ran through the double doors to the kitchen.
"What happened?"
he asked as he grabbed me and pulled me into a hug.
"You were terrified. I could feel it."
"Pax wasn't terrified. He was calm as can be," Becky insisted. "No, I was pretty terrified. I didn't think it was smart to show it. I knew you would come through," I told him. So much of this mate thing was foreign to me, and for the most part, I was going on pure instinct. If there was one thing I was sure of, it was that Chase knew I was in trouble. He always would, and he'd always come for me. Chapter 19. Chase.
Tate and I were checking out a call that had come in about a break-in at Old Man Swenson's equipment shed. It looked to me like it was simply someone looking for shelter, and Mr. Swenson didn't find anything missing, so we agreed to increase patrols by his place and got in the truck to go back to the office when the feeling hit me. Something was wrong with Paxton. I didn't know what, but something was wrong. "We need to get back to the bakery," I told Tate. "Call Coda and tell them to meet us there." My lion was going crazy wanting out. He was so frantic it was hard to think. "Wessa, I need you to calm down. We can get there faster in the truck, but I need you to let me drive." He calmed enough for me to think, but I could feel him pacing in my mind. By the time we made it to the bakery, I could feel that the threat was gone, but Pax was still rattled, and honestly, so was I. I wasn't sure what happened or how it ended, but I knew that I wasn't there when he needed me. I busted through the door to find Paxton and Becky both obviously shaken, but safe. I grabbed him and pulled him to me. His whole body was shaken, but as I held him, it eased. They told me what happened, and I was livid. My lion was ready to go hunt Nix down and kill him now. I would have been within my rights to do just that if we were an established clan. It was a violation of shifter law to threaten an alpha's mate. But I wasn't officially an alpha yet, and until I was, I couldn't take any action against him for threats. I was kicking myself for being so stubborn about forming a clan and for leaving Pax alone. My lion wasn't helpful because he was pissed about both of those things and my insistence that we couldn't kill Nix. I think we should postpone the open house until this gets cleared up. He made it clear to me that he intended to come, and I don't want him that close to you."
"Absolutely not," Pax insisted. "I'm not postponing. You handed out all those flyers, and people all over town have been saying they're coming by."
I glared at him, and he glared back. "Remind me why I wanted an alpha mate instead of an omega again?"
"Because you're a strong, powerful man who needs someone who will challenge you, not a man who does whatever you say." "What would be the fun in that?"
Pax teased. "What I need is you. Period." I wrapped my arms tighter around him and took in his scent. "Our mate is perfect," my lion insisted, purring contently. And I had to admit he was right about that. Now what I needed was a plan to keep him safe. Okay, I said with a resigned sigh. Coda should be here any minute. We'll figure out a plan to keep you safe until everything is finalized on the clan formation. Once that's done, I'll have more recourse for dealing with him.
I don't understand what his reasoning is. It doesn't make sense to me. I mean, you've been here all this time, and he could have stepped up to form a clan, so why wait until now? Something's changed.
I agree. I don't know what, though. I made a couple of calls today to some shifters from other cabals, and none of them have any idea what he's up to. But everyone I talked to agreed he's bad news. I knew the position of Copper Creek made it an attractive location, but there had to be something more to it. I was hoping maybe Demas would learn more tonight.
Well, while we figure out a plan, let's get everything ready for the open house,
Paxton said, grabbing trays of baked goods. We all grabbed a tray and followed him to the front.
What we're going to do is place an assortment with a small stack of plates and napkins on each of the tables out front so people can test the different items I plan to have at the bakery daily. The cake samples will be up here at the front counter so they can get an idea what things I can make for special occasions.
We had everything set up and we're just waiting on the open house to start when Demas came in.
Chase? Coda? I need to talk to you for a minute. I have some information you need.
Well, let's go across the street to my office. We have a few minutes before the open house starts, I said, heading toward the door.
No.
Demas shook his head.
We can't leave Pax here. Someone has to be here with him.
Demas insisted, letting me know I wasn't going to like what he had to report.
Here,
Pax said, quickly moving the baked goods off the table closest to the kitchen doors and moving them to the counter behind the glass cases.
You guys sit and talk.
I could feel his worry in my body like it was my own. Our mating bond was getting stronger. Before long, I'd know what he was thinking as well as what he was feeling. But not yet. A bond like that took time to form. I gave him a quick kiss and we sat at the table.
I went back to their camp and got there before they were up. I found a good hiding place and waited. One of Nick's lackeys was the first one to get up, and he made them some food. Once everyone was up, they started talking about their plans. Nick said that everything was going better than they'd hoped. They'd been waiting for you to file the paperwork to form a clan. They just didn't expect it to happen so soon. One of his guys said it was perfect timing for your mate to show up like he did. Nick said they have to work fast. They can cripple you as alpha by using packs, and as long as it happens before the clan is official, they won't be subject to shifter law. Nix knew the council would never approve a request from him to form a clan, but once you start the ball rolling but aren't able to be alpha, he can step in and take over.
Did they see you? Coda asked.
No, they have no idea I overheard them or that I'm sharing what I know with you. That gives us a real advantage, Demas,
Coda said, and the young man beamed with pride. Demas, we would love it if you would stay and join us here. Be a part of our clan, I told him, watching to see how he reacted.
Really?
He asked.
My old clan didn't want me at all.
Is that because you're gay? I asked him gently. I hoped that wasn't the case, but so many shifter cabals still clung to old ideas and beliefs. You'd think, with the prejudice and bigotry they'd face when shifters were made known to the world, that they would be better than that. But old ways died hard. Sometimes not until the older generations were gone. And with shifters, that was a long, long time. My grandfather had been almost 150 when he was killed.
No, well, I mean not just that, although that didn't help. I'm different. I'm small and I don't fight. I'm really emotional, and according to my mother, I'm too difficult. They live in the city and I hate it. So many people and so much noise. It's just overwhelming. They're also all very successful businessmen and women, and I wanted to create art. I didn't fit, and they let me know it every chance they got.
I knew Pax had been listening to us as he finished his preparations for the open house, because I'd felt his anxiety level increase as Demas told us what he overheard. As Demas told about his previous clan, Pax stopped working and rushed over to the young man, pulling him into a hug.
Demas, you're welcome in our clan. No, not just welcome. Wanted. You risked yourself to help us with no expectation of anything in return. That tells us what kind of a man you are. We would be honored to have you join us and be part of our family.
I smiled at them, and while I'd had no doubts, this was more evidence of what a perfect fit Paxton was as my mate. I wasn't great with emotional stuff, and he was so intuitive and knew exactly what Demas had needed to hear. I mean, as far as I was concerned, I asked him to join us, so he should know that meant we wanted him. But his smile and teary eyes after Pax's speech told me he needed more, and my alpha mate gave it to him. I looked over at Coda, and he was watching them as well with a satisfied smile. He looked at me and nodded, and I knew he was thinking the same thing. Fate had done well in my choice of mate. He was just what we needed.
But what will my purpose be? My mother always said that every member had to have a purpose. No freeloading,
he said in a determined voice.
That was the problem at my old clan. I serve no purpose. I'm bad at business and hate going to an office every day. Well, I need help here at the bakery. You could work for me,
Paxton said with a shrug.
If you're artistic, I bet you could learn to decorate cakes.
Demas's eyes lit up at the prospect.
Really? You think you can teach me how? We can try. Some people pick it up really easy. For some it's hard. We won't know till we try. But how about we give it a shot? You can help run the front counter while you learn.
Chapter 20. Paxton. As people started coming in for the open house, I thought about what Demas had said. Nix intended to use me to get to Chase. I should be much more scared than I was. I think I would be if it weren't for the fact that I could feel the calm determination that Chase was feeling. He had no intention of letting anything happen to me, and I believed in him completely. That, coupled with the excitement the local shifters felt for the plan to establish a clan, I don't think Chase had any idea how many people here not only wanted to be a part of a clan with him as alpha, but who'd just been waiting on him to figure it out. Many of them had bad experiences in their previous cabals and had planned to remain unaffiliated. But knowing Chase, they believed he'd be an honest and fair alpha and wanted to give it a try. Paxton, honey, we have got to talk about getting more than just your pies in my pie case. These scones are to die for, Maribel said as she and Phil came up to me, each with a sample plate in their hands. I know people were worried that your stuff wouldn't live up to what Mr. Myers used to serve in here, but, sweetie, your pastries are the best I've ever tasted. Thank you, Maribel. I hope everyone else agrees. Well, from what I'm hearing they do. Everyone also seems very pleased about Chase's plan to form a clan, and about his choice in a mate. I know Phil and I are, aren't we, Phil?
Yep, we are. My brother Cassius has even said he may consider moving here. He hadn't found a clan he was comfortable with, but he met Chase when he visited last year and thinks he'd like to be a part of what we're building here.
It's going to be amazing. I hope he comes, I said. All through the evening, conversations went that way. People who either wanted to join or knew someone who did. I had a few requests for wedding cakes and gave them my card to call and set up an official tasting. At some point, Demas had put on an apron and was helping refill sample plates and clearing off tables. I had to say, I thought the open house was a success, even with Chase and Coda sitting at the back table glaring at everyone who dared to come within 10 feet of me. We boxed up the few pastries that were left to take home with us.
We need to get your stuff from upstairs to the house,
Chase said as he followed me up to get my clothes for tomorrow. I don't have much here. Most of my stuff is in storage back in St. Louis. I'll send for it once things get settled. In the meantime, we can get my stuff from here whenever. No rush. I don't have any plans to rent out the apartment or anything, although that isn't a bad idea. We locked everything up and drove home. At some point, we're going to have to talk about what Nix is planning, I pointed out. I know you want to protect me, but I need to know what's going on to give me the best chance of protecting myself.
The information Demas gave us is going a long way toward that. Nix is going to have to act fast if he wants to get to you before we become an actual clan. I've filed the paperwork, so the only thing left is council approval, and that could happen any day.
Why does he need to do it before the request is approved? I still knew so little about the rules in the shifter world. They had a different set of laws than humans had. Shifters who were part of a cabal were under shifter law, and those who weren't fell under human law. But I didn't know how the laws themselves differed.
Because it's a high violation of shifter law to threaten an alpha's mate. Depending on the situation, it could be punished with exile or death. And harming an alpha's mate is considered an attack on the cabal and is almost always punished with death. We take our mating bonds very seriously, so if he's planning to use you to get to me, he needs to do it before I'm the alpha of a registered clan. But, thanks to Demas, we know what he's planning and can take precautions.
You just tell me if there's anything you need me to do. Otherwise, I'm just planning to stick close to the house or the bakery. The last thing I wanted was to cause trouble and get someone else hurt trying to save me because I was stupid.
Either I, Coda, or Tate will be with you at all times until we figure this out. I'm still trying to figure out what his endgame is. If he wanted to be alpha of his own clan, he'd find some shifters and form one. He'd have a hard time getting the council to agree because he hasn't been easy to deal with or followed the rules. Rumor has it he was exiled, with good reason, from his last pact. But if he appealed, he might get them to agree simply because they'd rather know what he's up to. I'm not sure what. I know there has to be a reason.
We pulled into the garage and parked. He sat there, not getting out. I could feel his worry like it was my own. Chase?
What is it, baby?
He asked, reaching for my hand. I know you're worried about Nix and whatever he's planning, but I think we should forget about that for a while.
Oh, really? And how do you propose we do that?
He asked. Well, we could watch a movie, or play a game, or you could simply take me upstairs and fuck me, I said with a shrug.
He laughed and his body relaxed. You're a mess.
Well, I mean, I have my preferences out of the three, but I thought you might be in the mood for a movie, I teased, getting out of the car. He came around the back of the car to meet me, stepping close enough for his body to touch mine. He hummed, like he was thinking about the choices.
A movie, a game, or burying myself deep into my mate until I don't know where I end and he begins. I'd say that's an easy choice.
He grabbed my hand and dragged me toward the door to his rooms. As soon as the door shut behind us, he was on me. His body pressed mine into the door. He kissed me gently, but I could feel the restraint vibrating through his entire body. And that wasn't what I wanted. I wanted him to let go, to release that part of him that wanted to devour me. Sweet and gentle had its time and place, but this wasn't it. I traced my nose up the side of his neck, taking in his smell. Then, I took his earlobe between my teeth and bit down. He growled low in his throat, so I bit a little harder. You liked that, did you?
You're playing with fire, little mate.
He pressed his body tighter against mine and took my mouth with his. This wasn't anything like the gentle kiss from a few minutes ago. This was hard and possessive. His mouth claiming mine as his tongue delved into my mouth and owned it. And that's exactly what I wanted. To be owned by this man. He grabbed my ass, pulling me closer and lifting me up. I wrapped my legs around his waist and my arms around his neck. I was trapped between his body and the door as he ran his teeth down my neck. They were sharp and long, and I knew his line was close to the surface. That probably should have freaked me out a little, but instead, it made my need burn hotter. With my legs wrapped around him like this, I could feel his hard length pressing into mine, and I rocked against him.
Fuck, Pax. I need to be inside you. Now.
We have on way too many clothes, I complained, as he continued to run his teeth up and down my neck as he rocked his hips. If we didn't get naked soon, I was going to come in my pants like a teenager. He turned with me still in his arms and walked to the bed. Once we were close enough, he tossed me down with a wicked grin.
"Well, take them off then,"
he said, as he reached for the button on his jeans. I shucked off my shoes and quickly pushed my pants down over my hips and tossed them aside. I pulled my shirt over my head, and it joined my pants on the floor. I looked over at Chase as he stood there, naked, his muscular body lit by the moonlight coming in the window, his magnificent cock hard and leaking. He let his eyes slowly drift from my face down my body.
"You're stunning."
I felt my face flush and knew I was blushing. "So are you." I took a deep breath. "I need you, Chase. It's like my whole body is on fire." He crawled up my body, his movements reminding me of the way his lion moved. Just one more reminder that he wasn't entirely human, but instead, he was more. He licked and nipped his way up my torso to my nipples, and I shuddered. He sucked one into his mouth, and my whole body lit up. I'd always enjoyed having my nipples played with, but I'd never felt anything like this. I could feel how much my pleasure excited him, and it was like his excitement joined with mine, and they magnified each other. He moved to the other side and repeated the licking and sucking. I writhed beneath him, strange keening noises escaping my throat. I tried to quiet them, but he reached between us, gripping our cocks together and stroking.
"I love the sounds you make. Don't you dare try to hide from me."
He grabbed a bottle of lube from the bed beside me, and I honestly didn't know or care where it came from.
"I want to play with you and tease you and torture you, but I can't. I need inside you too bad, Paxton."
Well, what the fuck are you waiting for?
"Nothing at all, baby. Nothing at all,"
he said. Pushing my legs up to give him access, he lined himself up and slid home into my body. I felt the combination of him filling me and the pressure and the sting, as well as the extreme pleasure. But I also felt the pleasure that my body brought him as he began to move. It was overwhelming and exhilarating. I'd never felt anything like it. Like our bodies truly were one. He thrust in deep, pulling out slowly and thrusting in again. "Fuck, do that again!" I cried out as he pegged my prostate with each thrust. I begged for something. I didn't know what, but I needed something else, something more. Our eyes met, and it was like I could see inside his soul. The man and the animal so closely twined together, I wasn't sure exactly who I was looking at. I love this man, I thought. It wasn't just that I was mated to him. I loved him.
"I love you too,"
he said, and I realized he didn't say it out loud, but I heard him just as clearly as if he had. He continued to move inside me, and I was so close to release. "Chase!" I cried. "I need to come." I grabbed my cock and stroked desperately. I could feel it right there, but I couldn't get there. It was just out of reach.
"I know, baby. Me too,"
he said, voice strained.
"Me too."
He licked up the side of my neck, stopping to suck on the spot where he'd bitten me, and I shivered. It was like the spot where he'd left his mark was directly tied to my cock. "Yes, right there," I sobbed. I was so close. I felt his teeth scrape along the sensitive spot, and then he bit down again. It was just like the first time, a searing pain followed by an intense pleasure, unlike anything else in the world. Only this time, it was combined with Chase's pleasure as we both came. He wrapped me tightly in his arms, rolling us to the side. He held me until the aftershocks were done, and then he gently licked at the spot where he'd bitten me again. That was amazing. Earth-shattering, even. I croaked, hoarse from crying out. He squeezed me tighter and kissed my head,
It keeps getting better. I do love you. I wanted you to know I meant that. I wasn't just saying it because you did or in the heat of the moment.
Actually, you didn't say it at all earlier. You thought it, and I heard you. Is that normal?
It means our mating bond is growing,
He said, sounding pleased.
We can talk more about what all that means tomorrow. But tonight, you wore me out. Let's get cleaned up and go to sleep.
Chapter 21. Chase.
The next day started off perfect. I woke up with Paxton in my arms, and the reality set in that this was my life. Me and Paxton, together like this. I thought about my mother and father's relationship and couldn't help but be sad for them. Neither of them were happy. They had settled for an arrangement instead of waiting for their fated mate. And because of that, neither of them would ever know what it was like to find the other half of themselves. I tried to get out of bed without disturbing Paxton, but when I moved, he tightened his grip and moved closer, snuggling in. So, I decided to stay in bed a little longer and enjoy the feel of him next to me. Eventually, he began to stir. He rolled over to face me and grinned.
Good morning,
he said, and yawned.
Did you sleep well?
Oh yeah, best night's sleep I've had in forever. I pulled him to me and nibbled at his ear.
Really?
He said, and then moaned as I ran my hand down his back to his ass. And of course, that was when someone decided to knock on the door.
Chase, we have a situation,
Tate said through the door. He had agreed to stay here at the clan house, as Pax had started calling it, until we knew Pax was safe. Gonna wait like 5 minutes? I called back, trailing kisses down Paxton's neck.
Not really. You need to come now. We have visitors.
Duty calls, Alpha,
Paxton said with a chuckle, rolling away and getting out of bed.
We'll be right down, Tate,
he called through the door as he dug around in his bag for some clothes.
We'll meet you in the kitchen. Thanks, Pax,
Tate called back. We need your stuff situated. I don't like you living out of a bag. It feels temporary, I pouted.
Oh, Chase, honey, this thing is about as far from temporary as you can get. But if it makes you feel better, I will get unpacked over the next couple of days. Now hop up and let's go see what's so urgent that we would have visitors at...
He glanced at his watch.
10 in the morning. Wow, how did it get so late? I never sleep in.
Me either. I knew I was having a lazy morning, but I didn't know it was that late, I said, quickly getting dressed. We cut across the courtyard to the kitchen, laughing and holding hands. I was the happiest I'd been in forever. This man was mine, and I got to keep him. I had a house full of friends who had become family, and I was amazed at the number of people in town who were interested in being part of our clan. I figured the future looked brighter than it had in ages. That was the last thought I had before that future I wanted so badly slammed right into the past I'd left behind. 3 men sat around the bar in the kitchen. 2 of them alphas of neighboring cabals, and the other, my father. My father sat across the bar from the door watching as we entered. I froze where I stood, wondering what was going on. My line was at attention, ready to defend our mate and our clan if necessary. But I was careful to appear relaxed. Chase, my father stated simply. Father, I answered. I heard a slight intake of breath from Paxton next to me, and I squeezed his hand to reassure him. Alpha Vargas, Alpha Toya, welcome to our home. Alpha Vargas stood and shook my hand.
It's good to see you again, young man. I can't tell you how pleased I was to see your paperwork for the formation of the Copper Creek clan.
Alpha Toya looked a little less pleased, but not hostile. My father stood there, glancing between Paxton and me. I took a deep breath and dove in. Father, this is my mate, Paxton. Paxton, this is my father, Jonas Coleman. My father came around the counter and shook hands with Paxton. It's nice to meet you, Paxton. He turned to me. Chase, the council received your application for clan status. We came to do a preliminary check on the situation. We've heard some rumbling of trouble brewing and wanted to make sure you were aware of it and that you were prepared. And that was my father. The first time I'd seen him in years. First time he had ever been to my home or met my mate. And he got right to business. If you mean trouble with Nixon, we're aware of the situation and we're prepared. Are you? And where's Dakota? My father asked. We're aware of Nixon's location, and he was staking them out last night, keeping an eye on them. Dakota is an excellent beta father. I'm sure he is. I always thought he'd be Teresa's right-hand man, if not her replacement when the time came. But Nixon isn't your only problem. Have you heard of the Association for the Segregation of Shifters? Of course I have, I answered, wondering what the righteous reverend had to do with this.
That's the hate group that's on television all the time, right?
Pax asked.
Yes, that would be them,
Alpha Toya said.
We've heard that they're looking to acquire property in and around Copper Creek. They want to use the canyons as a training ground for what they claim is the upcoming war between humans and shifters. We believe there must be more behind this area for their choice of base, but we don't know what that is. We've heard that Nixon is planning to take control of the area so he can make a deal with the association.
Why would he do that? He hates shifters. Surely Nixon doesn't trust him. We've heard rumors that Nix is involved with drugs and the trafficking of shifters, so I'm not sure he cares much about who he aligns with if it furthers his plans, my father said. Okay, but if you're aware of this, why haven't you done anything to stop him? I asked. It wasn't like my father to let activity like this go unpublished. He isn't a member of a cabal, so when it was just the drug trafficking, it wasn't our place. We tried to let the human law enforcement handle it. But once we heard his activities had moved to shifters, we decided to take action, and we sent 2 different groups after him. None of them came back. We can't prove he was responsible. They just disappeared. He's dangerous, Chase. Your mother and I are worried. You are? I asked, trying to figure out what that meant exactly and how I felt about it. Then something else he said hit me. Coda was out there, and it sounded like the situation was more complicated than we knew. Shit. Where's Demas?
He hasn't come down yet,
Haz said. He was sitting off to the side and had been so quiet I hadn't even realized he was there. Can you run and get him? I need him to get a message to Coda. Haz hopped up and ran to get Demas. Okay, well that answers one of the biggest questions I had, I said. I knew there had to be a bigger reason that Nixon was so interested in this territory. I still don't understand why here. I mean, I get that it's nestled in between the 3 major territories in the western part of the state, but there has to be more. I watched as the 3 men exchanged a look that told me they knew more than they were telling. Look, this man has threatened my mate and is looking to take over here and hand it over to a shifter hate group. So if you know something, now would be the time to tell me. We don't know why. We agree with you, though. There has to be something more. We've had an unusual number of human scientists in our area under the guise of doing conservation research. But we don't think that's why they're here. We think that what they found is possibly responsible for the increased interest in not only your territory, but ours as well.
Chase, you needed me?
Demas said, entering the room. I saw the looks my father and his companions gave him, and I had no doubt they wondered what on earth I wanted with the slight, unusual-looking man. My father, like most other shifters, had long undervalued the worth of smaller shifters. They were more than willing to use smaller animals as scouts and spies, but to this day they still treated them as second-rate cabal members. That was not going to be the way in my clan. The information that Demas had brought to us the other day was beyond valuable, and gave me a fighting chance to keep my mate safe. I did, Demas. We have information that Nix may be more dangerous than we thought. I started.
More than we thought?
He asked.
He wants to take our alpha mate and destroy you. What is more dangerous than that?
It seems that some of the cabals have sent out hunting parties to stop him, and those parties didn't come back. We knew he was a threat, thanks to you, but honestly, I didn't get the feeling he was strong enough to fend off a good hunting party.
He's incredibly strong,
Hazard insisted.
You don't think so because you're stronger. To the rest of us mere mortals, he's scary powerful. So what do you need from me?
Demas asked. I need you to go find Coda and make sure he knows what we're dealing with. If I'd known what he was capable of, I wouldn't have sent Coda to keep an eye out. Actually, I think what we need to do is have Coda come in and we can formulate a plan.
You got it. We'll be back shortly,
Demas said, walking out the door into the courtyard. We watched as he quickly shifted into a beautiful white owl and flew off. This is an interesting assortment you've put together here, Chase, my father said, looking around the room. I followed his gaze as he took in Hazard in his tight pants, colorful shirt, and eyeliner. Grim standing next to him protectively in his riding gear. Becky bustling around the kitchen, mumbling to herself about how she told us how bad Nix was. Add to that my human mate, and I guess it was a bit of a ragtag-looking group. But each of these people brought something valuable to the clan. I have, Father, but I wouldn't trade them for anything. Now, what do we need to do so your little visit here can be complete? We can get our clan status. I have a reasonably large number of people who want to join once we're official.
We just wanted to make sure you're ready for what being an official clan means. There are rules that have to be followed and responsibilities that come with being a registered clan,
Alpha Toya said. I felt Paxton's anger, and I had a feeling these men were about to find out what my mate was made of. I was sure they thought, because he was human, and because he was gay, he wasn't prepared to be the mate of an alpha. They were wrong.
Are you fucking kidding me right now?
Paxton asked, glaring at the alphas.
Chase was raised to be an alpha. He learned all of your rules and the responsibilities that came with that from the time he was a cub. He knows as much, if not more, about being an alpha than either of you do.
He motioned between Alpha Toya and Alpha Vargas.
He's told me his father was the most powerful alpha in the region, and he taught him what he needed to know. It's insulting to my mate and to his father to imply he may not be prepared for this.
How dare you? Alpha Toya growled as he stood to face my mate. I turned on him, stepping between him and Paxton. I looked him in the eyes, and a growl came from deep in my chest. I pulled on all the power in me, and in my strongest alpha voice, I said, "Sit!" He hesitated for a second, and I could see him struggle as he fought to ignore my order. I wasn't his alpha, so that gave him a chance. But we were in my house, and I'd always been the stronger alpha. They just chose to ignore it. I glared at him, and he took a seat. My mate dares because I've given him that authority. In this house and by my side, he has the same authority as I do. And he's right. You know he is. I don't need you to explain the rules to me. I cut my teeth on those rules as a cub. My father made sure of it. And as my mate said, don't insult my father by insinuating that he would have left me unprepared. I don't know why I felt the need to defend my father. He had turned his back on me and left me floundering. But something in Paxton's words rang true to me, and I felt the need. Your mate is brave. That's good. You'll need him to be, my father said, giving an approving nod at Paxton. I felt like I'd fallen down a rabbit hole into an alternate universe. Now, tell me about this town and the people who want to join your clan.
Chase, I really need to get some work done at the bakery. You think you could spare Tate to go with me?
Paxton asked. I looked at him. I wasn't sure what he needed to get done, but I figured it was mostly about needing to escape our visitors. I hated to disappoint him, but I really didn't think it was a good idea. Will you be too disappointed if I tell you I'd prefer you stay here where I can keep you safe? He smiled at me. Our love was like a live wire that crackled between us. It was a living thing that connected us, and I wanted to cherish that bond and give him anything he wanted. But more importantly, I wanted to keep him safe.
No, Alpha, I wouldn't be disappointed at all. I trust your judgment. But if I'm not going to the bakery today, I'm going to excuse myself to go to our apartment and plan out my menus and place my supply order. We don't want you having to make supply runs for me every other day. If you need me, just come and get me."
He gave me a kiss and turned and headed for the courtyard. I couldn't help but chuckle at him calling me Alpha. I knew that was for our guests' benefit, but it still made me smile. "Paxton," my father called to him. Paxton turned and looked at him, not sure what to expect. "It was very nice to meet you."
"You as well, sir,"
Paxton responded with a smile that morphed into a look of dismissal as his glance moved over the other two, and he turned and left the kitchen.
Chapter 22. Paxton. I cut across the courtyard to our apartment. Our apartment. How amazing was that? Honestly, I really was disappointed that I couldn't go to the bakery today, but I wasn't going to tell Chase that and add to his worry. He had his father and those jack wagons he brought with him here to deal with, so he didn't need me making his life more difficult. I did exactly as I told Chase I was going to do and put together a plan for the opening of the bakery. I had enough feedback from the open house to make a fairly educated guess about what would sell best, so I pulled up my recipes on my computer and made a supply list. By the time I was done, I was ready to bake something. I might not be able to go to the bakery, but I had a perfectly serviceable kitchen right here. I walked around the house to the kitchen, stopping by the study to see if they'd heard from Coda or Demas. As I walked around, I could see our 3 guests sitting out by the fountain in the courtyard by themselves having a drink. Just by the way they held themselves as they sat there, you could tell that while all 3 thought they were important, Chase's father was more powerful than the other 2. Shifter dynamics were interesting to me. I'd have to talk with Chase later about them. I pushed open the study to find Chase sitting behind his desk on the phone. I could only hear his end, but it sounded like he was talking to Coda.
"No, I'd prefer you come back here. Yeah, both of you. I appreciate that Demas is willing to stay, but knowing what I do now, I want everyone here and safe."
He listened for a minute.
"I know. I can't believe he's here either."
Another pause, and then he chuckled.
"You don't have to worry about your alpha mate. Believe me, he can hold his own. Actually, he's been much nicer where Pax is concerned than I would have expected."
He looked up at me and winked. Silly as it was, it made my heart swell to realize that Coda had been worried about me. I knew how important he was to Chase, and his easy acceptance of me as Chase's mate made things much easier. "So that was Coda?"
"Yes, he and Demas are both fine. Nixon has moved camp, and they have no idea where to. Coda is one of the best trackers I know, and he couldn't find a trace of them."
"Well, I'm going to go bake something. Any special requests?" He came around the desk and he pulled me into his arms. I snuggled into his embrace, taking in his scent, and all the tension of the day melted away.
"I'm sorry you didn't get to go to the bakery, but it makes me feel so much better for you to be here."
"It's okay for today, but I'll have to get back there in the next day or so. Worst case, by Monday for the opening. And I'll have to be there day after tomorrow in the morning. My delivery from Copper Springs will be coming in."
"We'll get you there. We'll go with you if we have to. Now, how about a batch of scones? The ones you made the other day were amazing."
"Scones it is, although I could make those in my sleep." "Maybe I'll make a cake as well," I said, giving him a quick kiss and heading into the kitchen to get to work. A couple of days passed and we were no closer to finding Nix. Everyone had eaten about as much of my baked goods as they could handle. Chase's father and his little band of not-so-merry alphas were still in town. Chase had offered to let them stay at the clan house, but thankfully they refused. Personally, I thought it was because they wanted to nose around town, but I didn't really care why. I was glad they weren't here. Over the last few days of staying with Chase, I'd gotten used to the sprawling house. Chase couldn't have planned it better, and it felt so much like home. We'd arranged for my stuff from the storage unit in St. Louis to be delivered. Coffee in the courtyard, reading in the study, and a house full of people suited me perfectly. But I was getting bored. I was glad to be going into the bakery today, even if it meant having Coda, Tate, and Chase hovering around me. I couldn't help but smile as we pulled up in front of the bakery. My bakery. The feeling of pride I'd felt the first time I saw it filled me again.
I couldn't believe I'd pulled this off. It may just be a small bakery in a small town, but it was mine. The truck was scheduled to be there mid-morning, so I set about creating some advertising materials for opening day while we waited for it to arrive. Chase, Coda, Tate, and to my surprise Phil, were out front. They were supposedly working on a plan of action, but I think they were mostly drinking coffee and eating the cookies I'd made. I went to check and make sure they didn't need anything when a knock sounded on the back door that led to the alley. "Chase, I think the truck is here," I called, and Tate came to the back.
"Who is it?"
Tate called out.
"Delivery for Paxton Summers,"
the voice called back. Tate cautiously opened the back door. A couple of guys in uniforms from the supply company were standing there with a large box truck behind them.
"We have quite a few deliveries to make this morning, sir. If you could just tell us where you want us to stack the order."
"Of course, Harry," I said, looking at the name on his shirt. "If y'all could stack them along that wall, it would be perfect. Then I can get the guys to come help put it away."
"You got it, sir. Maybe once you get the bakery up and running, you could bribe us with pastries to help you with that,"
he said with a laugh. "You'll have to let me know what your favorite is, and I'll do that." We stood there for a few minutes, watching them unload boxes. When we heard a huge boom from the direction of the front, Tate and I rushed to find everyone on their feet looking out the front window.
"That sounded like it came from the warehouse behind the lumberyard."
"Go. Everything is fine here," I told them. "It's just across the street. Make sure everyone is okay."
"I'll stay,"
Phil said.
"Okay, just call me if you need anything,"
Chase said as they rushed out the door.
"Mr. Summers,"
Harry called from the back.
"we're done if you'll come sign off on the delivery form for us."
"I'll be right back, Phil," I said, and headed for the kitchen. It was a shame it didn't occur to me how odd it was that the delivery guys didn't come to the front to check out the explosion until someone hit me over the head and everything went dark. Chapter 23.
Chase. We rushed across the street, but the explosion hadn't come from the warehouse as we thought. It was a propane tank out behind the warehouse, and as soon as I saw it, I knew it was a distraction. I reached out for Paxton, but didn't feel him at all. "I have to get to Paxton," I yelled. Tate handled the tank. As I was about to shift, I heard what sounded like the roar of a bear. "Phil!" I yelled, running toward the bakery as I shifted, allowing my lion to take over. Coda was right beside me. I ran around the bakery to the alley. Paxton was lying crumpled on the ground, the bloody body of a wolf lying beside him. Phil stood between Paxton and 4 other wolves in his bear form, roaring at them and pawing at the ground. He was an impressive animal, but he couldn't fight off all 4 wolves, and they looked ready to pounce. I stopped and Coda moved up beside me. I released one of the blood-curdling shrieks mountain lions were known for, and the wolves froze and turned to face us. "I will kill them for harming our mate." I reached to Paxton with my mind, and I could feel him stirring, fighting to regain consciousness. He was alive. "I will still kill them." My line was out for blood, and I wasn't about to argue with him. When I was in my mountain lion form, I stayed near the surface at all times. My lion was a predator first and foremost, and if I didn't, his primal way of dealing with problems would be brutal. But this time, I took a mental step back. He felt me retreat, and a growl of approval rumbled low in his chest at the thought of killing the wolves who had dared to touch our mate. 4 wolves were hardly a match for 2 mountain lions and a bear, but we slowly advanced on them. One of them threw back his head and howled, and there came an answering howl from down the street. I glanced that way and saw 5 more wolves, one of them the largest wolf I'd ever seen. Our eyes met, and I recognized Nick's. The 4 nearest backed down the alley toward the other 5. Okay, 9 wolves against the 3 of us was a little more of a challenge, but one my lion was eager for. I heard the flutter of wings above us as a white owl landed near Paxton, and then Demas was there. He pulled Pax up into his arms, and Pax groaned. Demas nodded at me, letting me know he had things under control over there. I snarled and advanced on the wolves. They growled and snarled, moving toward us. My lion hadn't had a good fight in a very long time, but he wasn't in the mood for it today. He didn't want to fight at all. He only wanted to kill the ones who'd injured our mate. Before Coda or Phil knew what I was doing, I leaped into action. I rushed the wolves and they lunged at me, planning to attack as a pack. I bit and swiped with my claws, taking them down to the ground and ripping their throats out. I didn't even feel the bites and slashes they inflicted on me. Only one thing was on my mind: killing to protect my mate. Coda and Phil stopped, standing to the side, ready to jump in if I needed them. I didn't. When the last of the wolf soldiers fell, I turned on Nix. He growled, circling me, trying to get a good angle to attack, but I moved with him, snarling. He started to move backward to retreat as the gravity of his situation occurred to him. I knew I should stop my lion. If he was retreating, we should stand down and let the council deal with him. I glanced toward Paxton and saw that he was awake and sitting up beside Demas. I felt such relief I might have let Nixon live, but at that moment, Paxton reached up and touched the back of his head, and when he brought his hand back down, it had blood on it. Blood. He had made my mate bleed. I let out an ear-piercing scream, and in that moment, both Nixon and I knew he was about to die. With nothing left to lose, he leaped on me, determined to inflict as much damage as he could. He was huge, and his jaws were strong as he landed on my back and bit into my shoulder. I turned and twisted, trying to shake him loose, but he held on, clawing at my sides and digging in with his teeth as he tightened his jaw. I let my body go slack, dropping to the ground and rolling. The move surprised him, and he let me go. I flipped over on him, digging in my claws and forcing him to the ground. I stared into his eyes, wanting him to know who was responsible for his death. I snapped my jaws in his face and dug my claws in deeper. He whimpered in pain, and I let go. He scrambled to get away, and I quickly pounced, digging my claws back in. He went still, and I was tired of playing. With one claw, I swiped across his neck and stood over him, while the life drained out of his body. I turned, surveying the area. There were wolf bodies lying on the ground around me, and blood was everywhere. I gave them a disinterested huff because they no longer mattered. It was done. I turned and ran toward Paxton. He still sat on the ground, but he opened his arms to me. I dropped to the ground and laid my head in his lap. He gently stroked my head, murmuring to me.
"Wisa, you're hurt,"
he said, a tremor in his voice.
"My beautiful, beautiful baby, you're bleeding."
I nosed him gently, and then, reaching up, I licked the side of his face.
"Should we get him treatment as a mountain lion, or should he shift?"
he asked, looking across the alley. I could see who he was asking and found my father and his little entourage standing there with Coda and Phil. I didn't want to shift back. I knew it was going to hurt more as a man than it did now, but I could hear the worry in Paxton's voice. I stepped forward in my mind, into the pain and toward my mate. It did hurt, but it was worth it when I felt Paxton's hands in my hair and heard the relief in his voice.
"Chase!"
he exclaimed.
"Let me see."
He ran his hands over me, inspecting my wounds.
"Most of it isn't too bad, but your shoulder is pretty torn up. Maybe we should get you to a doctor,"
he said. I sat up and pulled him into my arms, groaning with pain but not caring. He was right where he belonged. "I'll be fine. It'll heal pretty quickly," I assured him. "What matters is you're safe."
"I should have known. When the delivery guys didn't rush to the front to check out the explosion, I should have known something was wrong."
"Shh, it's okay. They won't bother you again. Phil, I owe you, man. I don't know how I can ever repay you." I stood and walked to the large man who had placed himself between a pack of wolves and my mate. "You don't owe me at all. I shouldn't have let them get him in the first place," Phil said, sounding disgusted with himself. Just like I shouldn't have left him there. I should have realized the explosion was way too convenient. No, they would have been long gone with him if you hadn't have stopped them. You have my gratitude. I was happy to help, Alpha, Bill said with a smile. You need to get used to being called that, my father said with his own smile, stepping forward and pulling me into a hug. I'm proud of you, son, he said, leaving me speechless. Turning to the two men who came with him, he said, You two can head back to your homes now. We're done here. You've seen my son is capable of protecting his clan. Actually, we all owe him a debt of gratitude for taking care of a major problem for us, wouldn't you say? Spread the word. There's a new Alpha in Copper Creek, and he isn't one to be messed with.
Chapter 24. Paxton. I'd never seen anything like the fight that had just taken place. Chase basically single-handedly tore those wolves apart. I was pretty sure I should have felt horror at the scene before us, but I didn't. That had been the purest display of power I'd ever seen. Then all the wolves jumped him at once. I was terrified for him. I started to shout out to Coda to help him, but Dima stopped me. Don't distract him, he said. He needs to do this. They tried to hurt you. His lion can't let that stand. I nodded and sat back. It took everything in me not to cry out when the largest wolf, I assumed Nyx, bit into his shoulder and ripped at his sides. But in the end, he stood in the middle of the carnage, the victor. And the first thing he did was come to me. How could I be horrified by that? Instead, I opened my arms and welcomed him. I watched as he talked with the other alphas, and when he was done, he scooped me up and said,
Let's go home.
I can walk just fine, I said.
I'm sure you can,
he said as he nuzzled my neck and carried me to his truck, sitting me in the front seat. His father walked up to the side of the truck.
Chase, that was impressive. I knew you were a strong alpha, but I had no idea your lion was so powerful. Well, there are a lot of things you don't know. That happens when you don't talk to someone for years, Chase said. I know, son. I didn't want to do that. I thought about coming after you 100 times over the years, but I knew you needed to do this on your own. Men like Alpha Toyo would never have accepted you as the powerful alpha you were if you didn't earn it. By inheriting the position, they would have always doubted your claim to it. I knew you could do it. I've never in my life seen a more naturally powerful alpha. But without seeing what you were capable of, they would have always been unsure. I thought you would build a clan or a pride here, and by making it an impressive cabal, you'd prove yourself. I had no idea there'd be a threat like Nyx. My concern, however, is that this hate group is going to be an even bigger threat, and your territory, for some reason, is in their sights. It's the one thing standing between the Western Territories and whatever it is he's really after. But you honestly have no idea what that is, Chase asked. None. But I intend to find out. In the meantime, how do you feel about an alliance between our two cabals? I watched the emotions flash over Chase's face, and I could feel his confusion. The disbelief, the joy, the anger, the lack of trust, all justifiable emotions, all things considered. I'd had enough today and wanted to go home. Sir, Chase and I are going to go home and we'll have a discussion with our betas and get back to you about an alliance. The decision is ultimately Chase's, but I know he'd like to run this by Coda first. Chase's father looked over at me, and instead of the anger I expected, I saw respect. My son was wise to wait for an alpha mate. You're good for him. He nodded at me. Then looking at Chase, he said, Talk it over with your people and call me. I'm heading home. And with that, he turned and walked away. Let's go home, Chase said. I need to feel your body wrapped around mine to reassure my lion you're okay. You can see I'm fine, but I think the idea of you buried deep inside me is what we both need. But we don't need to go all the way home. I have a perfectly good bed right upstairs, and I don't want to wait. Now that's an idea I can get behind. Literally, he said with a wicked smile, picking me back up, throwing me over his shoulder, and carrying me to the back of the bakery and up the stairs. I thought about arguing with him and insisting he put me down, but I didn't want to waste time.
As soon as we were inside the apartment, he put me down and we headed straight for the bed, losing our clothes as we went. I crawled up into the middle of the bed on my hands and knees and wiggled my ass at him. He chuckled and ran a hand up over my ass cheek.
How on earth did I get lucky enough for fate to decide you were the one for me?
I feel the same way. So lucky. I heard the click that signified he'd opened the lube bottle we'd left by the bed up here, and I felt the cold drizzle as he squeezed it at the top of my ass crack and let it run down. He followed the lube with his finger as it dripped down and ran it around the tight pucker of my hole. Fuck, I groaned as he teased me, almost, but not quite, slipping his finger inside. I pushed back and he chuckled.
In a hurry?
He asked, and continued to tease, circling my entrance every so often, pressing slightly like he was going to breach me, but he didn't. I looked over my shoulder, and he was watching his finger as he teased me, slowly stroking his hard cock with the other hand. Aren't you? I asked.
Not really. I could tease you all night watching your beautiful hole clench and flutter, practically begging for my cock.
Chase? I growled. Fuck me. Now. He hummed.
Someone seems to have forgotten who's in charge here.
He slid his finger up the line from my hole to the small of my back. He slid his hand around to my front and gripped my cock.
Oh, you're so hard for me, aren't you, baby?
He asked, slowly stroking me. I whimpered and pushed back. He pulled me against him with his other hand, and his cock slid up and down my crack.
How bad do you want me, Pax? Tell me.
So bad, Chase. Please, please. I need you inside me, I babbled as he leaned forward, kissing a line up my spine as he continued to slide his cock against me, sending shivers up and down my body.
I love the way you sound when you beg. It makes me even harder.
He growled into my ear. He pulled back and slid one hand up my back, caressing my neck, and a desperate sound escaped my throat. Sliding his hand farther up, he tangled his fingers in my hair and pulled my body up against his. It hurt in the most delicious way. I cried out as he slammed into me. Oh, yes! I yelled. Fuck yes! He pulled out and slammed back in again, hard and deep, over and over, still stroking my cock with one hand as his fingers in my hair held me in place where he wanted me. Each thrust forcing my body forward as his grip brought me close to orgasm. He sped up his thrusts, and I knew he was close. I turned my head, intensifying the pull as he tightened his grip in my hair, and I kissed him. The angle was bad, but the kiss was desperate and sloppy and everything a kiss should be. I could feel the tingle of my impending orgasm and knew what I wanted. I reached behind his head, grabbing his hair and pulling it down as I tipped my head to the side, bringing his mouth to my neck. A low growl came from deep in his chest, and I felt his teeth sharpen. Please, Chase, I begged. I need to feel all of you. At that, he bit down on my neck. I exploded with pain and pleasure as my whole body erupted in orgasm. Chase slammed deep into me over and over, searching for his own release. His teeth still clamped on my shoulder, but he released them as a cry was torn from his lips. Mine, he sobbed. Mine, mine, mine. He sounded almost desperate, so I turned onto my back and pulled him down onto me. Yes, Chase, I'm yours. I'm here and I'm safe. He wrapped his arms around me and I could feel the tremors that moved through his body as he let go of the fear and fury from earlier. We didn't move for the rest of the day. If that meant we would be crusty with dried cum when we woke up, then so be it. But neither of us was ready to let go. I woke up hours later in a panic. Shit, I said, hopping up and grabbing my clothes and putting them on.
What is it?
Chase asked in a sexy, sleepy voice, but I was too panicked to notice. My orders! There were perishables in there. I'm not going to be able to serve them now, and I won't be able to open.
If we need to, I'll make a run to Copper Springs. It's okay.
He climbed out of bed and put on his pants and a shirt and followed me down the stairs. But when we got into the kitchen, everything was put away. There was a note on the counter from Demas. I put all the supplies away and Phil took care of the truck. It's the same company who handled his deliveries, so he knows the owner. Nick's ambushed the truck at a gas station between here and Copper Springs where they always stop for gas and breakfast sandwiches. They found them tied up in the bathroom. They were a little worse for wear, but they were alive. Coda handled the other mess in the alley, so there's nothing for you to do but sleep. See you tomorrow to prep for opening day. I turned to Chase with tears in my eyes. They put everything away and cleaned it all up, I said in disbelief. I don't even know what to say.
They're your clan now. That's what we do. We take care of each other.
Not all clans do, though, I said, thinking of Demas and Hazard and Chase.
Not all clans do. They're supposed to, though. And this is our clan. We can make it what we want it to be.
I want it to be a family, I said, trying not to cry. I felt like an idiot. But the idea of having a family like this, that would love each other and take care of each other, was exactly what I wanted.
This really wise man once told me that was what I'd been building all along, even if I didn't realize it,
he said, wrapping his arms around me.
I just needed him to come along and help me see it.
We hope you have enjoyed Chasing Fate, Copper Creek Shifters, Book 1, written by Jacki James, narrated by Kenneth Obie, post-production and edits by D. B. Brown. All tracks recorded, mixed, and mastered at Under the Stairs Production Studios located in Estacada, Oregon. Copyright 2019 by Michelle Gerard. Production copyright 2019 by Michelle Gerard. This has been an Under the Stairs Productions presentation.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.
bleed. I let out an ear-piercing scream, and in that moment, both Nixon and I knew he was about to die. With nothing left to lose, he leaped on me, determined to inflict as much damage as he could. He was huge, and his jaws were strong as he landed on my back and bit into my shoulder. I turned and twisted, trying to shake him loose, but he held on, clawing at my sides and digging in with his teeth as he tightened his jaw. I let my body go slack, dropping to the ground and rolling. The move surprised him, and he let me go. I flipped over on him, digging in my claws and forcing him to the ground. I stared into his eyes, wanting him to know who was responsible for his death. I snapped my jaws in his face and dug my claws in deeper. He whimpered in pain, and I let go. He scrambled to get away, and I quickly pounced, digging my claws back in. He went still, and I was tired of playing. With one claw, I swiped across his neck and stood over him while the life drained out of his body. I turned, surveying the area. There were wolf bodies lying on the ground around me, and blood was everywhere. I gave them a disinterested huff because they no longer mattered. It was done. I turned and ran toward Paxton. He still sat on the ground, but he opened his arms to me. I dropped to the ground and laid my head in his lap. He gently stroked my head, murmuring to me.
"Lisa, you're hurt,"
he said, a tremor in his voice.
"My beautiful, beautiful baby, you're bleeding."
I nosed him gently, and then, reaching up, I licked the side of his face.
"Should we get him treatment as a mountain lion, or should he shift?"
he asked, looking across the alley. I could see who he was asking and found my father and his little entourage standing there with Coda and Phil. I didn't want to shift back. I knew it was going to hurt more as a man than it did now, but I could hear the worry in Paxton's voice. I stepped forward in my mind, into the pain and toward my mate. It did hurt, but it was worth it when I felt Paxton's hands in my hair and heard the relief in his voice.
"Chase!"
he exclaimed.
"Let me see."
He ran his hands over me, inspecting my wounds.
"Most of it isn't too bad, but your shoulder is pretty torn up. Maybe we should get you to a doctor,"
he said. I sat up and pulled him into my arms, groaning with pain but not caring. He was right where he belonged. "I'll be fine. It'll heal pretty quickly," I assured him. "What matters is you're safe."
"I should have known. When the delivery guys didn't rush to the front to check out the explosion, I should have known something was wrong."
"Shh, it's okay. They won't bother you again. Bill, I owe you, man. I don't know how I can ever repay you." I stood and walked to the large man who had placed himself between a pack of wolves and my mate. "You don't owe me at all. I shouldn't have let them get him in the first place," Bill said, sounding disgusted with himself. Just like I shouldn't have left him there. I should have realized the explosion was way too convenient. No, they would have been long gone with him if you hadn't have stopped them. You have my gratitude. "I was happy to help, Alpha," Bill said with a smile. "You need to get used to being called that," my father said with his own smile, stepping forward and pulling me into a hug. "I'm proud of you, son," he said, leaving me speechless. Turning to the two men who came with him, he said, "You two can head back to your homes now. We're done here. You've seen my son is capable of protecting his clan. Actually, we all owe him a debt of gratitude for taking care of a major problem for us, wouldn't you say? Spread the word. There's a new Alpha in Copper Creek, and he isn't one to be messed with."
Chapter 24. Paxton.
I'd never seen anything like the fight that had just taken place. Chase basically single-handedly tore those wolves apart. I was pretty sure I should have felt horror at the scene before us, but I didn't. That had been the purest display of power I'd ever seen. Then all the wolves jumped him at once. I was terrified for him. I started to shout out to Coda to help him, but Dima stopped me. "Don't distract him," he said. "He needs to do this. They tried to hurt you. His lion can't let that stand." I nodded and sat back. It took everything in me not to cry out when the largest wolf, I assumed Nix, bit into his shoulder and ripped at his sides. But in the end, He stood in the middle of the carnage, the victor, and the first thing he did was come to me. How could I be horrified by that? Instead, I opened my arms and welcomed him. I watched as he talked with the other alphas, and when he was done, he scooped me up and said,
"Let's go home."
"I can walk just fine," I said.
"I'm sure you can,"
he said as he nuzzled my neck and carried me to his truck, sitting me in the front seat. His father walked up to the side of the truck.
"Chase, that was impressive. I knew you were a strong alpha, but I had no idea your lion was so powerful." "Well, there are a lot of things you don't know. That happens when you don't talk to someone for years,"
Chase said.
"I know, son. I didn't want to do that. I thought about coming after you 100 times over the years, but I knew you needed to do this on your own. Men like Alpha Toyo would never have accepted you as the powerful alpha you were if you didn't earn it. By inheriting the position, they would have always doubted your claim to it. I knew you could do it. I've never in my life seen a more naturally powerful alpha. But without seeing what you were capable of, they would have always been unsure. I thought you would build a clan or a pride here, and by making it an impressive cabal, you'd prove yourself. I had no idea there'd be a threat like Nick's. My concern, however, is that this hate group is going to be an even bigger threat, and your territory, for some reason, is in their sights. It's the one thing standing between the Western territories and whatever it is he's really after." "But you honestly have no idea what that is?"
Chase asked.
"None. But I intend to find out. In the meantime, how do you feel about an alliance between our two cabals?"
I watched the emotions flash over Chase's face, and I could feel his confusion. The disbelief, the joy, the anger, the lack of trust. All justifiable emotions, all things considered. I'd had enough today and wanted to go home. "Sir, Chase and I are going to go home and we'll have a discussion with our betas and get back to you about an alliance. The decision is ultimately Chase's, but I know he'd like to run this by Coda first." Chase's father looked over at me, and instead of the anger I expected, I saw respect.
"My son was wise to wait for an alpha mate. You're good for him."
He nodded at me. Then looking at Chase, he said,
"Talk it over with your people and call me. I'm heading home."
And with that, he turned and walked away.
"Let's go home," Chase said. "I need to feel your body wrapped around mine to reassure my lion you're okay."
He can see I'm fine, but I think the idea of you buried deep inside me is what we both need. But we don't need to go all the way home. I have a perfectly good bed right upstairs, and I don't want to wait.
"Now that's an idea I can get behind. Literally,"
he said with a wicked smile, picking me back up, throwing me over his shoulder, and carrying me to the back of the bakery and up the stairs. I thought about arguing with him and insisting he put me down, but I didn't want to waste time. As soon as we were inside the apartment, he put me down and we headed straight for the bed, losing our clothes as we went. I crawled up into the middle of the bed on my hands and knees and wiggled my ass at him. He chuckled and ran a hand up over my ass cheek.
"How on earth did I get lucky enough for fate to decide you were the one for me?"
I feel the same way. So lucky. I heard the click that signified he'd opened the lube bottle we'd left by the bed up here, and I felt the cold drizzle as he squeezed it at the top of my ass crack and let it run down. He followed the lube with his finger as it dripped down and ran it around the tight pucker of my hole. "Fuck," I groaned as he teased me, almost, but not quite, slipping his finger inside. I pushed back and he chuckled.
"In a hurry?"
he asked, and continued to tease, circling my entrance every so often, pressing slightly like he was going to breach me, but he didn't. I looked over my shoulder, and he was watching his finger as he teased me, slowly stroking his hard cock with the other hand. "Aren't you?" I asked.
"Not really. I could tease you all night watching your beautiful hole clench and flutter, practically begging for my cock."
"Chase," I growled. "Fuck me. Now." He hummed.
"Someone seems to have forgotten who's in charge here."
He slid his finger up the line from my hold to the small of my back. He slid his hand around to my front and gripped my cock.
"Oh, you're so hard for me, aren't you, baby?"
he asked, slowly stroking me. I whimpered and pushed back. He pulled me against him with his other hand, and his cock slid up and down my crack.
"How bad do you want me, Pax? Tell me."
"So bad, Chase. Please, please. I need you inside me," I babbled as he leaned forward, kissing a line up my spine as he continued to slide his cock against me, sending shivers up and down my body.
"I love the way you sound when you beg. It makes me even harder,"
he growled into my ear. He pulled back and slid one hand up my back, caressing my neck, and a desperate sound escaped my throat. Sliding his hand farther up, he tangled his fingers in my hair and pulled my body up against his. It hurt in the most delicious way. I cried out as he slammed into me. "Oh, yes!" I yelled. "Fuck yes!" He pulled out and slammed back in again, hard and deep, over and over, still stroking my cock with one hand as his fingers in my hair held me in place where he wanted me. Each thrust forcing my body forward as his grip brought me close to orgasm. He sped up his thrusts, and I knew he was close. I turned my head, intensifying the pull as he tightened his grip in my hair, and I kissed him. The angle was bad, but the kiss was desperate and sloppy and everything a kiss should be. I could feel the tingle of my impending orgasm and knew what I wanted. I reached behind his head, grabbing his hair and pulling it down as I tipped my head to the side, bringing his mouth to my neck. A low growl came from deep in his chest, and I felt his teeth sharpen. "Please, Chase," I begged. "I need to feel all of you." At that, he bit down on my neck. I exploded with pain and pleasure as my whole body erupted in orgasm. Chase slammed deep into me over and over, searching for his own release. His teeth still clamped on my shoulder, but he released them as a cry was torn from his lips. "Mine," he sobbed. "Mine, mine, mine." He sounded almost desperate, so I turned onto my back and pulled him down onto me. "Yes, Chase, I'm yours. I'm here and I'm safe." He wrapped his arms around me, and I could feel the tremors that moved through his body as he let go of the fear and fury from earlier. We didn't move for the rest of the day. If that meant we would be crusty with dried cum when we woke up, then so be it. But neither of us was ready to let go. I woke up hours later in a panic. Shit, I said, hopping up and grabbing my clothes and putting them on.
"What is it?"
Chase asked in a sexy, sleepy voice, but I was too panicked to notice. "My orders! There were perishables in there. I'm not going to be able to serve them now, and I won't be able to open."
"If we need to, I'll make a run to Copper Springs. It's okay."
He climbed out of bed and put on his pants and a shirt and followed me down the stairs. But when we got into the kitchen, everything was put away. There was a note on the counter from Demas. "I put all the supplies away and Phil took care of the truck. It's the same company who handled his deliveries, so he knows the owner. Nick's ambushed the truck at a gas station between here and Copper Springs where they always stop for gas and breakfast sandwiches. They found them tied up in the bathroom. They were a little worse for wear, but they were alive. Coda handled the other mess in the alley, so there's nothing for you to do but sleep. See you tomorrow to prep for opening day." I turned to Chase with tears in my eyes. "They put everything away and cleaned it all up," I said in disbelief. "I don't even know what to say."
"They're your clan now. That's what we do. We take care of each other."
"Not all clans do, though," I said, thinking of Demas and Hazard and Chase.
"Not all clans do. They're supposed to, though. And this is our clan. We can make it what we want it to be."
"I want it to be a family," I said, trying not to cry. I felt like an idiot. But the idea of having a family like this, that would love each other and take care of each other, was exactly what I wanted.
"This really wise man once told me that was what I'd been building all along. even if I didn't realize it,"
he said, wrapping his arms around me.
"I just needed him to come along and help me see it."
We hope you have enjoyed Chasing Fate, Copper Creek Shifters, Book 1, written by Jacki James, narrated by Kenneth Obie, post-production and edits by D.B. Brown. All tracks recorded, mixed, and mastered at Under the Stairs Production Studios located in Estacada, Oregon. Copyright 2019 by Michelle Gerard. Production copyright 2019 by Michelle Gerard. This has been an Under the Stairs Productions presentation.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.